Chapter 2137. Good. Xiaohua didn't have time to think about it. He gave the jade slip to Xue Xue and flew into the air towards the ship. Where did this fellow Taoist come from? Why don't I see Immortal music sect disciples here? Xiaohua's divine sense had already attracted the attention of the 5 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. When they saw that Xiaohua had actually flown over and was even flying towards Bai Min, the tall and thin cultivator in the lead stood up and asked coldly. When he asked, the seals in his hands were not completed. In the air, countless ice shards rapidly condensed, blocking Xiaohua's path. Scram! Xiaohua had already seen the dozens of fishermen in a critical situation. Seeing this cultivator blocking his path, he was already unable to restrain his anger. With a wave of his hand, a wall of Samadhi true fire was born. That seemingly incomparably beautiful ice palace, which seemed unbreakable in the eyes of cultivators, was like snow encountering fire. It was extremely easy to burn a large passage. Moreover, this ice layer was still burning in the Samadhi true fire. Samadhi true fire. That cultivator was greatly alarmed and hurriedly waved his hand. The remaining 3 cultivators all stood up solemnly. Each of their hands were about to form seals, preparing to attack Xiaohua. Wait! A voice that was filled with joy, doubt, and even hatred rang out. Yes, sect master. When the 4 people heard, their faces were shocked. Immediately, they all bowed towards the source of the voice. In the air, another person's figure appeared. This person's cultivation was only at Foundation establishment, but that incomparably handsome and evil-looking cultivator's eyes didn't seem to be a cultivator of the human world. This person was Zhang Qingxiao. This guy, didn't he die in the ink-cloud black forest? How could he come out alive? Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua with a complicated gaze. The feeling in her heart was really indescribable. His current cultivation seems to be comparable to middle-stage Foundation establishment. If he died, of course I know he has nothing to do with Master's death. However, not only did he not die, but his magic power also advanced by leaps and bounds. He's almost only a bit weaker than me. He was previously a loose cultivator. Even if he entered the Imperial Thunder sect, how could he compare to me? In that case, this guy definitely has nothing to do with Master's death. When she heard the news of Xiaohua's death, Zhang Qingxiao was very sad and cried for Xiaohua. However, now that she saw that Xiaohua wasn't dead, and that his strength was even comparable to the middle stage of Foundation establishment, Zhang Qingxiao began to suspect Xiaohua instead. Looking at Xiaohua again, he didn't even look at the 4 cultivators. With a flash of his figure, he had already flown to the sky above the ship. Go! Xiaohua slapped his forehead, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out with a rumbling sound. A layer of bronze light descended from the sky, and completely covered the wreckage of one ship and the other ship. Furthermore, within that ancient bronze brilliance, there were tiny scarlet-green flames faintly flowing. Under the brilliance of the suppressing cloud seal, the flames on the ship were instantly extinguished, and the ice under the ship gradually melted. Even the surging waves quickly calmed down under the brilliance of this brilliance. It was as calm as the surface of a lake. The panicked fishermen felt warmth and the calm seawater. How could they not know that someone was helping them? These fishermen were all overjoyed, and hurriedly swam in the sea. Some struggled to get on the ship, and some were busy rescuing others. Their swimming ability was excellent, and now that the wind and waves were calm, to them, it wasn't much different from flat ground. Although everyone couldn't get on the ship for a while, it was only a matter of time before they were all rescued. Xiaohua released his divine sense, and knew that all the fishermen, including those who were frozen and fell into the sea, were swimming on the surface of the sea. Only then did he feel relieved, and had time to observe everyone else. When he looked around and saw Zhang Qingxiao, his eyes unconsciously shrank, and his heart jumped. Heavenly Devil sect master? Why is he here? However, where his divine sense passed, Zhang Qingxiao wasn't there at all. Why is it Heavenly Devil sect again? Didn't that cultivator say it was Immortal music sect? Xiao Hua was slightly surprised, and then he understood. Presumably, this was Heavenly Devil's sect using Immortal music sect's name to do some shady business here. This guy's magic power and divine ability seemed to be much stronger than the last time I saw him. This young master actually can't see his cultivation level. It seems this guy's progress is even greater than this young master's. Xiao Hua pondered. Last time, there was a devil sex formation, and this time, it took a long time to set it up. Moreover, he also has 5 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators as helpers. This matter is somewhat troublesome. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, Bai Min, who was fleeing earlier, sensed the movement here. He saw the power of Xiao Hua's cloud-suppressing seal, and he himself was being pressured by that cultivator, so he had no choice but to turn around and return. He shouted loudly, "Fellow Daoist, help me." Seeing this, the cultivator chasing Bai Min's face changed dramatically, and his flying speed slowed down slightly, secretly looking at Zhang Qingxiao. "Hey, why did fellow Daoist come back?" Xiao Hua glanced at Bai Min and said, "If you left, you would have left. Now that you've come back, not only will you drag I down, you'll also lose your life." Bai Min cupped his hands and said, "I am Bai Min from Silicon Island." Obviously, Bai Min also just saw Zhang Qingxiao, and at the same time, he also discovered the strangeness that his divine sense couldn't see. Unconsciously, his complexion was the same as the cultivator chasing him, incomparably pale. That's right, Xiao Hua was only one person, and looking at his appearance, he was only an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Although his magic weapon was powerful, how could it be compared to a cultivator whose divine sense couldn't see and whose magic technique couldn't sense cultivation? Wasn't he just trying to find a doctor when he was sick? Moreover, Xiao Hua's words had a hidden meaning. Although Bai Min looked impetuous, he still muddled his way to the middle stage of foundation establishment in Gue He Hai, so how could he not understand the meaning in Xiao Hua's words? He immediately understood that his escape was deliberately done by these cultivators, and it was a part of their plan. He was so stupid to see Xiao Hua, this straw, and actually walked right into their trap. They couldn't let him go even if they wanted to. Bai Min regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself. "You're actually quite smart, you actually saw the flaw in it with a glance," Zhang Qingxiao said warmly, as if he was giving pointers to a junior. "Not at all, fellow Daoist has always been farsighted and strategizing. Since I've seen fellow Daoist once and experienced fellow Daoist's methods, how could I not know?" Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. Looking left and right, he carefully answered, "Fellow Daoist?" "Ha ha ha." Zhang Qingxiao faced the sky and laughed heartily. He pointed his hand and said, "Xiao Hua, the first time I saw you, you seemed to have let your fellow disciples escape in order to save them. You were originally the ones who could escape the most, but you fell behind. If I didn't intend to let you go, I'm afraid you wouldn't have escaped so easily, right? And today, you still have this kind of kindness and soft-hearted heart." Chapter 2138. Even now, you're still concealing my identity. Do you think I'll let this boorish person escape? Hee, let me see, your magic treasure has actually been repaired a bit. It's even more powerful than before. However, this magic treasure isn't protecting you right now, but instead protecting some vulgar people who are worse than pigs and dogs. You are really a good person, Zhang Qingxiao said disdainfully. "Sect master?" Bai Min heard and couldn't help but be stunned. He really couldn't figure out which sect Zhang Qingxiao was the sect master of. Xiao Hua ignored Zhang Qingxiao's sarcasm and looked at the fishermen who were saving themselves under the cloud-suppressing seal. He said with a smile, "Sect master actually still remembers me, it's really an honor. As for what I do, that's my business, it has nothing to do with your heavenly demonic sect." "Heavenly demonic sect? You're the heavenly demonic sect." Bai Min suddenly realized and pointed at Zhang Qingxiao with a trembling finger. "My islands have never interacted with your heavenly demonic sect. Why did you scheme to harm us?" Who knew that Zhang Qingxiao simply ignored Bai Min and still looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. She shook her head and said, I've thought for a long time, but I still can't figure out why fellow Taoist Xiao is doing this. Since you can't figure it out, then so be it. People who walk different paths can't work together. Xiaohua said coldly. That's right, these words are wonderful. People who walk different paths can't work together. Zhang Qingxiao clapped and laughed. You're the Tao, I'm the devil. Naturally, it's different. Immediately, Zhang Qingxiao seemed to have realized something and pointed at her nose. You and I can be considered old acquaintances, but I forgot to tell you, my surname is Zhang. Xiaohua waited for a moment, but seeing that Zhang Qingxiao didn't continue, he could only cup his hands and say, so it's Sect Master Zhang. I just don't know why you don't listen to the name when you have the surname. Hiding your head and tail isn't what a real man does. Ha ha ha, real man? I've never claimed to be a real man. Zhang Qingxiao flicked her sleeves and said, what I want to do is also not what a real man does. As for my name, it won't be too late to mention it after you defeat my 5 subordinates. Go, kill Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao turned hostile as soon as she said so, and she immediately ordered 5 middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Yes, Sect Master. The 5 of them didn't dare to hesitate. They looked at each other and rubbed their hands together. Each of them emitted a water-blue brilliance and rushed into the 5 black holes. Who? A muffled sound rang out. It seemed like the awakening of a hibernating ice dragon. 5 sparkling and translucent ice pillars rushed out from the 5 black holes and smashed towards Xiaohua. Bai Min was close to Xiaohua. He saw that the ice dragon was like a real dragon, possessing a terrifying might. Moreover, wherever the ice dragon passed, the air would be frozen. A huge force pressed down from afar, completely imprisoning him and Xiaohua. Bai Min did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly flew to the side. The ice dragon did not care about Bai Min and completely sealed off Xiaohua's surroundings. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid that just relying on something like this won't be a problem for me. Xiaohua laughed heartily. Similarly, he also rubbed his hands together. Several streaks of green and red light flew out. They were precisely the fire threads of the Samadhi true fire that were like 5 small snakes. At this time, the fire threads in Xiaohua's hands were vivid and lifelike. They had a snake head and a snake body, but their features were not clear. Go! Xiaohua raised his arms, and 5 fire snakes roared as they rushed towards the 5 ice dragons. In a moment, they collided. Hiss! Bai Min, who was not far away, saw this and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The fire snakes and ice dragons collided, but there wasn't much of a sound. However, the strange thing was that the thin fire snakes were not annihilated by the huge size of the ice dragons. Instead, when the 2 came into contact, they immediately ignited the ice dragons and quickly burned towards the back of the ice dragons. In addition to the fact that the Samadhi true fire was not afraid of this ice magic, more importantly, Bai Min had already seen that the magic power contained in the fire snakes was far from what the ice dragons could compare to. In other words, Xiaohua's magic power far surpassed his opponent. No, it was far beyond his opponent and magic formation. If Bai Min could understand, how could Zhang Qingxiao and the others not understand? Hee, it's getting more and more interesting. The smile on Zhang Qingxiao's face became wider, and hatred flashed in her smile. She secretly said, little junior brother, you actually have the cultivation of late-stage foundation establishment? It's only been a few years. If you didn't get some benefits from me, Shang Huaming, how could you cultivate so fast? If it wasn't related to me, Shang Huaming, how could you improve so much? Idiot. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed and she waved her big sleeve. 5 rays of light flew out and hit the ice dragons at the roots, cutting them off and preventing the fire snakes from continuing to burn. Other than fighting against ice, you don't know anything else? When the 5 cultivators heard this, they immediately flew up from their original positions and clapped their hands. 3 magic tools and 2 magic treasures were raised in the air. Since ancient times, fire has been able to subdue ice. How about I try it today? Xiaohua waved his hand again and dozens of fireball talismans and fireball techniques were shot out, hitting a range of 100 feet. Zhang Qingxiao sneered, since ancient times, evil can't prevail over good. I'd like to see who will have the last laugh. As she spoke, Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and took out the blood-red flag again. It shook slightly, and this time it was even more powerful. A few faint wisps of blood-red light that were almost inaudible flew into the air and formed a net of blood threads. The net of blood threads directly covered the fireballs that Xiaohua used his magic power to create one by one. Xiaohua's fireballs were mixed with true samadhi fire. Others were helpless against it, but when they fell into the net of blood, they were immediately and silently extinguished. Seeing this, Xiaohua was not surprised. The devil's sex methods had always been unexpected. His true samadhi fire last time seemed to have no effect. However, seeing Zhang Qingxiao extinguish the true samadhi fire so easily, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. Clearly, Zhang Qingxiao's progress in cultivation was also beyond his expectations. Xiaohua paid a bit of attention to Zhang Qingxiao and didn't pay much attention to the attacks of the 5 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators. With a wave of his hand, the soaring dragon shears flew out. A magnificent golden light flashed within 100 zhang radius. Xing xing xing, sounds rang out. 3 magical artifacts that had just gathered the spiritual energy of the water element of heaven and earth were sliced apart by the soaring dragon shears. The other 2 magical artifacts were also knocked flying into the air. The 5 balls of light that had just condensed were instantly dispersed. Wonderful. The 5 middle foundation establishment cultivators turned pale with fright. Just as they were thinking about how to deal with it, they heard Zhang Qingxiao clap her hands and laugh. Xiaohua, I've really underestimated you. I thought that having a late foundation establishment cultivation was already pretty good, but I didn't expect you to reach the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. Moreover, you can control 2 magic treasures at the same time. It's really wonderful. As she spoke, Zhang Qingxiao clapped her hands and the bright scenic bell flew out from her storage bag. This bright scenic bell was clearly different from the first time Xiaohua saw it. Unexpectedly, it also had a dazzling golden brilliance, and that brilliance was like a golden lotus. But as soon as the golden lotus came out of the storage bag, it immediately produced an enormous suction force. The nearby spiritual energy of heaven and earth flocked towards it, giving rise to a small whirlwind. Seeing this, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. The might of this bright scenic bell's magic treasure was clearly more powerful than the cloud-suppressing seal. Moreover, that brilliance had already taken shape, and the degree of completeness of the magic treasure was also higher than the cloud-suppressing seal. Although his soaring dragon shears were powerful, it was also damaged. He didn't know if it could match up. Then let this Xiao experience sect Master Zhang's methods. Xiaohua didn't say anything further and urged his magic power. The soaring dragon shears flashed with golden light and flew towards the bright scenic bell. With a dang sound, it seemed that the ice shards in the air were swaying. Xiaohua immediately felt his vision blur for a moment, and the soaring dragon shears' golden light immediately stopped. Quick! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and slightly shook his head. He felt that his head was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent and immediately urged the soul-piercing technique. Zhang Qingxiao's Naiwen palace suddenly felt like it was being pierced. He couldn't help but hold his head. His body also wanted to fall a little bit. And taking advantage of this moment, the soaring dragon shears swiftly flew over. With a schwa sound, like the sound of silk being cut, the bright scenic bell's golden brilliance and the lotus-like luster within the brilliance were all cut into 2 halves. Quick! Zhang Qingxiao reluctantly endured the pain in his Naiwen palace and pointed his finger. The bright scenic bell's brilliance greatly increased, and the brilliance flocked over to block the soaring dragon shears. That golden light took the form of a faint lotus and surrounded Zhang Qingxiao. The two martial brothers of the past, the moment they met in life and death. When the lotus had just surrounded Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand, and the flag that he had previously put away in his sleeve waved again. The bewitching blood-red color appeared again, and unexpectedly, it transformed into a large rock like fog and pounced towards Xiaohua. "Granny, you have quite a lot of secret techniques. I'll let you see what the secret techniques of the devil's sect are," Zhang Qingxiao said, not venting his hatred. "Don't you know, secret techniques? I'd like to see who's stronger." Seeing the blood-red rock, Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. Needless to say, this was definitely the method of the devil's sect. If he had the mighty Vajra Dharma body, he would be able to break it. But right now, his Buddhist Dharma body was gone, and only the Phoenix Dharma body was left. He didn't know whether it would be useful or not. But how could Zhang Qingxiao give him time to think? Although the rock didn't have any power, a dense, bloody and austere aura had already enveloped Xiaohua. "Rise!" Xiaohua's body shook, and a phoenix cry rang out. The Phoenix Dharma body rushed out, and the power of heaven and earth filled the entire area. Ah! Zhang Qingxiao was completely dumbstruck. However, Zhang Qingxiao's face instantly revealed a sinister expression, and a real killing intent arose. He sneered and said, "Xiaohua, which cultivation sect are you from? You actually have the true blood of the phoenix? This young master is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, not some cultivation sect." Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. "This young master has already told you. Why are you so interested in this young master's background?" Instantly, Xiaohua's face also revealed a sinister expression. His eyes slightly narrowed, and he secretly said, "Could it be that this guy is related to the cultivator who sealed me?" Immediately, Xiaohua's killing intent also rose. Right now, he still didn't have the strength to break the seal. He absolutely couldn't let Zhang Qingxiao expose his strength. Chapter 2139. Looks like I have to use the spirit fire. Xiaohua's phoenix body fluttered, the wind on his wings faintly sounded. His sharp phoenix claws could actually tear a piece of the blood-colored rock, steadily gaining the upper hand. But if Xiaohua wants to kill Zhang Qingxiao, it's absolutely impossible without the spirit fire. Xiaohua's figure slightly swayed, the magic power in his whole body surged. He was already prepared, the bright thunder escape was about to be activated. That wisp of spirit fire already passed out from his Buddhist heart. As long as he gets close to Zhang Qingxiao, he will definitely spit out the spirit fire without hesitation. He believes that under the scarlet spirit fire, Zhang Qingxiao will definitely turn into ashes. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes also emitted a cold light. He had already regarded Xiaohua as a murderer who harbored evil intentions. Zhang Qingxiao also activated his secret technique. All the blood in his body rushed to his head. The bright scenic bell shook violently, and the invisible sound waves gradually expanded. Based on Xiaohua's reaction just now, Zhang Qingxiao also has the confidence that her full-strength attack can make Xiaohua instantly lose consciousness and kill him in one strike. The two people's killing intent suddenly appeared, the whole place sensed it. Not only was Bai Min shocked, even the 5 middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivators and the dozens of aura-refining disciples scattered around the sea panicked. They have never seen the sect master with such great fanfare. It seems the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was about to be ignited. A real biting cold wind came out. At this moment, there was suddenly a change in Xiaohua's storage pouch. A dark green brilliance unexpectedly flew out from his storage pouch, straight into the air, and immediately rushed to the right side of the sky. And immediately afterwards, a tyrannical divine sense swept over like a waterfall. Who? Zhang Qingxiao was shocked. This divine sense is not something she can compare to. This person's divine sense is far superior to hers. Nyang nyang. Xiaohua stared blankly again, then immediately became overjoyed. That dark green brilliance was the token that the mysterious Nyang Nyang gave him, telling him to check it after he built his foundation. After Xiaohua built his foundation, it's not that he didn't think about it, but because he had to accompany Xue Xue to gain experience, he didn't have the time, so he temporarily put it in his storage pouch, waiting to send Xue Xue back to the mountain. Who knew that he would actually meet the Nyang Nyang at this time? Seeing Xiaohua's joy, how could Zhang Qingxiao not know the severity of the situation? She no longer cared about fighting with Xiaohua and waved her hand, ordering, "Let's go." Yes. Everyone bowed and waved their hands, hurriedly tidying up. Sect leader Zhang. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? How could Xiaohua let Zhang Qingxiao go? He activated his avatar and flew towards Zhang Qingxiao. His sharp phoenix claws flickered and blocked Xiaohua's attack. If I want to leave, who can stop me? Zhang Qingxiao smiled maliciously. She raised her hand and flicked her finger. Dang! A bell rang. The phoenix battle form trembled rapidly and fell from the sky. Xiaohua felt the space around him shaking again. He couldn't stand steadily. Chi! A clear and melodious sound rang out. The sound penetrated the bell and resounded in everyone's ears. Xiaohua's ears immediately became clear, and his avatar also stabilized. Then, he withdrew it back into his physical body in an extremely dispirited manner. Can I stop you? A rainbow-like brilliance flashed in the distance and landed in the sky above everyone. The Empress revealed her figure and coldly said, Junior Zhang Qingxiao of Heavenly Demon Sect greets Senior. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao didn't dare to be negligent. She pointed at the bright scenic bell and it immediately flew into her hand. She then bowed and greeted. Oh. So it's a sect leader. The Empress's beautiful eyes swept over and said, No wonder your tone is so arrogant. Hee, Xiaohua. Dyer's cute appearance appeared beside the Empress. She looked at Xiaohua and blinked her eyes. However, she didn't say anything. Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao. Hearing Zhang Qingxiao announce her name in front of the Empress, this name was like thunder in Xiaohua's mind. It was even more powerful than the bright scenic bell from before. Isn't this the name of second senior brother? This guy. Could it be second senior brother? How is that possible? Although second senior brother flaunts himself as outstanding and elegant, he's still far from this guy. Moreover, although second senior brother's corpse isn't seen and we can't determine whether he's dead or alive, master and eldest senior brother are both dead. How can second senior brother live alone? Even if second senior brother is alive, it's impossible for him to have such a high cultivation. A gold core cultivator, master. That's what he dreams of. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes were moist. He didn't care about Dyer's appearance. I don't dare. Zhang Qingxiao smiled apologetically and said, Junior is only talking to Xiaohua. Senior is a cultivator with profound magic power. Junior is not your opponent. I absolutely don't dare to say these words in front of you. What are you waiting for? The Empress did not take Zhang Qingxiao seriously at all. As her divine sense swept over, she saw dozens of disciples frozen in the ice layer. Senior, please no. Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, Junior was looking for something here. Who would have thought that these cultivators would see it? Junior was afraid of leaking the news, so I had no choice but to, Senior. Seeing this, how could Bai Min let go of this opportunity? He hurriedly stepped forward and said, This guy is the sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect. He intended to provoke the conflict between our outer islands and Meng country's cultivation sections. That's why he set up an ambush and used the name of Immortal Music Sect to kill us outer islands disciples. He even wanted to let Junior escape and spread false news. If fellow Daoist Xiao didn't appear in time, this thief's plan would have succeeded. Senior should know that if our outer islands fought with Meng country's cultivation sects, tens of thousands of cultivators would die. Senior, you must uphold justice for us. Don't let this bastard escape. The Empress's expression didn't change at all. She said indifferently, I also don't know the art of divination. Who knows who is telling the truth? It's normal for cultivators to fight each other. How can one cultivate without dying? Senior's words are correct. Zhang Qingxiao rolled her eyes and said, Junior is looking for Qiu Yinlu. How is it the ambush that this guy said? Oh. Qiu Yinlu. The Empress seemed to have heard of this name before. She asked curiously, how did Devil Monarch Qi Feng's weapon end up in Dawn Rain Continent? Empress knows of true Monarch Qi Feng? Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed slightly and immediately said respectfully. How could the Empress answer him? She said indifferently, if it's for this weapon, it's normal for you to seal the news. However, do you think that this Foundation establishment cultivator would know of your devil cultivator's weapon? It's better to be safe than sorry. Zhang Qingxiao smiled apologetically. In order to not leak any information, Junior can only do this. That's reasonable. The Empress's brows didn't crease as she said it as a matter of course. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao smiled apologetically again. Since Senior has already distinguished right from wrong, then can Junior leave? Senior, you must not let him go. His hands have taken the lives of many cultivators. Bai Min said anxiously. Chapter 2140. The Empress glanced at him and said with a smile, what does the lives of cultivators like you have to do with me? This. Bai Min was flabbergasted and didn't know how to answer. Thank you, Senior. Zhang Qingxiao cupped her hands and was about to fly away when the Empress said coldly, did I allow you to leave? This. Zhang Qingxiao was also hesitant, not knowing what the Empress meant. Xiaohua, what are you doing? Naturally couldn't let the Empress speak and asked curiously, why aren't you speaking after seeing the Empress? Xiaohua collected his thoughts and smiled apologetically. Junior suddenly thought of something else. Please forgive me, Empress. You're already at Foundation establishment. Did you forget the Empress's words? If it weren't for this servant accompanying the Empress, you wouldn't have sent out this Jasper Caltrop. Scolded as she stole a glance at the Empress. Xiaohua was anxious and hurriedly bowed. I'll let the Empress know. However, without waiting for Xiaohua to finish, the Empress waved her hand and said coldly, I'm only asking you, what happened here, don't say anything else. Yes. Xiaohua knew that the Empress was angry and hurriedly looked around. Junior also doesn't know what happened, but Junior saw that the fishermen on these two ships were about to be buried in the belly of the fish, and their relatives at the seaside were grieving inconsolably. Junior couldn't bear to see such a tragic thing happen, so Junior came to intervene, wanting to save these fishermen. As for what those two families are doing, Junior really doesn't know, and also really doesn't want to know. These lowly people? The Empress had long seen the fishing boat under the protection of Xiao Hua's cloud-suppressing seal and was very surprised. You want to save these lowly people? I'll let the Empress know, Junior really does think so. The life and death of those two families has nothing to do with Junior. Xiao Hua said without hesitation. For these lowly people, you can take action, but you don't care about the life and death of these cultivators. The imperial concubine chuckled. Although this concubine doesn't know what you're thinking and doesn't understand what you're thinking, this concubine will still go with the flow. As she spoke, the Empress waved the sleeve of her palace dress. A cloud surged and flew under the cloud-suppressing seal. It ignored the light of the cloud-suppressing seal and swept up the ship, the fishermen floating around, and even the wreckage of the other ship. In an instant, it flew to the shore. Ah! Seeing such a divine ability, Xiaohua's eyes unconsciously lit up. If he had such a great ability, why would he need to expend so much effort? Next, Xiaohua pointed his hand, and the cloud-suppressing seal, soaring dragon shears, and other items flew back into his hand. He bowed and said, "Junior thanks the Empress for her great kindness on behalf of these fishermen." "What are you talking about? Weren't you the one who protected them?" Although the imperial consort's tone was indifferent, it was clear that her anger had dissipated somewhat. She pointed at Zhang Qingxiao and said, "This person is a little strange. Even this consort can't see through him. Do you think this consort killed him? Or should we let him go?" Zhang Qingxiao's face instantly paled. Xiao Hua's heart was beating wildly. If it was before he knew Zhang Qingxiao's name, he would definitely clap his hands and cheer without hesitation. After all, he didn't have a good impression of the Heavenly Demon sect. But after knowing Zhang Qingxiao's name, his first reaction was that self-righteous second senior brother of his. How could he let someone with the same name die in front of his eyes? That's right, if this Zhang Qingxiao isn't that Zhang Qingxiao, then, why did he keep inquiring about my background? Why did he let me go when he could clearly trap me last time? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the first time he met Zhang Qingxiao and what Zhang Qingxiao asked. But if he is second senior brother, why did he kill me when we met this time? Do I want his life or not? But if I don't want his life, then I'll miss this good opportunity today. If I want to kill this guy in the future, I'm afraid it'll be extremely difficult. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment. Zhang Qingxiao narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at Xiao Hua. He knew clearly in his heart that as long as he told the truth, Xiao Hua would definitely either kill him or let him go. Since he couldn't be sure of Xiao Hua's background, what was the difference between telling the truth and telling the truth? However, facing Xiao Hua who couldn't be sure of his background, Zhang Qingxiao absolutely couldn't tell the truth. Just Xiao Hua alone could force him to reveal the truth. How could he meet gods and kill gods, meet ghosts and kill ghosts? Suddenly, Xiao Hua laughed involuntarily and said to the Empress, "Empress asked the wrong person. Didn't Junior say it already? Junior only cares about the life and death of these fishermen. The life and death of these people have nothing to do with Junior. Empress can decide for yourself." "Hee, that's true." The Empress also laughed. "What does the life and death of you cultivators have to do with me?" As she spoke, she flung her sleeve and brought Xiao Hua along. The three of them flew up and quickly flew to the shore. They ignored Zhang Qingxiao and the others. Sect Master. The 5 middle stage foundation establishment cultivators looked at Bai Min and whispered, "What should we do?" "Go." How could Zhang Qingxiao dare to make any other plans in front of the Empress? He hastily waved his hand and brought the disciples to flee in panic. Before Zhang Qingxiao left, he still fiercely glared at Xiao Hua who had already landed on the reef in the distance. After Zhang Qingxiao and the others of the demonic sect left, Bai Min was somewhat dumbfounded. According to his thinking, Xiao Hua or the Empress would at least save the dozens of people frozen under the ice. After all, for Xiao Hua, it was just a matter of a word. For the Empress, who seemed to have boundless magic power, it was also a piece of cake. However, he didn't expect that the two of them would throw away their responsibilities and simply ignore him. Bai Min activated his ardent pearl and barely managed to melt some of the ice. However, the ice was so hard that it was condensed by the magic weapons of the 5 middle stage foundation establishment cultivators. His ardent pearl really couldn't do anything. In desperation, Bai Min could only look at Xiao Hua again. That's right, how could Xiao Hua, who was kind enough to save the fishermen, ignore these cultivators who were about to die? Bai Min thought for a moment, then pitifully and dispiritedly flew to the left of Xiao Hua and the others. He obediently stood there with his hands by his side and didn't say anything. As for those fishermen, they were really sad and happy at the same time. They originally thought that they were going to be swallowed by the ice water and die a violent death. However, they didn't expect that Xiao Hua would actually come out and stabilize the entire fishing boat with a cloud-suppressing seal, blocking all danger outside the brilliance of the cloud-suppressing seal. Then, like a dream, the entire fishing boat flew up and landed on the shore in the blink of an eye. It landed in front of the women and children who had almost become orphans and widows. It was hard to tell whether they were happy or sad. For a moment, the entire fishing village was in an uproar. Everyone counted their harvest and sent the women and children back to the fishing boat. A few slightly older old men, who were probably the leaders of the fishing boats, trembled as they came to the reef where Xiao Hua and the others were. They also obediently knelt on the beach and pitifully looked at the Empress and the others. Xiao Hua followed the Empress and landed on the tall cliff. He pointed at Xue and said, "Empress, that's Junior's junior sister." "Oh. You have a junior sister? Didn't you say you were a loose cultivator?" Dyer blinked, but then she looked at Xiao Hua's spirit storage bag and asked, "That little Martin? Your child, Xiao Huang? Is he dead?" Dyer's eyes were big and full of doubts. Her expression was somewhat unbearable, as if she was extremely afraid that Xiao Hua would say some bad news. Xiao Hua patted his spirit storage bag, but in reality, he used his primordial spirit to take out Xiao Huang. He smiled and said, "Dyer, Xiao Huang is very good. He has already completely recovered. However, he is now sleeping soundly again." Dyer happily clapped her hands and jumped up. She smiled and said, "As expected, little Martin is really fine. Empress, this servant said that little Martin is at his mother's place and his heart will be at ease. He will definitely be fine." The Empress looked at Dyer's happiness and also smiled faintly. Dyer unrestrainedly reached out and wanted to pick up Xiao Huang. At this time, Xiao Huang slightly opened his eyes and looked at the scenery around him with surprise. He looked at Xiao Hua and then at Dyer. Apparently, Xiao Huang still remembered Dyer. He only slightly waved his tail and didn't have any reaction. He closed his eyes again. "Little Martin, why are you so sleepy? When Dyer saw you, you were already sleeping. Why are you still sleeping now?" Dyer lovingly stroked Xiao Huang's fur and said, "Yes, Empress, why is Xiao Huang always sleeping?" Xiao Hua also asked softly. He should be trying to distract the Empress' anger. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, the Empress restrained her smile and said indifferently, "The advancement of spirit beasts is different from that of cultivators. They repair and evolve their bodies while sleeping. Don't you cultivators of the human realm also heal through closed-door cultivation? It's the same principle." Then, the Empress looked at Dyer and said with a smile, "Don't talk about little Martin. Back then, but halfway through, she stopped. Her face showed a strange expression and said, "Dyer, give little Martin to this Empress." "Yes." Dyer was a bit reluctant, but she still gave it to the Empress. The Empress took Xiao Huang and inserted a 3-colored light into it. Then, she closed her eyes again. After a while, her face showed a dignified expression. "Xiao Hua, what did little Martin eat after waking up?" the Empress suddenly asked. Xiao Hua didn't dare to hide it and told her about Yi Yuan and Jin Dan. The Empress thought for a moment and handed Xiao Huang to Dyer. She frowned and said, "This Xiao Huang of yours is strange. Why does he call you mother? Where did you get, speaking up to here?" The Empress glanced at Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace and said lightly, "You still don't remember? I'll let the Empress know." Xiao Hua nodded. "Junior already knows that my Naiwan palace is sealed, and my Dantian is also sealed. As for my memory, I still haven't recovered." The Empress looked at Xiao Hua with a bit of surprise and said, "I didn't expect you to build your foundation so quickly and reach the middle stage of foundation establishment so quickly. You were able to detect the seal 100 years earlier than this Empress expected." Xiao Hua. Chapter 2141. Xiao Hua knew that the Empress was asking and blushed. Just as he was about to speak, Dyer asked curiously, "Empress, this servant doesn't understand." The Empress glared at Dyer and said, "Speak. What exactly is little Martin?" Dyer looked innocent. Dyer has been thinking about it for so many years. Seeing that the Empress seemed to have discovered something, couldn't help but ask. Can't you ask later? The Empress's tone was slightly dignified. This servant doesn't dare. Dai's face also turned cold, as if the Empress had discovered her thoughts, and she lowered her head slightly. You girl. This Empress brought you here to experience emotions. You may have some gains. Don't try to be smart. The Empress lightly warned. Yes, this servant understands. Hurriedly replied. The Empress looked at Little Yellow and said, this Empress is still somewhat confused, but this Empress is basically certain that this Little Martin is not Little Martin. As for what it is only a guess. Perhaps, it is the Truth Listener beast. Truth Listener? Heard this name and trembled, throwing Little Yellow out of her hand. Fortunately, Xiaohua was beside her and reached out to catch it. He seemed to have seen this name from somewhere before, but he didn't have any impression of it for now. Truth Listener. It's the legendary, strange beast that can expel evil, distinguish right from wrong, and understand the secrets of heaven and earth. It's born to suck in ghosts and souls, and it's born to feed on them. The Empress enunciated each word clearly. Hiss. When Xiaohua heard this, he immediately understood where he had heard the name Truth Listener from. Wasn't it the inheritance of ghost cultivators? Truth Listener was the natural nemesis of ghost cultivators. It specialized in eating ghosts. Every malicious ghost and ghost king was Truth Listener's food. Moreover, Truth Listener could see the 9 underworlds. All the dark secrets of heaven and earth could not escape its eyes and ears. However, according to what this Empress knows, Little Martin is still young. Whether it can evolve into Truth Listener depends on its luck. The Empress said again, this strange beast is a heavenly wonder, and it is even rejected by heaven and earth. It has encountered many disasters in its life. If it is not careful, it will die. However, what puzzles me is that if Little Martin is Truth Listener, should have been able to detect it the last time. Why am I only able to detect it now? Furthermore, Little Martin's form is completely different from the Harkin's when it was young. Dai's panic had yet to subside. She fearfully looked at Xiao Huang in Xiao Hua's hand and said with a trembling voice, Nyang, Nyang Nyang, since it's a vicious beast, there must be something unusual about it. It's normal that Nyang Nyang doesn't know about it. You don't have to be so scared. The Harkin may be infamous for its ferocity, but how could it possibly harm you when you were young? If you befriend him now, who knows, he might be able to protect you in the future. The Empress said with a smile. Her smile was so charming that even the sea breeze became gentle. Really? Daphne asked in disbelief. She had almost forgotten that she was holding little Huang in her arms. Well, don't forget that you saved his life. Xiaohua said as he handed Goldie over. Didn't he let you hug him when he saw you just now? That's right. Daphne smiled, but there was still some fear in her eyes. Her arms were a little hesitant. Xiaohua smiled and placed Xiaohua in her hands. If you can't hug him properly now, you won't have the chance to hug him when he grows up. Okay. Daphne took a deep breath and took little Huang. Unlike before, there was a great deal of surprise in her eyes. After Daphne hugged little Huang, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Junior was just about to explain to Nyang Nyang, it's fine, I don't need any explanation. The Empress waved her hand indifferently. I just casually picked up this little Martin that looks like the Harkin. It can be considered a good karma. It has nothing to do with you. Junior came out to train this time to accompany Junior sister. Xiaohua knew that if he didn't explain, the Empress wouldn't forgive him. He looked at Xue who was sitting on the beach in the distance. His eyes showed gentleness as he said with a smile, Junior didn't want to build his foundation, but under a coincidence, he suddenly built his foundation. It was really out of Junior's expectations. However, because Junior's sister still hasn't built her foundation, Junior has always been accompanying her. She said she wanted to come to Guihe Sea to see the sea. This Guihe Sea is so far away from the state of Shi, so Junior wanted to wait until I returned to the state of Shi from Guihe Sea before sending the message. Oh. The Empress was disdainful at first and didn't really take it to her ears. But at this time, she suddenly asked curiously, "So, you also built your foundation during this training? You accompanied your junior sister out?" Saying this, the Empress looked at Xue Xue. Junior doesn't dare to hide anything. "Nyang Nyang, please investigate. I just built my foundation a few years ago." Xiaohua couldn't say the specific number of years and quickly replied, "Junior still hasn't returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect." "Oh, you entered the Imperial Thunder Sect." The Empress said thoughtfully, "Your cultivation is really fast. In just a few years, you reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. Are you hiding your cultivation because you're afraid others will know?" "Hee, that's right." Seeing the Empress's question, Xiaohua knew that the anger in her heart was slightly reduced. He smiled apologetically and said, "When others see Junior's foundation establishment cultivation, they naturally think Junior is an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If Junior reveals his skills, wouldn't that be a great advantage?" "Humph, you human cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent really have too many thoughts." "If..." The Empress snorted coldly and said, "If this Empress makes a move, regardless of whether you're at foundation establishment or chi refinement, you'll all be killed. How could there be any advantage to be taken? Yes, how can Junior compare to Senior?" Xiaohua smiled embarrassedly. "And, since you're accompanying your lover to travel the Dawn Rain continent, then this Empress's matter can't be considered too important. This Empress won't say any more." The Empress looked at Xiaohua and Xue Xue with a trace of surprise in her eyes and sighed. Xiaohua hurriedly bowed. "Thank you, Empress." "No need." The Empress still waved her hand. "What orders does Empress have?" Xiaohua said again, "Although Junior's strength is weak, if Junior can help, I'll definitely do my best." And the Empress nodded and said, "Actually, this Empress isn't a cultivator of the Dawn Rain continent." "Oh." When Xiaohua heard the Empress say, "cultivator of the human realm of the Dawn Rain continent," he felt that something was wrong. Now that he heard it, he somewhat understood and asked curiously, "Then Empress, where are you from?" "This Empress is also not a cultivator." The Empress shook her head and said, "This Empress is from the 10,000 Demon Realm." 10,000 Demon Realm? It was obviously the first time Xiaohua heard this name. His face revealed astonishment. "What is that place?" "Hee, the 10,000 Demon Realm is the same place as the Dawn Rain continent." The Empress smiled and said, "It's just that it's full of demons. Not humans. And this Empress is also not a human." Chapter 2142. Then the Empress explained, "Dawn Rain continent is just a continent. It's extremely big and it's filled with human cultivators. There are also cultivators from other races. This space is considered a human realm. And in other spaces, there are also cultivators from other races. For example, Dawn Rain continent's enemy, the Demon Realm. That's the space of demons and beasts. There are some temporary or permanent connections between different spaces, commonly known as space cracks. If it's bigger, it's called a space passage. If it's smaller, it's called a space crack. This Empress has only been in your Dawn Rain continent for a few decades. I also know that your Dawn Rain continent's Imperial Demon Valley has a space passage that opens from time to time. My 10,000 Demon Realm and Dawn Rain continent are both demon realms. There are also some space cracks. However, it's very secretive and not many people know about it. When this Empress was traveling in the 10,000 Demon Realm a few decades ago, I suddenly saw a space crack appear. Only then did I realize that it actually led to Dawn Rain continent. And this Empress happened to have something to do here, so I brought into this space." "A few decades ago?" Xiaohua was slightly stunned. The time that the Empress mentioned was similar to the time when he appeared in Shanghuaming in his memory. Could it be that he was from the 10,000 demon realm? Yes, that space crack seems to be temporary. When this Empress came in, the crack had already begun to gradually disappear. The Empress said thoughtfully, moreover, when this Empress came in, it was near the Imperial Demon Valley. The surroundings seemed to have just gone through a great battle. The space was extremely unstable and there were many cracks. Then, isn't there another space that leads here? Xiao Hua turned his eyes and asked. You can say that. The Empress nodded. However, what other spaces are, whether there are any cultivators, or what race of cultivators there are all uncertain. At least this Empress hasn't heard of any other space for now. This junior understands. Xiao Hua was somewhat enlightened. He was afraid that he had some relationship with the 10,000 demon realm that the Empress came from. After all, Xiao Huang was also recognized by the Empress at this time. The Empress hesitated slightly and said, actually, this Empress came to Dawn Rain Continent this time to find a person. As for him coming here as a man and a woman, this Empress doesn't know. Yes, this junior understands. If senior knows how that senior came, where he went, or even if there is an image of him, that would be for the best. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. The Empress shook her head. He naturally came to Dawn Rain Continent through a spatial rift. As for where he went, isn't that what this Empress is looking for? Furthermore, it's impossible for him to reveal his true body in front of human cultivators. Therefore, it's impossible for this palace to have an image of him in Dawn Rain Continent. Xiao Hua didn't give up. Then, senior must have some clues, right? If this consort had it, this consort would have found it long ago. Why would this consort need your help? The imperial consort said in annoyance. Of course. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. If the Empress had some random clues, all she needed to do was find a cultivation sect and give them some benefits. Why would she need to look for him? Of course, I also have some misgivings. The Empress said. With a wave of her hand, a ray of light flashed and disappeared in an instant. Xiao Hua felt that not only was he unable to hear any sound, but even everything in front of him was also a three-colored expanse. It should be the Empress who set up a restriction. Sure enough, he heard the Empress say again. This person has my 10,000 demon realm supreme demon body cultivation technique. This Empress doesn't want more people to know about it. This was the first time Xiao Hua heard someone mention the words supreme. Furthermore, it was from the Empress whose cultivation was unfathomable. He couldn't help but be shocked. Although that cultivation technique is useless to the human race. The Empress frowned. But the interference is great. This Empress doesn't want this information to be leaked. This. Xiao Hua hesitated and said embarrassedly, this kind of top-grade cultivation technique, this junior. I'm afraid it's really beyond my ability. And, this Empress also didn't put any hope on you. The Empress said disdainfully. However, if you can really help this Empress find it, this Empress can consider passing on the most basic, modified chance to you. Empress, didn't you say that it's useless to the human race? Xiao Hua asked curiously. What's the use of passing it to this junior? This Empress seems to have seen you have some kind of Dharma body. Presumably, you are also a descendant of some kind of demon cultivator. Using this basic chance, it can help you cultivate a Dharma body. If you can master it, it will be more than half of your original strength. So powerful. Xiao Hua was shocked. This cultivation technique is really incredible. The 10,000 demon realms external incarnation technique is the magical power of the demon realm's great saint. How can you know it? The Empress said proudly. This technique is comparable to Shang-Qing Heaven's 1 qi into 3 pure ones. At this point, the Empress suddenly realized something. She immediately stopped talking and changed her words. In short, this cultivation technique can connect to ghosts and gods. If you can find it, this Empress will definitely not treat you unfairly. Yes, this junior understands. Xiao Hua's heart was itching. He cupped his hands and said. The Empress clapped her hands and took out a dark green jade rui-like object again. She handed it to Xiao Hua and said, take this object. When this object is 100 or so kilometers away from that person, it will produce a reaction, and this Empress will naturally know. Yes, this junior understands. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. He respectfully took it and carefully put it into his storage bag. This time, don't let this Empress down. The Empress warned. Yes, I definitely don't dare. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. That artifact has the image of that person in the 10,000 demon realm. If you have the time, you can take a look. The Empress said again. That person in the 10,000 demon realm is called Minghua. He is also a well-known figure. Yes. Xiao Hua could only be a follower. Alright, this Empress is leaving. The Empress clapped her hands. Xiao Hua's eyes shook for a moment and returned to the previous scene. There are still a few people waiting for you over there. Where is the Empress going? Xiao Hua hurriedly asked. The Empress hesitated for a moment and said, this Empress has a feeling that there are some opportunities in the north of the country of Xi. I'm afraid I have to go there and take a look. Oh, Xiao Hua nodded and bowed. This junior wishes the Empress success. Gidge, the Empress smiled. Why does it mean success when the horse arrives? Why not a camel beast? What about a lion? This. Xiao Hua also scratched his head and said honestly, since it's like that, this junior also doesn't understand. Ha ha ha, the Empress swept her gaze and glanced at Xue Xue. She said, this junior sister of yours is quite interesting. It seems. Forget it, let's not talk about it. If I tell you, you will be bound again in the future. Don't think too much. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, he already knew that the Empress already knew that his Naiwan Palace and Dantian were sealed when she first met him. However, she just didn't say anything. It seems that this time is also the same. She clearly saw that something was wrong with Xue Xue, but she still didn't say anything. Are all experts like this? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Xiao Hua took Xiao Huang from Dai Er's hand and bowed. Farewell, Empress. Xiao Hua, this time, don't disappoint the Empress. Dai Er's gaze was still on Xiao Huang as she said with a smile. Yes, this Xiao knows. Xiao Hua thought of the opportunity that Dai gave him again and again. His heart warmed. He clapped his hand and took out a youth-retaining grass. He said, this is something that this Xiao obtained by chance. This is for Dai Ha ha ha, youth-retaining grass. Dai was overjoyed. She grabbed it and said with a smile, Empress, Dai also has youth-retaining grass. Dai won't be afraid when Dai transforms in the future. The Empress's eyes revealed affection. She glanced at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, this Empress knows why you didn't take this Empress's matter to heart. It turns out that there are no benefits. No, definitely not. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly shook his head. The Empress thought for a moment. She clapped her hand and took out 2 jade slips. One was dark green and the other was pale white. She handed them to Xiao Hua and said, this is my 10,000 demon realms flowing cloud movement technique. If you can practice it, you can help this Empress. This other jade slip is an introduction to the 10,000 demon realms language. After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Hua to refuse, she waved her hand in Xiao Hua's hand and flew to the sky with Dai Junior thanks Senior. Xiao Hua held the jade slip in his hand and cupped his hands to the sky. He was quite emotional in his heart. No wonder so many cultivators wanted to climb up to high-level seniors. With just a casual move, without waiting for him to speak, the flowing cloud movement technique was given to him. Listening to the meaning, this movement technique was not ordinary. Xiao Hua didn't have time to check the jade slip, nor did he have time to check the dark green jade. He turned his head to look at Bai Min and the few fishermen who seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. When Xiao Hua flew over, the few old fishermen had already knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Junior brother thanks Shenhun for his kindness. Hee, you wait, Xiao Hua waved his sleeves and said, it wasn't I who did it. Didn't you see it after waiting? It was that fairy who saved me. Spiritual master. An old man with wrinkles on his face as if carved by a knife said with emotion, that fairy and spiritual master both need to be thanked. However, this junior is even more grateful to spiritual master. If it wasn't for spiritual master saving us, we would have already become food for fish and shrimp. Yes, the fairy and spiritual master are both good immortals. We pray that the two immortals will live as long as the heavens, and their love is stronger than gold. The other few people smiled apologetically. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and said anxiously, old man, that fairy is I's senior. How can you say that? If the fairy knows, your lives won't be guaranteed. Several people's faces immediately turned green. They smiled apologetically and said, this junior saw that the two immortals are both beautiful. They are really a pair, so I made a wild guess. Don't say any more. Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped them. He pointed at Shui and said, that person is I's dual cultivation partner. Don't let her hear it. At this moment, Shui was sitting cross-legged with a solemn expression. She seemed to have comprehended something, so how could she hear it? However, the few fishermen nodded their heads in sympathy and didn't mention this matter again. However, the leading fisherman still asked for Xiao Hua's name. Xiao Hua didn't care. Since he did it, whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, so what if he left his name? Xiao Hua still hadn't reached the realm of doing good deeds without leaving his name. Chapter 2143. So it's Xiao Hua, Daoist Master Xiao. The fisherman kowtowed again. Daoist Master Xiao, we don't know how to repay your kindness to us. From now on, we'll definitely set up a longevity tablet for Daoist Master and pray that Daoist Master's fortune will last forever. Then thank you very much. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and sent the fisherman away. Only now did Xiao Hua turn to Bai Min and say, fellow Daoist Bai, is there anything else? This. Bai Min smiled bitterly. What else could there be? Xiao Hua was definitely asking while knowing the answer. However, Bai Min wasn't a brainless person. He rolled his eyes and bowed, I'm here to thank Daoist Master Xiao for saving my life. If it weren't for Daoist Zhao's intervention, even if I could escape this calamity, I'm afraid none of the 57 disciples of my overseas star Bright Island, Jiua Island, Awakened Silicon Island, and Tiger Spine Island would have survived. I didn't plan to save these fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua shook his head, fellow Taoist Bai, your words are too heavy. Of course not. Bai Min said anxiously, although Taoist Master Xiao didn't intend to save us, this is the truth. If Taoist Master Xiao didn't show up, we would have died long ago. Taoist Master Xiao can't erase this matter. Alas, all right. Xiao Hua said helplessly, don't say so many useless words. I promise to save these disciples. Thank you, Taoist Master Xiao. Bai Min was overjoyed. However, before he could finish thanking, Xiao Hua said again, however, I can't save them for nothing. Of course. Bai Min smiled apologetically, Senior, if you have any conditions, just say it. Xiao Hua nodded. Just as he was about to say that he would bring their storage pouches, he thought of something, these are all Qi refinement disciples. What good things can they have in their storage pouches? Don't ask for something else. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua said, yes, I have 3 conditions. Bai Min said somewhat uneasily, Taoist Master Xiao, if your conditions aren't difficult, can you save the disciples of the islands first? If they're frozen in the ice for too long, it's not suitable for their swimming physique. Fine, Xiao Hua nodded, Zhao's conditions aren't difficult, I'll save you and your disciples first. Thank you, Daoist Xiao. Bai Min imitated the fisherman and called him Daoist Xiao. Xiao Hua glanced at Xue Xue. Seeing that there was no movement, he flew above the ice layer. The gigantic block of ice floated on the surface of the sea. It was 1,000 feet wide and several tens of feet deep. It was sparkling and translucent, looking extremely beautiful in the dark of the night. Go! Xiao Hua waved his hand and the fire carpet flew out. Although this thing was destroyed by Xiao Hua's spirit fire, Xiao Hua's fire controlling technique was very subtle and didn't damage the formation too much. Therefore, after obtaining Fei Xiqing's storage pouch, Xiao Hua easily repaired it with the 5 elements refining technique. The fire carpet flew into the air, and as Xiao Hua poured his magic power into it, it gradually grew bigger, turning into a layer of fire that was hundreds of feet wide. The thin flame was greenish-red in color, and its temperature was extremely high. Following Xiao Hua's incantation, the layer of fire slowly descended and gradually seeped into the layer of ice. Immediately, the unbreakable layer of ice immediately turned into ice water and mixed into the sea. What caused Bai Min to be astonished was that the fire net avoided all of the disciples without exception. Not even a single hair was burned. Although the disciples rescued by Xiao Hua weren't in any danger, their vitality was greatly damaged. They didn't have time to thank Xiao Hua, and they all used their flying talismans to land on the shore, took medicinal pills, and adjusted their breathing. And Xiao Hua had to use nearly 8 fire carpets in a row before he managed to save all the disciples of the various islands. Seeing that Bai Min was busy arranging the cultivators, Xiao Hua didn't say much and flew to Xue Xue's side, sitting close to her. What did Empress mean by Xue Xue's words? Xiao Hua secretly tried to figure out Empress's tone just now, trying to judge whether it was good or bad. Unfortunately, Empress's tone was extremely indifferent, so how could Xiao Hua judge whether it was good or bad? Forget it. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and shook his head. If it's good fortune, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Empress is also extremely right. If you know too much, you will inevitably be afraid of everything. It's really boring. Immediately, Xiao Hua took out the pale white jade slip to check. After Xiao Hua's spiritual sense entered it, he looked at it for a moment, and his face revealed a strange expression. Isn't this the simplified green seal text? Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and secretly laughed in his heart. The words of the 10,000 demon realm were actually similar to the green seal text. Of course, the words were much simpler, and since this simplified green seal text could be written into the jade slip, it naturally lost the power of heaven and earth, and lost the essence of the green seal text. 10,000 demon realm. Demon, what is this thing? Xiao Hua looked at it for a moment, and knew that it was impossible to comprehend it in a short time, so he put it away. His eyes looked at the dark sky, the little stars, and the curved moon, and thought, 10,000 demon realm is actually the same space as the Dawn Rain continent. What does it look like? If I'm not wrong, I should be from the 10,000 demon realm. If so, I am also a demon? If I'm a demon, why can't Empress see it? She still thinks I'm a cultivator of the Dawn Rain continent? It's really strange. And I finally know the origin of Xiao Huang. It's actually the extremely powerful Di Ting. Damn, even Dai is afraid of it. If this kid becomes Di Ting in the future, won't he? Xiao Hua suddenly thought, can he absorb the souls of spirit-severing cultivators? In that case, this young master's matter will be easily solved. AI, it's not that simple. Didn't Empress say? Xiao Huang still has a long way to go to become Di Ting. This road is so long that this young master can even split his spirit. I still need this kid to vent my anger for this young master. Xiao Hua was disheartened again. This guy only knows how to sleep and eat and sleep. Thinking of Xiao Huang's cuteness, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile, like a loving mother. Right, if Xiao Huang is Di Ting, what's that Xiao He? Why haven't this young master met Xiao He? Minghua, what kind of famous character is this? He actually has the supreme technique of the 10,000 demon realm. And he even came to the Dawn Rain continent. And, with such a technique, he must hide in the dark to cultivate. He must have come here to cultivate. Oh my, the external incarnation technique is comparable to the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones of Shangqing heaven. Right, what is this Shangqing heaven? What is 1 Qi into 3 pure ones? Empress's words are really profound. Also, external incarnation, why, does it sound similar to the ghost cultivator's technique in countless ways? It seems to be somewhat similar to the sword heart energy seed technique. Xiao Hua suddenly realized, could it be, at the end of the technique, no matter what it is, it will all return to the origin? The 1 Qi into 3 pure ones must also be a cultivation technique like this. Chapter 2144. That's right, that Zhang Qingshao is from the Devil's Sect. There must be something like this in their cultivation technique. It's just a matter of who can cultivate it to the extreme. Thinking of Zhang Qingshao, Xiao Hua was full of doubts. He thought of Xiao Yuehong and Gong Mingwei. The night passed quickly, and at dawn, Shui woke up. Seeing Xiao Hua by her side, she smiled sweetly, clapped her hands, and immediately handed the pink jade slip to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua only glanced at it with his divine sense and knew that there was still a restriction inside, so he didn't ask any more questions and carefully put it into his space. He understood that Shui would definitely not say anything until the time was right. Husband, those fishermen have all been rescued, right? Shui's gaze swept across the many disciples resting in the distance and understood. And your husband was fortunate enough to not disappoint you. Xiao Hua said with a smile, however, why did my wife suddenly cultivate? Did you have some enlightenment? That's right. Shui smiled sweetly and said, the last knot in my heart has been untied. I feel that I can enter the foundation establishment stage at any time. Ha ha ha, great. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He actually somersaulted a few times in the air and said, this trip to QC was not in vain. Hee, Shui also laughed, it's a pity that I was comprehending and could not see my husband display his might. Ha ha ha, my wife is wrong. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and pinched Shui's nose and said with a smile, the one who displayed his might yesterday was not your husband, but someone else. Who? There was someone else who helped. Shui was surprised and looked around. Unfortunately, other than Bai Min and the others who had already stood up and were walking over, there were no other cultivators. It was very lively yesterday. Xiao Hua had a mysterious expression on his face. He then looked at Bai Min and the others and said in a low voice, however, these cultivators brought a bamboo pole for me to strike. After I'm done, I'll explain everything to you in detail. Bamboo pole? Knock? What do you mean? Shui asked curiously. At this time, Bai Min and the others had already arrived. The four of them bowed and said, I and the others thank fellow Taoist Xiao for saving our lives. Hee, there's no need to bow. Xiao Hua said with a smile, yesterday, fellow Taoist Bai Min has already paid his respects to quite a few people. If it wasn't for him begging me bitterly, I would have left long ago. When Bai Min heard this, his heart warmed. He was very pleased with himself. He felt that everything that happened yesterday was not in vain. That's right. We all know fellow Taoist Bai's feelings for us. He could have escaped, but he chose to stay with us instead. In the future, the connection between Awakening Silicon Island and our 3 islands will be even closer. Ko Qinglian said with deep affection. A strange expression appeared on Xiao Hua's face, damn it, this Ko Qinglian couldn't have been interested in Bai Min for a long time, right? She actually took this opportunity to confess today? Hee, this is what I should do. Bai Min said with a smile, however, I've already agreed to 3 of fellow Taoist Zhao's conditions yesterday. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please give me your orders. I hope that the four of us will be able to satisfy fellow Taoist Zhao's requests. Yes, fellow Taoist Xiao, please speak. The three of them also smiled apologetically. This fellow is quite tactful. Xiaohua secretly gave a thumbs up to Bai Min in his heart. He said again, my three conditions are very simple. First, I also want to hunt some sea beasts in the heavenly sea. I hope that the island masters of the various islands in the sea will show mercy and not blame me for overstepping my boundaries. Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao must be joking. Bai Min immediately replied, not to mention fellow Taoist Zhao's kindness to us, even if fellow Taoist Xiao brought his dual cultivation partner here to hunt sea beasts, we won't interfere too much. That's good. Xiaohua said with a smile, my second condition is, can you let me cultivate your water escape technique? Water escape technique? Bai Min was slightly stunned. He looked at the others and was very puzzled. Ding Xuan thought for a moment and smiled apologetically, is fellow Taoist Xiao talking about the technique that we use to enter and exit the sea? That's right. Could it be that it's not a water escape technique? Xiaohua knew that he was wrong. I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know that it's not a water escape technique, but a type of water dispelling technique. Ko Qinglian grinned and said, it's an ordinary technique of the various islands in the sea. In essence, it's a flying technique. As she spoke, Ko Qinglian slapped her hand and took out a jade slip from her storage pouch. She handed it to Xiaohua and said, if fellow Taoist Xiao is interested in this technique, I'll give it to you right away. So it's like that. Xiaohua was very disappointed. He received it with his hand and looked at it with his divine sense for a moment. He nodded and said, thank you, fellow Taoist Ko. Seeing Ko Qinglian rush to give the water dispelling technique to Xiaohua, Ding Xuan smiled apologetically again and said, I wonder what fellow Taoist Zhao's third condition is? If my Tiger Spine Island has it, I'll definitely give it to you. When did these people become so respectful? They all want to curry favor with this young master? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood. His strength was comparable to 5 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators, and he also had the backing of a cultivator like the Empress whose true cultivation was unknown. Which cultivator wouldn't want to make friends with him? Cough cough, my last condition is, who knows where Sunset Island is? After Xiaohua finished speaking, he looked at the four people very eagerly. Sunset Island? Sure enough, the four people looked at each other in dismay. You look at me, I look at you. It seems that none of them have heard of this island. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'll let you know. Among the various islands in the sea, there are Star Bright Island, Moon Island, Broken Star Island, Sunrise Island, Star Island. And there's also Scorching Sun Island. However, I've never heard of Sunset Island. Xiang Wenqing finally got the chance and hurriedly said. Then, is there any island that has the celestial race? Xiaohua thought for a moment and still asked. If we're talking about the celestial race, then the various islands in the sea should all be counted. Bai Min said with a smile, as for the true celestial race, I'm afraid they're already gone. Oh right, if fellow Taoist Xiao wants to find Sunset Island, my Silicon Island's records are more comprehensive. Moreover, my island master also has a wide range of connections. Fellow Taoist Xiao might as well return with I. You'll definitely be able to obtain some information. Ding Xuan, Xiang Wenqing, and Ko Qinglian smiled bitterly. As expected, Bai Min was the first to say this sentence. However, they were also clear about Bai Min's righteous act yesterday, so they couldn't snatch it from him. Thus, the three of them looked at each other and smiled. Since fellow Taoist Bai invited fellow Taoist Xiao to the island, we won't fight over it. We'll go report to the island master and ask him to make a decision. Immediately, the three of them each took out a small storage pouch and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, these 3 conditions are practically unspoken. We still feel apologetic in our hearts. These sea beasts' inner cores, beast skins, and other items are the specialties of QC. Please kindly accept them. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua was secretly happy in his heart. Truly, he got whatever he wanted. Sometimes, some words not spoken were more important than spoken. Xiao Hua pretended to decline a few times, but he accepted them. Immediately, the 4 island masters formed a team. Xiao Hua carried Xue Xue and followed everyone into the sky, heading towards QC. Behind them, in the fishing village, many fishermen indeed erected Xiao Hua's longevity memorial arch. At first, they were grateful, but later, as long as they paid their respects to Xiao Hua, after going out to sea, they would be calm and even had a bountiful harvest. However, the fishermen who didn't pay their respects were far worse. It was unknown whether it was true or if they made it up. In any case, as time passed, all the fishermen in QC began to pay their respects. Taoist Master Zhao's name actually became their guardian god. Sometimes, faith came about like this. Perhaps it was a coincidence, perhaps it was true, perhaps it was false. However, as for whether it was true or false, even the believer couldn't say for sure. And, even if it was the believer, how could he say it clearly? The depths of QC were different from the seaside. Xiao Hua, who was surrounded by the crowd, felt that all he could see was waves. He couldn't see north, south, east, and west. Other than the sparkling light in his eyes, he couldn't see anything else. Moreover, the sound of waves in his ears was mixed with the whistling sea breeze and the cries of seabirds. After flying for an hour, Xiao Hua still couldn't see anything different. It was simply like looking at a mountain and running a horse to death. Good boy, this young master is a directionally challenged idiot. On Dawn Rain Continent, let alone here. Xiao Hua sighed and stole a glance at Xue Xue. At this moment, Xue Xue's eyes were also filled with confusion. Naturally, she had the same thoughts as Xiao Hua. As they were traveling, Bai Min and the others paused slightly and turned to fly towards the north. After a while, they once again flew towards the east. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was somewhat bewildered. He couldn't help but ask, fellow Taoist Bai, why is that? Wouldn't it be fine if we just directly flew over? Why are we taking a detour? Bai Min smiled apologetically and said, I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know. Just now, the place we passed by was a dangerous place. Its range was several tens of miles. Within it, divine sense was disturbed, true qi, and true essence were also disturbed. Many times, flying techniques couldn't be used. Ordinary cultivators who didn't know about it would most likely lose their lives if they fell into it. Oh, there's such a thing. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Wasn't this similar to the forbidden and dangerous places on Dawn Rain Continent? Exactly. Ko Qinglian grinned and said, this place is still the inner sea of my QC. It's far from the deep sea. According to my island master, not only are there many dangerous places like this, there are also many powerful sea beasts in the sea. Even if Gold Core, Nascent Soul, and other seniors were there, they could be attacked. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled and asked, this Xiao knows that as long as those demonic beasts reach the 8th stage, they can transform. Their strength is comparable to nascent soul cultivators. Since those sea beasts can attack nascent soul cultivators, and it's said that even spirit-severing stage seniors are disturbed, these sea beasts should be around the 8th stage. Why, didn't they transform? The reason why Xiao Hua asked this was because he had just seen Yang Yang and die, so he was extremely puzzled. I know about this. Ding Xuan said with a smile, my island master once said that because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the QC becomes thinner, although those powerful sea beasts can defeat nascent soul cultivators, because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is innately thin, it's not enough for them to transform. If they can't do it in the deep sea, then they'll come to the near sea. Xue Xue said with a smile, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is still abundant. Hee, if the 8th stage sea beasts come to the near sea, those spirit-severing stage seniors, I'm afraid they'll swarm over. Ding Xuan said with a smile. Chapter 2145. So that's how it is. Xiaohua slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Yes, although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the distant sea was insufficient, it was still possible to survive. In the coastal sea, it was true that it could transform, but before it could transform, its inner core would be taken away by cultivators. How could it still cultivate? And for powerful human cultivators, if they wanted to hunt 7th or 8th stage sea beasts, they had to take the risk of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth being insufficient. They had to take the risk of being killed by sea beasts. In this way, each of them formed a kind of restraint. This was also the reason why there were so few demon cores in Xiaoyu continent. However, why is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so thin in the depths of Guihe Sea? An even more terrible question appeared in the mind of Xiaohua, who liked to think. Fellow Daoist Xiao, we have to take our leave. Just as he was thinking, Ding Xuan, Ko Qinglian, and Xiang Wenqing stopped in midair with their disciples. They cupped their hands and said, "Our 3 islands are on the east side of Awakening Silicon Island. We have to part here. Once again, thank you for saving us, fellow Daoist Xiao. If you have free time, please come to our 3 islands. Island Master will definitely thank you." The 3 of them said. "Okay, I have visited Awakening Silicon Island. If I have the chance, I will also go to the 3 islands to take a look. In addition, if the 3 of you have news about Sunset Island, please also inform me." Xiaohua said a few polite words and parted ways with the 3 of them. After the 3 of them left with their disciples, Xiaohua asked again in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist Bai, I am not afraid of you laughing at me. This Guihe Sea is so big. If you only rely on the sun for directions, I am afraid it is not reliable. How do you distinguish the direction? How do you identify the route?" Hee. Bai Min clapped his hand and took out a spoon-like light green magic tool. He handed it over and said with a smile, "This is the magic tool used by our overseas islands, Compass Point. You only need to carve the map of the sea near you into it and that magic tool will be able to guide the direction." "Haha, I see." Xiaohua laughed. "Looks like I am not too bad at directions. Everyone is a sea idiot when they are on the sea. By the way, fellow Daoist Bai, can you give me a copy of the map of the Sinan Sea and the Qiu Sea?" Xiaohua asked without any trace of politeness. Bai Min looked a little embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, "This kind of artifact and sea chart are the secrets of each island. I can't take it. However, if fellow Daoist Xiao wants it, I'll mention it to the island master when I see him later. With fellow Daoist Xiao's kindness to my Silicon Island, it shouldn't be a problem." "Alright," Xiaohua nodded. He didn't mind. If the awakening Silicon Island wasn't given to him, he could just casually find one on the Qianhe Sea. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, a thumb-sized black shadow appeared on the horizon. Bai Min pointed at it and said with a smile, "This is my awakening Silicon Island." "Oh." Xiaohua gazed into the distance. That island was truly too far away, and he couldn't see it with his eyes. Xiaohua was also too lazy to release his Buddhist consciousness. He only nodded slightly and followed Bai Min as they flew straight to awaken Silicon Island. Only when they flew closer did Xiaohua get a clear look. He was somewhat flabbergasted again. This island was really too big. Its circumference was actually 100 li. Moreover, there were hundreds of small islands of various sizes clustered around it. These hundreds of small islands seemed to form a large-scale formation, protecting this awakening Silicon Island from all sides. Bai Min even started to lead Xiaohua around the island from afar. They flew to the east and flew to the west. Obviously, they were avoiding the restrictions within. "This defense is too tight," Xiaohua said with a slight smile. "We can't not defend." Bai Min smiled bitterly. The Qianhe Sea is not like the Xiaoyu continent. Not only do we have violent astronomical phenomena, such as hurricanes, fierce rain, and even inexplicable thunder. Even the tsunamis that we frequently encounter are hard to withstand with human strength. Not to mention that occasionally, some tyrannical sea beasts come here. It's really hard for you. Xiaohua understood the difficulty of survival in the Qianhe Sea. Hiss. Bai Min sent out the communication talisman. That light blue flame rushed into the water and disappeared in an instant. I hope my island master can have the information that fellow Taoist Xiao wants to know. Bai Min carefully smiled apologetically. I hope so. Although Xiaohua said so, he was still nervous in his heart. Haoming City didn't know, Bai Min and the others didn't know, but this Sunset Island might not be easy to find. Sure enough, several days later, Xiaohua's face carried a trace of disappointment. He left the awakening Silicon Island accompanied by an early gold core cultivator. Husband, it looks like there's trouble, Xue said considerately. Both Island Master Zhang of Awakened Silicon Island and their self-proclaimed knowledgeable elder have said that they've never heard of it. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find Sunset Island. Yes, that Zhang Ye said it clearly. The tides rise and fall of the Qianhe Sea, and the islands in it are also uncertain. That Sunset Island is probably one of them, and now it has already sunk into the sea. Where can we find it? However, Island Master Zhang also said that many islands changed their names because their island masters died or because their cultivators declined. Maybe Sunset Island still exists. It's all possible. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Otherwise, Zhang Yi wouldn't have told us the locations of the 4 largest islands in the Qianhe Sea: Scorching Sun Island, Ice Blade Island, Gale Island, and Yansan Island. Where should we find them? Then where should we go now? Xue asked again. From Island Master Zhang's tone, the locations of these 4 islands are very far from the coastal waters. Moreover, they are very far from each other. This Zhang Yi is quite righteous. Not only did he give me the compass, but he also gave me the sea map. Xiaohua clapped his hand, and a light cyan compass appeared in his hand. He probed it with his divine sense. After looking at it for a long time, he clapped his hand again and took out the sea map he obtained from Haoming City. He pointed his hand, and the sea map flickered with a blue brilliance and fell into the compass. Then, a layer of brilliance overflowed from one end of the compass to the other end. Great! Xiaohua checked again and said with a smile, 60% of the 2 sea maps match, and the other 40% complement each other. The sea map of the Qianhe Sea is considered complete. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart suddenly jumped. He raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the Dawn Rain continent. What's wrong? Husband? Xue always knew about Xiaohua's whims and asked with concern. Xiaohua frowned for a long time and shook his head slightly. He said puzzledly, there seems to be some warning signs. However, I don't have any way to check the warning signs. Perhaps someone on the Dawn Rain continent wants to plot against me again? Who exactly is it? With husband's cultivation, I'm afraid only a Jindan cultivator can cause a warning sign. Xue also pondered and asked. Husband, you must be careful. When we return from the Qianhe Sea, we must be even more careful. We must take the transportation array all the way. And, for safety's sake, that's exactly what I have to do. If Xiaohua was himself, it would be fine. However, he couldn't ignore Xue's safety. Zhong Tianyao's previous threat wasn't without reason. In this world, there were many high-level cultivators who didn't care about their status. Chapter 2146. Let's go. That Scorching Sun Island is quite close to here. Let's go there before. Xiaohua stretched out his hand, held Xue's soft hand, and said with a smile, we don't need to hurry. If you can build your foundation on this boundless sea, how wonderful would that be? Exactly, that's what I was thinking. Xue also covered her mouth and said with a smile, that Scorching Sun Island might be another name for Sunset Island. Let's go slowly and enjoy the scenery of the sea. Then, Xiaohua took Xue Xue, and the two of them really flew leisurely. The sea map in the compass was very complete. The sea map in Haoming City recorded some islands and the situation on the islands, while the sea map in Awakening Silicon Island mostly recorded the routes between the islands, the dangerous places in the sea, and the distribution of sea beasts. Xiaohua took the compass and followed Xue Xue all the way. They avoided all the dangerous places, and Xiaohua didn't let go of any place with sea beasts. He didn't know what these sea beasts were for, so he hunted some and put them in the space. If it weren't for the fact that his space didn't have enough space to hold seawater, with Xiaohua's greed, he might have taken these living sea beasts into the space. Moreover, for Xue Xue's foundation building, Xiaohua didn't walk much every day. He walked at sunrise and stopped at sunset. According to the instructions of the compass, he found an uninhabited island or reef, and laid down a rabbit array to rest or cultivate. This trip took more than 10 days, and they hadn't even reached half of the journey from Awakening Silicon Island to Scorching Sun Island. On this day, Xiaohua and Xue Xue landed on a slightly bigger island. The sky was already dark, and the sky was still clear before. At this time, the sea breeze gradually rose, and dark clouds began to condense in the sky. Beside the dark clouds, there was a dark red color. Good heavens! Xiaohua looked at the sky. An unparalleled might of heaven and earth was faintly brewing. He couldn't help but be speechless. It's often said that man can conquer the heavens, and cultivators also have the responsibility to go against the heavens. But this might of heaven. I don't know what kind of cultivation base a cultivator has to contend against it. Young master's cultivation is still shallow. Let's go with the flow for now. Xiaohua pursed his lips and took out the flowing cloud movement technique. He had already finished reading the explanation of the 10,000 demon realm. After all, he had some understanding of the green seal text. These simplified green seal text were not particularly difficult for him. In fact, he had already mastered the so-called water-dispelling incantation during the few days he was on Awakened Silicon Island. What kind of movement technique is this? Isn't this wind evasion? Xiaohua simply read through the movement technique's training method in the jade slip, and immediately understood. Presently, he'd already cultivated the wood movement, earth movement, and fire movement, and he was even cultivating the lightning movement amongst lightning cultivators. So there was probably no cultivator on Dawn Rain Continent that was more proficient in movement techniques than him. Xiaohua only looked at it once and immediately understood that this so-called flowing cloud movement technique was the wind evasion elementary movement technique that he had never heard of before. It was a technique that borrowed the power of the wind to display a movement technique that was similar to the flowing cloud movement technique. Good boy, young master still hasn't thought of finding some water movement technique or metal movement technique to complete the 5 elements movement technique. Unexpectedly, there's this wind evasion that I've never thought of before. 10,000 demon realms wind evasion. This empress, what kind of true body does she have? Xiaohua was shocked and overjoyed. He was amazed at the wonders of this world's cultivation techniques. After a moment, Xiaohua once again calmed down. He immersed his spirit into the jade slip and carefully comprehended it. After an unknown amount of time, a kacha sound of thunder woke Xiaohua up from his meditation. When Xiaohua opened his eyes, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this time, above the entire Guihe Sea, layers of dark clouds covered half of the sky. It was actually as boundless as the Guihe Sea. And the rolling dark clouds kept rolling, as if there were endless ghosts in the clouds. The rolling dark clouds took on all kinds of shapes. There were mountains, rivers, spirit herbs, birds. Within these rolling dark clouds, there was a faint dark red light that flickered. It flickered in and out of existence, and a boundless majesty overflowed from within the dark clouds. Grandma, it's really magnificent. Xiaohua was speechless. He could only sigh in his heart. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a thunderstorm before, but he had never seen such a magnificent thunderstorm. These oppressive dark clouds were like a pressure on one's heart. Following the first thunder just now, like a firecracker, the sound of thunder continued to resound. Immediately after, a pitter-patter sound of raindrops the size of beans came one after another, hitting the surface of the Wuxia Sea. One after another, fist-sized depressions appeared on the surface of the sea. At the same time, the wind became stronger and stronger. The waves gradually formed. At first, it was small waves, then it became huge waves. However, the rumbling sound of the waves was far from being able to suppress the flashing thunder in the sky. Xiaohua was originally sitting within the rabbit formation. Most of the rainwater was blocked by the formation. A layer of faintly discernible faint golden brilliance flashed around Xiaohua and Shui. However, when the many lightning bolts above his head were like little golden snakes swimming around, Xiaohua suddenly had a familiar feeling. I seem to. A scene suddenly appeared in Xiaohua's mind. It was this kind of night filled with thunder, and a lonely figure was sitting cross-legged on the same island as tonight. In the pouring rain, strands of lightning struck that figure. Could it be me? I am actually not afraid of heavenly lightning? Xiaohua's heart surged with pride. If I am struck by heavenly lightning again, would I be able to remember something? But, if it doesn't work? This heavenly lightning is not a joke. This young master's physical body, cultivation and so on, will all be damaged. This hesitant thought was merely a flash. Xiaohua stood up. If I can recall my memories, even if my cultivation is damaged, so what? Moreover, didn't this young master get struck by lightning before? Seeing Xiaohua stand up, Shui, who was already frightened by the lightning, was stunned and hurriedly asked, "Husband, what are you going to do?" Xiaohua hesitated. He didn't know how to explain it to Shui. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "This husband has some things that I have to do. Now, I should do it." "You have to do it?" Shui frowned slightly. "Could it be more important than your life?" "Yes." Xiaohua nodded and replied. "Living muddle-headedly is not as good as dying clearly." Xiaohua's words were said to himself. However, the speaker had intentions and the listener had intentions. These words seemed to have pierced Shui's heart. Shui's face immediately flushed red. Her eyes flickered slightly. She nodded firmly and said loudly, "Well said, husband. Living muddle-headedly is not as good as dying clearly. This concubine will accompany you." "Ah. You, what are you going to do?" Xiaohua was shocked. He pulled Shui and said, "This husband still has some confidence that he won't be struck by lightning. Can you do it?" Husband." Shui held Xiaohua's hand and said with a smile, "Actually, this concubine could have taken the Ling Lei pill long ago. With husband's secret cultivation method and the Tian mending pill, this concubine should have a 50% chance of reaching foundation establishment. However, this concubine didn't dare to reach foundation establishment because in my heart, I couldn't bear to part with husband. There was a trace of apprehension in my heart. Husband, I'm afraid you don't know why this concubine came to Wuxia Sea. This concubine's parents met each other when they were traveling on Wuxia Sea. And this concubine also knows that they came to Wuxia Sea together to reach foundation establishment and never returned. This kind of gloominess forced this concubine to not dare to rashly take that step. And now, since husband wants to take the risk, how can this concubine not accompany you? So that's how it is." Xiaohua immediately understood why Shui, who had already cultivated the Ling Lei pill, Tian mending pill, and even the dragon transformation art, still hadn't reached foundation establishment. Obviously, her mental state wasn't perfect. Now that she heard his words, her mental state was perfect. If she didn't reach foundation establishment now, her mental state would inevitably be lacking. This was the best time for Shui to reach foundation establishment. Ha ha ha. Since that's the case, wife, please. Xiao Hua laughed and pulled Xue Xue out of the formation. The huge sea breeze mixed with bean-sized raindrops hit the two of them. Xue Xue's body faintly glowed. Obviously, it was a defensive yellow talisman. However, there was no movement on Xiao Hua's body. Obviously, this force wasn't enough to trigger a reaction from his protective light. Wife, please. Since it was Xue Xue who reached Foundation establishment, Xiao Hua naturally couldn't attract the lightning first. He smiled and said, "Very well, I'll give you a chance to protect this concubine." Xue Xue laughed and clapped her hands, taking out the Ling Lei pill refined by Xiao Hua. "Take out the Tian mending pill as well, just in case," Xiao Hua reminded. "Crow's beak." Xue Xue scolded jokingly, "The Tian mending pill is in the storage bag. This concubine can take it out with a raise of her hand. There's no need to be so cautious." Seeing that Xue Xue didn't have any burden in her heart, Xiao Hua was secretly happy. Xue Xue sat cross-legged and looked deeply at Xiao Hua. She raised her hand and put the Ling Lei pill into her mouth. Once the Ling Lei pill entered her mouth, it immediately turned into a surging current that rushed into Xue Xue's meridians. Although Xue Xue was already prepared, she was still shocked by the medicinal power of the Ling Lei pill. Of course, Xue Xue was only startled for a moment. Immediately after, the mental cultivation method of the Thunder Control Sec Sun Lei Palace began to circulate and forcefully guided the medicinal power to flow through her meridians. After the medicinal power had circulated 9 cycles in her meridians, Xue Xue's true qi had increased by 20%. Luckily, Xue Xue's meridians had been tempered by the dragon transformation art and had already become thicker by 30%. This amount of true qi was still within the limits of her meridians. Hong, a loud sound rang out and Xue Xue's mind exploded. The medicinal power of the Ling Lei pill had already seeped out of her meridians and directly entered Xue Xue's blood vessels. Xue Xue's blood vessels had already come into contact with the medicinal power of the Ling Lei pill. Immediately, like an ignited explosive, it began to explode bit by bit and pushed forward bit by bit, gradually approaching her heart. "This is bad." Xue Xue was alarmed. She could use the dragon transformation art to control the true qi in her meridians, but how could she control her blood vessels? This was something she had never thought of before. Chapter 2147. Heaven Mend Pill. Xue Xue instantly thought of Xiao Hua's warning. Without hesitation, she slapped her hand and the Heaven Mend Pill entered her mouth. "Io, why did you take the Heaven Mend Pill so early?" Xiao Hua had been paying attention to Xue Xue, but he didn't dare to use his divine sense. Seeing Xue Xue take the Heaven Mend Pill from the start, he couldn't help but be shocked. As soon as the Heaven Mend Pill entered her mouth, a flood immediately rushed into her meridians. It followed the path of the Thunder Pill and seeped into her blood vessels. At this time, the unstoppable explosion had already spread throughout Xue Xue's blood vessels and rushed straight to her heart. Rumble. When the Heaven Mend Pill's medicinal power reached her heart, Xue Xue's heart suddenly swelled like a bubble. Xue Xue's face was snow-white. She finally understood why the Xue family with the Thunder Beast bloodline had so few Foundation establishment cultivators. The Thunder Beast's true blood was truly tyrannical. It was absolutely not something a human cultivator's body could withstand. Fortunately, just as Xue Xue's heart was about to burst, the Heaven Mend Pill's medicinal power arrived. It quickly repaired the damaged areas and continuously strengthened the heart's toughness. Roar! Just as Xue Xue's blood vessels were stimulated by the Thunder Pill's medicinal power, she raised her hands and let out a roar similar to that of a thunder beast. As Xue Xue waved her arms, a faint shadow of a thunder beast flew out from Xue Xue's body. At the same time, Xue Xue's snow-white face unexpectedly became a bit sinister. She actually showed signs of turning into a thunder beast. No way. Xue Xue won't turn into a female thunder beast, right? Xiao Hua was stunned as he watched from the side. His mind raced. Not only did the terrifying figure and face of a female thunder beast appear in his mind, he even thought that if Xue Xue really turned into a female thunder beast, should he fall in love with someone else? It was also at this time that the true qi in Xue Xue's meridians suddenly changed. Threads of flickering lightning formed in the true qi. Her true qi suddenly increased and expanded by more than 30%. If it was an ordinary cultivator, their meridians would have been filled with true qi when they reached foundation establishment. Now that their meridians suddenly increased by 30%, they would have already burst. Even Xue Xue, who thought that her meridians were already full after taking the Ling Lei pill and Heavenly Mending pill, the sudden appearance of true qi caused her meridians to swell. Fortunately, Xue Xue had already practiced the dragon transformation art for a long time, and her meridians were already very tough. She only reached her limit after her qi increased by 30%. However, if he added even half a point more, he was afraid that he would have to examine Xiao Hua's alchemy technique again. Kacha. A faint sound came from Xue Xue's meridians. It was the sound of a trace of true essence condensing. In Xue Xue's heart, this voice was like the sound of nature. Immediately after, a series of popping sounds, similar to the popping sounds in his blood vessels, resounded throughout his meridians. The true qi in Xue Xue's meridians showed a series of reactions, and a lot of true essence began to condense. Now is the time. Xue Xue didn't know how many times she had already imagined this in her heart. At this time, seeing that the time was ripe, she slapped her hand, took out the foundation establishment pill from her storage pouch, and put it into her mouth. Swish. Xue Xue also released her divine sense at this time, wanting to extend it in the direction of the Kuei He Hai. First, it was several tens of zhang, then it was close to Li, and finally it was several li away. Not only that, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 10 li had already converged. In the air within these several li, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to condense, and bit by bit, visible to the naked eye, crystals gradually formed. Although Xue Xue's foundation establishment aura couldn't compare to Xiao Hua's, it was still much more vast than an ordinary cultivator's foundation establishment aura. Kacha. At this time, tiny streaks of lightning began to flicker around Xue Xue's divine sense. Clearly, they were attracted by Xue Xue's foundation establishment aura. Not good. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He knew that this lightning would strike Xue Xue, and even Xue Xue's body. He really wanted to release his divine sense to help Xue Xue resist, but at this time, it was also the crucial moment for Xue Xue's foundation establishment. He was afraid that if he released his divine sense, it would disturb Xue Xue's foundation establishment. How about I go somewhere else? Xiao Hua immediately thought of the taboo that two cultivators couldn't enter foundation establishment at the same time. At this time, the thunder beast behind Xue Xue roared and gradually rose above Xue Xue's head, reaching a height of more than 10 zhang. Kacha. Although the lightning struck Xue Xue's divine sense, causing her Naiwan palace to be unable to escape the pain, the majority of the lightning was withstood by the thunder beast's shadow. The thunder beast was also in pain after being struck by the lightning. It roared and hammered its own chest. The thunder beast's body actually grew slightly bigger after being struck by the lightning. Xue Xue's Dharma body isn't afraid of ordinary lightning. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. His figure flew several tens of zhang before stopping in midair. His eyes were bright as he stared at Xue. Lightning continuously struck the thunder beast's shadow. Xue's face showed an extremely painful expression. Although the thunder beast's shadow had now risen to a height of 10 zhang, there was still some true qi in her meridians that hadn't been converted into true essence. More and more lightning was attracted by Xue and continuously struck the thunder beast's shadow. The thunder beast's shadow began to show signs of collapsing. Xiao Hua was very anxious. His figure flew again, but before he could fly several tens of zhang, he saw the thunder beast's shadow wave its hand again. As if it was an instinct, magic power similar to a spell appeared on its hand. Looking at the thunder beast's shadow again, two balls of brilliance suddenly flashed. It was actually the vague appearance of the male and female thunder beasts when Xiaohua refined the thunder pill. Gotcha! Following the thunder beast's wave of its arm, a portion of the lightning that was originally attacking it was actually driven by it and turned to attack other lightning. The art of controlling lightning. Xiaohua, who had been staring at the scene, was pleasantly surprised. He understood that this was the thunder beast's innate ability. Just how vast was this scene? Hundreds of zhang high in the sky, the thunder beast's shadow with green and red brilliance was flapping its wings. Its hands were constantly forming spells, and dozens or even hundreds of golden lightning were driven by it. They separately struck the sky, contending with the lightning falling from the sky. This thunder beast's hand. I'm afraid it's the art of controlling lightning. Xiaohua understood that the thunder beast's shadow used it again and again, and he had long memorized the art of controlling lightning in his heart. However, when he tried to use it, his magic power was clearly surging, but the lightning didn't listen to his command at all. Why is this? Xiaohua's gaze swept quickly, trying to find the reason. In the end, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the brilliance of the male and female thunder beasts in the thunder beast's shadow. Because every time the thunder beast's shadow formed a spell, the two balls of brilliance would flicker once. I'm afraid it's related to the two balls of light. However, just as Xiaohua was about to take a closer look, a hurricane began to appear in the night sky. A suction force appeared above Shue's head, and all the heaven and earth spiritual qi within several li was sucked in by Xiaohua like a whale. Chapter 2148. As the heaven and earth spiritual qi shrank, Shue's divine sense also converged. After the thunder beast's shadow waved a few lightning bolts, it simultaneously shrank back into Shue's body. Fortunately, after the thunder beast's shadow disappeared, Shue's somewhat deformed face regained its original beauty and whiteness. Xiaohua finally let out a sigh of relief. He nipped the thought of shifting his love in the bud. Rumble, Shue's divine sense converged completely. Although the thunderstorm was still there, the lightning bolts no longer struck here. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over Shui. He knew that she was driving her true essence, using a new technique to open up new meridians and stabilize her early foundation establishment cultivation. This process would probably last for several days. Therefore, with a joyful laugh, his entire body flashed and flew up into the sky. His divine sense rushed to the place where the lightning was produced. The thunder and lightning seemed to have been enraged by Xiaohua. It was like the sound of a giant running, and also like a rushing river, unceasingly striking towards Xiaohua. Let the lightning come more fiercely. Xiaohua raised his arms and shouted, but his arrogant voice was drowned out by the sound of thunder. Gotcha! The first lightning bolt finally hit Xiaohua's body. Ouch! A burst of numbness came from his body, and within the numbness, there was a tearing pain. Xiaohua was in so much pain that he rolled in the air. Gotcha! The second and third lightning bolts came one after another. The power and energy within the lightning bolts were increasingly great. Xiaohua felt like he was being torn into several pieces. Damn it, something's wrong. Why is this feeling different from what I expected? Xiaohua immediately felt that something was wrong. This pain didn't seem to be as comfortable as he remembered, and it didn't evoke any of his previous memories. Better not. Xiaohua frowned. If I can't recall my memories, I'll lose my life for nothing. Seeing the fourth lightning bolt coming even more fiercely, Xiaohua shook his arm without hesitation. The phoenix Dharma body flew out, and the lightning bolt hit the Dharma body. Xiaohua and the phoenix Dharma body felt the same. The intense pain still came from the Dharma body, but Xiaohua understood that this pain was useful for refining the Dharma body. Moreover, the Dharma body that had been baptized by the thunder tribulation should be able to withstand the lightning of this ordinary thunderstorm. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't have the method to refine the Phoenix Dharma body. The thunder had a primitive function within it, it couldn't be used by Xiaohua. Yes, Xiaohua was a bit depressed. If I get the Dharma body incarnation method, I should be able to use the lightning thunder. Xiaohua was a bit depressed. Rise, Xiaohua endured the pain, sat down cross-legged, and put his palms together. He used the exquisite Heart Sutra of the Buddhist sect. The 2 pieces of gold leaf from the Zhong family made up for the Heart Sutra. Now, there were only 9 empty slots in Xiaohua's exquisite Heart Sutra. However, these 9 slots were all at the top of the exquisite Heart Sutra. Except for the last 2 floors that were completely empty, only the last slot on the 3rd floor was empty. Seeing that Xiaohua wasn't willing to give up this precious cultivation opportunity, he released the Buddha Sarira. Once the Buddha Sarira flew out, the golden Buddha's light immediately lit up the entire night sky. Although this Buddha's light was very faint, it was extremely tenacious. It was like a small golden sword piercing through the night sky. The dazzling lightning in the entire night sky must be somewhat dim under this. Obviously, this lightning was not willing to succumb to the Buddha's light, or perhaps, the Buddha Sarira was the center of Xiaohua's divine sense. All of the lightning recklessly rushed towards the Buddha whose eyes were already clear and whose eyes were indescribably compassionate. Kachacha, indescribable pain. This pain was far from being comparable to pain. It was similar to Xiaohua's experience of Huang Yi's 10,000 years of loneliness and hatred. This pain tormented Xiaohua's heart and tempered his will. At the same time, it also pushed Xiaohua's exquisite Heart Sutra to slowly advance. Every time the lightning struck the Buddha Sarira, Xiaohua's state of mind would have a trace of carving, and a drop of golden liquid would be formed on the Buddha Sarira. This liquid would either be smeared on the Buddha Sarira to fill the gap on the Buddha's body, or it would seep into the Buddha's body to condense the golden body of the Buddha Sarira. When Xiaohua's Heart Sutra couldn't catch up with the speed of the golden body, it slowly seeped into the golden lotus platform below the Buddha Sarira. As a result, that 2 qi-long Buddha Sarira gradually grew, and the golden lotus platform below the Buddha Sarira also gradually condensed into a 3rd lotus. Xiaohua, who was in the sky, was no longer sitting cross-legged. He was in the same posture as the Buddha Sarira, with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground. Moreover, his slender eyes were slightly opened. Admittedly, his eyes didn't have the kind of majesty that looked disdainfully at the heaven and earth, but the compassionate contained in his eyes was extremely similar to the Buddha Sarira's eyes. Xiaohua's state of mind, Xiaohua's compassionate heart was precisely the same as the compassionate heart of Buddhism. On the path of merit cultivation, this Buddha Sarira was being tempered by the lightning. Xiaohua's Buddhist Heart Sutra was also advancing at a rapid pace. Unfortunately, although the thunderstorm above the Qianhe Sea was several times more intense than the Xiaoyu continent, after 9 days, it also gradually stopped. That scorching sun revealed its head behind the dark clouds. The golden sunlight pierced through the dark clouds and shone on the waves of the Qianhe Sea. That wave was also like the thunderstorm, gradually calming down. Folds of broken gold covered the entire Qianhe Sea. Great! Xiaohua's eyes were wide open, and the compassionate in his eyes was slightly restrained. His gaze passed through thousands of miles of blue waves, and he whispered, Amitabha, is there right and wrong in the world? How can the word compassionate fill it? Withdraw. Xiaohua kept the Buddha Sarira and the phoenix celestial body back into his body. His divine sense swept over, but he saw that Xue was sitting cross-legged on the cliff outside the rabbit array. There was no surprise in her eyes, and there was a faint brilliance flowing around her body. In his senses, it was the cultivation of the early stage of foundation establishment. Where did I get this feeling from? Xiaohua's mind turned again, when I was cultivating in the 10,000 demon realm. I attracted lightning? I'm afraid so. Since the phoenix celestial body can cultivate in lightning, I naturally have this memory when I was cultivating in the 10,000 demon realm. Forget it. When this Zhao's cultivation is deeper, I'll flatter the Empress and see if I can follow her back to the 10,000 demon realm through the space crack. Maybe I can find my memory and find my birth and family. Then, Xiaohua flew to the top of the cliff, some distance away from Xue Xue, to protect her. Just like that, Xue Xue opened her eyes after a dozen or so days. In her bright eyes, there was not the joy and pride of other cultivators who just entered Foundation establishment, but more, there was a flash of sadness. Wife? Xiaohua, who was guarding beside Xue Xue, immediately sensed it and said in surprise, "Congratulations on advancing to Foundation establishment. After Foundation establishment, your lightning beast bloodline should be stable. Not only did your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, but your strength now also surpasses those of the same level." "Oh, right, has your realm stabilized?" A smile appeared on Xue Xue's face, and she covered her mouth and said, "I just entered Foundation establishment, how can I dare to boast? Now that my realm is stable, husband doesn't have to worry." "Ha ha ha," Xiaohua laughed loudly, flew in front of Xue Xue, and lightly kissed Xue Xue's temples, saying, "Wife is indeed a genius, you really have great premonition. Before leaving the Imperial Thunder Sect, you said Foundation establishment at Gue Hisi. You've only been at Gue Hisi for a few days, and sure enough, you said Foundation establishment. Your husband really admires you." Hearing this, Xue Xue's previously hidden sadness suddenly reappeared. She immediately lowered her eyes, looked at the distant blue waves, and said with a forced smile, "How would I know what premonition is? It's just that my parents went missing at Gue Hisi, so I wanted to come to Gue Hisi to take a look." Xiaohua did not notice Xue Xue's uneasiness. He reached out and held Xue Xue's slender waist, opened his mouth and licked Xue Xue's earlobe, whispering, "Wife, now, you're a Foundation establishment cultivator. You and I dual cultivate, it won't affect your cultivation, right?" Hearing this, Xue Xue's face flushed red, and her body gradually became hot and dry because of Xiaohua's flirting. The original trace of gloom in her heart had already flown out of the sky. "Wife, your husband has a dual cultivation technique here, it's far superior to that Qiumingwei's furnace technique." Xiaohua said with a lewd smile, "Maybe you can even step into the middle stage of Foundation establishment." "Bah!" Xue Xue lightly spat, turned her head, and instead bit Xiaohua's ear, saying, "Don't mention that dirty man and woman to me." "I-oh," Xiaohua begged for mercy in a low voice, "Your husband knows his wrongs, your husband knows his wrongs. My wife and I are a match made in heaven. How can they compare to us?" Sigh, Xue Xue's heart seemed to emit a sorrowful sob, as if she was somewhat unwilling, however, Xue Xue's face was still red like fire, and the teeth that bit Xiaohua's ear also loosened, replaced by her tongue. Her slightly nervous arms also stiffened, and she somewhat forcefully hugged Xiaohua. "Great!" Xiaohua secretly rejoiced, unable to suppress the impulse in his heart. His figure flashed, and he was about to fly down the cliff. Unfortunately, at this incomparably crucial moment, a weak divine sense swept over from afar, had already swept past Xiaohua and Xue Xue, and immediately locked onto the two of them. "Ah!" Xiaohua and Xue Xue were shocked, and Xue Xue's reaction was even more intense. She pushed Xiaohua away, and urged her magic power to stand in midair. She hurriedly tidied up her clothes, and her face became even redder, and looked at Xiaohua with eyes full of resentment. "Grandma, who is this? It must be on purpose." Xiaohua's heart was immediately extinguished as if it had met with ice water. He jumped up in the air, shouting in exasperation, and instantly released his divine sense. If the distance was close enough, Xiaohua definitely would not hesitate to release the soul stab technique, and would definitely ruthlessly teach this untactful cultivator a lesson. However, after Xiaohua released his divine sense for a moment, a trace of strangeness appeared on his face, and he thoughtfully looked at the place where his divine sense swept past. After a moment, Xue Xue also returned to normal, rolled her eyes at Xiaohua, and released her divine sense, also looking in that direction. Eh. When Xue Xue understood, an eager expression appeared on her face, and she said with a smile, "Husband, usually when I see you, you are happy to help others. Why are you so lazy today?" Chapter 2149. The greatest pleasure in the world has been disturbed for no reason. Who would be interested in caring about others? Xiaohua said angrily, didn't you see that she's already coming this way? Looking at her, she has enough strength to fly here. Hee, since that's the case, husband will help me to prepare. I'll go and try my skills. Shui said, and without waiting for Xiaohua to answer, she flew toward the depths of the Kueha Sea. Wife, Xiaohua was a little anxious. That sea beast has strength close to the middle stage of foundation establishment, and that female cultivator is also at the early stage of foundation establishment. She can't fight it and is flying toward us. What's the use of you going? You just entered foundation establishment. I just entered foundation establishment, but isn't there a fellow cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment there? Shui said indifferently, moreover, don't I have a virtuous wife nearby? What's there to be afraid of? Virtuous wife? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, go, just go. Your husband will be your virtuous wife, and I guarantee nothing will happen. I knew my husband would agree. Shui said, and she sped up to fly into the distance. At the same time, beauty like a butterfly appeared in the air, and the colorful butterfly-like brilliance protected Shui's body. Seeing Shui take out her magic weapon, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He clapped his hand and held the soaring dragon shears in his hand. Although there was no difference between holding it in the air and holding it in his hand, Xiaohua still felt at ease holding it in his hand. The two had just flown a few miles when they heard a rumbling explosion in front of them. They saw a short, petite female cultivator flying toward Xiaohua and Shui while constantly waving hand signs behind her. A string of water balls fell into the water of the Kueha Sea. The water balls exploded, and the sound of the explosion splashed the sea water everywhere. In the midst of the splashing sea water, a pitch-black sea beast several meters in size was exposed. Several soft tentacles stretched out from the two sides of the sea beast's back, and then it moved the sea water, chasing after the female cultivator as if it was flying. At the same time, several small, inkball-like particles also smashed toward the female cultivator. Whenever the particles exploded, a putrid stench and pitch-black smoke mixed in the sea water rushed toward the female cultivator. The smoke actually didn't dissipate in the sea wind. The female cultivator was obviously afraid of the smoke. She used several water balls to blast the smoke away, and immediately fled far away. However, the female cultivator's flying speed wasn't fast. In fact, it was even slower than the flying speed of an ordinary cultivator. Thus, no matter how fast she flew, the sea beast could easily catch up to her. Fellow cultivators, help me. When the female cultivator saw Xiaohua and Shui, who were both in the early stage of foundation establishment, fly over, she was pleasantly surprised. This gongzhe is too powerful, it should be close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. The three of us together should be able to scare it away. After we escape this calamity, I will thank you two fellow cultivators. No problem. Hearing this, Shui pursed her lips and glanced at Xiaohua. With a wave of her hand, a dozen or so fireball talismans were taken out with a rumble. They really were like heavenly maidens scattering flowers on the black and white sea. Xiaohua curled his lips. Wasn't this the fireball talisman he gave Shui earlier? Now she actually took it out and used it. Xiaohua's fireball talisman was so powerful. Dozens of fireballs fell on the sea beast's pitch-black back and exploded at the same time. The explosion caused the gongzhe to shake violently, and the surrounding sea water was raised high. It was obviously in great pain. With a loud and clear sound, a water sword suddenly shot out in front of the gongzhe's head. As soon as the water sword came out, the Kueha Sea immediately condensed into ice and pierced toward Shui. The ice sword was so fast and so powerful that it contained a sufficient amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Xiaohua was slightly startled. He was just about to wave the soaring dragon shears, but at this moment, he saw Xue Xue calmly urging the true essence in her body. The butterfly-like magic weapon suddenly flashed, and one of the butterfly-like magic weapon expanded, blocking the ice sword. The ice sword pierced the butterfly, twisting it. But in just a moment, the butterfly trembled slightly and returned to normal. The ice sword, however, lost its strength and fell into the Kueha Sea. Seeing this, Xiaohua felt relieved. "Fellow Taoist, why didn't you come to help?" The female cultivator, whose face was somewhat pale and seemed to lack blood, was the female cultivator Xiaohua met at the auction in Haoming City. She asked very strangely. Xiaohua originally wanted to touch his nose out of habit, but he suddenly remembered that this female cultivator might have seen his actions. He immediately stopped and said with a smile, "My wife will do it. I will hold the fort for you." This. The female cultivator looked at Xue Xue and glared at Xiaohua. She raised her voice and said, "Fellow Taoist, lure Zhenjia to the side. I know Zhenjia's weakness. If you and I work together, we will be able to drive this monster away." "Okay." Hearing this, Xue Xue waved her hand and threw out more than 10 fireball talismans, while she flew horizontally. Zhenjia was in pain. He swept his weak and tyrannical divine sense and chased after Xue Xue. At the same time, the ink balls in his tentacles shot toward Xue Xue. "Fellow Taoist, be careful." The female cultivator reminded, "Zhenjia's ink balls are highly toxic. If the skin touches even a little bit, it will immediately disintegrate. If it touches the face." Hearing this, Xue Xue was shocked and hurriedly threw several fireball talismans in front of her. Unfortunately, Xue Xue's technique was not as good as Xiaohua's. A few ink balls still dodged the fireball talismans and flew close to Xue Xue. When the ink balls exploded, the ink fog rushed toward Xue Xue. Xue Xue hurriedly flew up, and the butterflies around her rotated again. However, she flew a little too late. Moreover, the ink fog could actually seep into the butterfly orchids. Xiaohua was already prepared. Seeing that Xue Xue had some mishap, he immediately swung his big sleeve and used the Heaven and Earth sleeve spell. A gust of wind was generated from his Taoist robe and instantly blew away the ink fog. "Ah!" The female cultivator was shocked at first, but then her face revealed an ecstatic expression. "Heaven and Earth sleeve spell. Fellow Taoist is actually in the middle stage of foundation establishment?" Xiaohua turned to look at the female cultivator. At first, he was somewhat puzzled as to why this female cultivator, who was only in the early stage of foundation establishment, knew about the Heaven and Earth sleeve spell. However, he immediately understood. This female cultivator, if she isn't a disciple of Blood Red Island, then she must be a disciple near Blood Red Island. However, Xiaohua understood that the sea region he was in was far from Blood Red Island. He was somewhat puzzled as to why a disciple of Blood Red Island would come here alone. Just as the female cultivator was in a daze, several ink balls also flew to her feet and exploded extremely quickly. The female cultivator did not have any protective magic tools. Seeing that she was about to be tainted by the ink fog, Xiaohua was helpless. He could only wave his sleeve again and use the Heaven and Earth sleeve spell to disperse the ink fog. Chapter 2150. This was great. The female cultivator, who wasn't completely sure a moment ago, was even more certain that Xiaohua had the universe concealment sleeve. Now that she knew Xiaohua's cultivation and saw Xiaohua's universe creator, the female cultivator's expression calmed down. Her previous panic disappeared without a trace. She clapped her hands and took out an item. She smiled at Xiaohua, formed a water-dispelling seal, and rushed into the sea. "Ah!" When Xiaohua saw the item in the female cultivator's hand, his body swayed and fell from the sky. He saw that the item in the female cultivator's hand was none other than a devil spear tip. Damn it! Isn't this young master's specialty? How did this female cultivator steal it? Xiaohua stabilized his body, and his face showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He scanned with his divine sense and observed the female cultivator's actions. The female cultivator dived into the water. Only Genja's diamond-shaped head had some antennae, and there were no antennae on his oval-shaped body. Instead, because he waved his antennae, his entire body moved. As he moved, circles of ripples rippled outwards. It seemed that there was also a powerful magic power within it. The female cultivator flew into the sea and raised her hand. Dozens of water balls shot out and hit Genja's lower body. Obviously, these water balls were no different than tickles for Genja. Genja didn't even move. His body only moved, and he used his antennae to hit Xue Xue. Xue Xue saw that the ink fog was swept away by Xiao Hua, and she couldn't help but feel angry. She wanted to test her strength after Foundation establishment. She had just started using her magic tool, and she hadn't used it much yet, but it was inexplicably blackened by Genja. If Xiao Hua wasn't beside her, she would have been poisoned. It was fine if it was in front of others, but this was in front of her own lover. Xue Xue's face really couldn't hang on. Thus, Xue Xue took out the lightning whip without hesitation. Under the urging of magic power, the lightning whip flickered with electricity. Following Xue Xue's wave, the lightning whip whipped Genja's body. Genja's strength was close to the middle stage of Foundation establishment, so he naturally sensed it. Dozens of antennae waved one after another, and the ink balls flew out. A few of his antennae suddenly extended and wrapped around the lightning whip. Chi la la. The lightning whip struck the ink ball, and the ink mist that had just appeared was immediately dispersed by the lightning. At this moment, the tentacles had also wrapped around the lightning whip. Moreover, the tentacles extended along the lightning whip, attempting to snatch the lightning whip away from Xue Xue's hands. However, bolts of lightning emerged from the lightning whip and struck Genja's antennae. The tentacle felt pain and didn't dare to move. Instead, it immediately retracted. Just as the tentacles retracted, a crisp "pa" sound was heard as the lightning whip struck Genja's back, which was exposed above the seawater. A slightly larger electric arc appeared and entered his back. A faint blue light flickered on Genja's back before it was extinguished. Roar! With a dull roar, Genja cried out in pain. His diamond-shaped head popped out of the water. The front of his head was covered with thick tentacles that covered a deep hole that looked like a mouth. At this moment, the deep hole had opened its tentacles, and a ball of water several feet in size shot towards Xue Xue. Evil creature! Xue Xue lightly reprimanded. The lightning whip in her hand waved again, but this time, it was a slightly rotating circle. A lightning net was formed from the lightning whip and scattered towards the ball of water. With a "pu" sound, the ball of water was caught by the lightning net and shot forward several feet. This time, under the extremely thin lightning, it gradually shrank and finally disappeared. Pa! At this moment, Genja's head once again smashed into the seawater. Immediately after, several water swords emerged from the water and shot towards Xue Xue. Roar! The moment the water swords turned into ice spikes, Genja roared again. This time, it seemed to be in even more pain. Xiao Hua, who was at the side, saw clearly that the female cultivator was hiding under the water. At this moment, she was using the devil spear to pierce through Genja's defense and deeply pierce his body. Genja's body was especially soft and slippery, but the devil spear seemed to be its nemesis. Although it was pierced very deeply, the light blue liquid that flowed out showed that Genja was injured. Rumble. Genja seemed to be angry again. A wave of divine sense rushed out of the sea and a wave of water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth gushed out from Genja's body. In an instant, it enveloped Xiao Hua and the others. Within 10 feet, a bone-piercing chill was born. Kacha! Kacha! With Genja as the center, cracking sound spread out in all directions. Immediately after, Genja nimbly turned around. It was very different from its huge body. Its tentacles swarmed out and reached towards the female cultivator. The female cultivator naturally chased after it. However, it seemed like she was far from being as nimble as Zhenjie in the water. Moreover, within the seawater, the chill was also born. The female cultivator's body flickered as if she was trying her best to resist. Damn, it's really close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. This young master has to make a move. Xiaohua saw layers of frost being born and pressing towards Shui. The spiritual energy within the frost was very strong. It was far from what Shui, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, could compare to. Moreover, when Shui waved her lightning whip, she could only break the frost on the side. The frost's tendency to spread was beyond her ability. Thus, she waved her hand and ignited the Samadhi true fire. Like a fireball, the spiritual energy rushed towards Zhenjie from all directions. Seeing this, Shui was overjoyed. She no longer cared about the strong frost and waved her lightning whip again, attacking Zhenjie's back. How could Shui let Zhenjie turn around? Pa! Pa! The lightning whip hit Zhenjie several times. Although Zhenjie's defense was strong and the lightning couldn't injure it, the power of the lightning could always penetrate its body, making it suffer unspeakably. Moreover, Xiaohua's Samadhi true fire had already completely melted Zhenjie's frost. Zhenjie's spiritual energy was really not worth mentioning in Xiaohua's eyes. Roar! Roar! Afterwards, Zhenjie fought several times. Shui's lightning whip was its nemesis. Moreover, Zhenjie's extremely powerful black fog was dispersed by Xiaohua's universe sleeve several times. The female cultivator under the water also stabbed Zhenjie several times. Zhenjie roared several times and suddenly disappeared into the sea. Its body quickly dived down and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The whirlpool created by Zhenjie's dive almost brought the female cultivator under the water. Fellow Taoist, help me. The female cultivator's face was filled with anxiety. It seemed like she still wanted to dive down and she shouted loudly to Shui. Shui wanted to help her, but she also understood that she and the female cultivator were not Zhenjie's opponents. Once they reached the bottom of the sea, they would be even weaker. How could she help her? Thus, she could only smile and say, "Fellow Taoist, why are you so persistent? Zhenjie has already escaped. Isn't fellow Taoist's life?" That's right. When the female cultivator met just now, she said that she only needed to chase Zhenjie away. Now that Zhenjie had escaped, what was she going to do? This concubine needs one of Zhenjie's tentacles. Just one. The female cultivator's divine sense chased after Zhenjie, but her eyes were looking at Xiaohua. Naturally, this idea only came to her after she saw how powerful Xiaohua was. The female cultivator hastily begged, "If this concubine obtains the tentacle, I will definitely repay you generously." Xiaohua's heart stirred. He clapped his hand and a black light flew into the sea. Fellow Taoist, this is. The female cultivator naturally couldn't obtain Zhenjie's tentacle by herself. She also knew that Shui didn't have this ability and could only rely on Shui. However, when she saw that Xiaohua didn't move and only gave her a small and unremarkable magic tool, how could she not be worried? Xiaohua looked at the female cultivator with a smile and said, "What can fellow Taoist do you have to repay me with?" Fellow Taoist is so confident. The female cultivator was stunned and said, "That's a Zhenjie that is close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. In the sea, it is comparable to the middle stage of foundation establishment." Ouch! Before the female cultivator could finish speaking, her eyes lit up. She sensed something with her divine sense and her face was filled with pleasant surprise. Sure enough, in a moment, that black light flashed from the sea. It was Xiaohua's black iron needle. On the black iron needle, there was a wriggling tentacle of Zhenjie. The female cultivator looked enviously at the black iron needle in Xiaohua's hand and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She bowed and said, "Junior Qua Chiao, from Blood Red Island greets Senior. May I know which island Senior is from?" This junior is truly unfamiliar with it. Hee, I am Xiao Hua from the country of Shi's Thunder Control sect. Xiao Hua put away the black iron needle and held the ice-cold tentacle of Zhenjie in his hand. He said with a smile, "This is my dual cultivation partner, Xue Xue. Country of Shi? Thunder Control sect?" Qua Qiao was stunned. However, she immediately understood and bowed again. This concubine greets Senior Xiao and fellow Daoist Xue. Hee, no need to be so polite. Xue Xue stepped forward and said with a smile, "This concubine and my husband came to the Sea of Shi, to travel. We have already stayed here for a period of time and didn't see any powerful sea beasts. Fellow Daoist Qua, what is going on? You actually lured a middle-stage Foundation establishment sea beast so far? I am ashamed." Qua Qiao glanced at the tentacle of Zhenjie in Xiao Hua's hand, and a trace of shame appeared on her face. She said in a low voice, "Speaking of which, this concubine is somewhat overestimating herself. Every 10 years, my blood-red island has a competition between disciples. This is also one of the competitions. This concubine wanted to win, so she took the risk and accepted the mission of killing Zhenjie's tentacle. However, fellow Daoist Xue also saw that this Zhenjie was very powerful. This concubine spent a lot of effort to find it and wanted to catch it off guard and cut off one of its tentacles. That was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Zhenjie chased this concubine for 10 days and still didn't let this concubine go. If this concubine didn't encounter fellow Daoist Xue and Senior Xiao, this time, I am afraid that this concubine would have lost her life. So that's how it is." Xiao Hua nodded. According to this Xiao's opinion, fellow Daoist Qua took out a demonic tool just now, right? This demonic tool is the nemesis of Zhenjie. Qua Qiao didn't hide it. She clapped her hands and took out a demonic spear tip that was slightly smaller than Xiao Hua's spear tip. She handed it over and said with a smile, "That's right. This demonic spear tip doesn't fear transcendence energy and can't be driven by divine sense. It is the best tool to pierce through sea beasts. This concubine obtained this demonic tool a long time ago and has always been able to use it with ease. Therefore, this concubine had the idea of cutting off Zhenjie's tentacle. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 2151. Xiao Hua took the demonic weapon. It was very heavy, but compared to Xiao Hua's demonic spear, it was clearly inferior. It didn't have the coldness and bloodiness of the tentacle. Seeing Xiao Hua take the demonic spear easily, Qua Qiao was slightly stunned. She unconsciously sized Xiao Hua up again. Xiao Hua didn't care about Qua Qiao's gaze and returned the spear to her. He pondered in his heart, this Qua Qiao blocked the path of demonic weapons and only said that she only has one demonic weapon. How can I make her spit it out? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua handed over Zhenjie's tentacle and said with a smile, "The tentacle is here. Obviously, fellow Daoist also wants it. However, what can fellow Daoist exchange it with? This." Qua Qiao slightly frowned. Then, with a tug of her hand, she took the storage bag from her waist and generously handed it to Xiao Hua. "Senior, take a look. If there's anything you like in this storage bag, you can take it." "Hee, you're quite generous." Xiao Hua took the storage pouch with a smile and took advantage of the situation to hand over the tentacle to Qua Qiao. Qua Qiao was delighted to see that the tentacle was so easy to obtain. She was only at the early stage of Foundation establishment. Seeing Xiao Hua easily cut down Zhenjie's tentacle, she knew that Xiao Hua was definitely not someone she could defeat. What was the difference between having the storage pouch on her and having it in Xiao Hua's hands? Oh, Xiao Hua looked inside the storage pouch. Sure enough, there wasn't the demonic spear shaft he wanted. Thus, he slightly frowned. "Senior, you don't like anything?" Kwa Chiao, somewhat embarrassedly said, Junior doesn't have many things here. However, the remains of the sea beasts are also unique to my Gue He Sea. What's in this jade slip? Xiaohua slightly shook his head and casually asked, It can't be the secret technique of your blood-red island, right? No. Hearing Xiaohua mention the jade slip, Kwa Chiao's eyes lit up. She was worried that she couldn't mention the secret method of the bloody red island. Xiaohua's words were simply like giving her a ladder. This is some information about the language of the devil realm that Junior has collected. Speaking of the secret method of the bloody red island, Senior, where did you learn this sleeve universe? Oh. Devil realm language. Xiaohua didn't mind Kwa Chiao's question. His eyes lit up as he said, Then this Xiao wants this jade slip. No problem. Kwa Chiao was the same as Xiaohua, both of them were somewhat absent-minded. She nodded and said, Senior can make a copy. But... Senior, can you tell me where you got your heaven and earth sleeve secret technique? Xiaohua took out the jade slip and copied it with his divine sense while casually saying, This Xiao obtained a jade slip in the flame forest swamp, and it contains this heaven and earth sleeve secret technique. It really is flame forest marsh. Kwa Chiao exclaimed and asked anxiously, Then, are the other things with the jade slip still there? At this time, Xiaohua didn't answer her question. He concentrated on copying the jade strip. Kwa Chiao stood there awkwardly. Perhaps it was because they had fought sea beasts together, or perhaps it was because Kwa Chiao was not as pretty as Xue Xue, but Xue Xue still liked Kwa Chiao. At this moment, she stepped forward and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Kwa, please wait for a moment. My husband will explain to you in detail in a while. Kwa Chiao rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Fellow cultivator Xue, don't call me fellow cultivator. Just call me Chiao. Hee, fellow cultivator's cultivation is deeper than this concubine's. This concubine has just entered foundation establishment. How can I casually address you? Xue Xue also said with a smile. It can't be. Kwa Chiao's eyes widened as she said in surprise, Big Sister Xue's magic power is deeper than Xiao's. How can you have just entered foundation establishment? Xiao definitely won't believe it. Hee, Xue Xue was helpless and couldn't explain further. Thus, Kwa Chiao casually explained to Xue Xue. Not long after, Xue Xue understood the reason. It turned out that thousands of years ago, for some reason, the island master of the blood-red island went to the flaming forest swamp of the country of Shi with the other island masters. It seemed like they were hunting some demonic beasts or searching for something. In short, a few early gold core stage cultivators went together. They thought it was an extremely simple matter, but who would have thought that these people didn't come back after going? After that, the other few islands were in a mess because of the inheritance. Many people even died. The inheritance of each island was divided into several branches, and some even died out. Sea City's Sioux family seemed to be a branch of one of the islands. Blood Ray Island was considered lucky because the island master at that time had a twin brother. Although his cultivation wasn't golden core, he was still in the late stage of foundation establishment. Under the consolation of this brother, Blood Ray Island didn't fall into decline. However, because the missing island master had brought along some of the Scarlet Island's secret magic books, the famous magic arts of the Scarlet Island, such as the Heaven and Earth sleeve, were only elementary magic arts. The advanced magic arts were missing. Fellow Taoist Kwa. Xue Xue shook her head with a smile, every thunder palace of my Imperial Thunder sect has a library. These techniques are all stored in the library. They definitely won't be lost just because something happened to the sect master. Don't tell me your sect doesn't have such an arrangement. Kwa Chiao smiled bitterly, of course my Blood Ray Island has a library, but it's also a coincidence. Perhaps that senior was comprehending these techniques and took away the jade slips of these techniques. If the island master didn't investigate carefully, I'm afraid he wouldn't believe that such a thing happened. I don't know about the other techniques. At this moment, Xiaohua also finished copying the jade slips. He handed over the storage pouch and said with a smile, however, I can guarantee that the heaven and earth sleeve jade slips recorded in it are complete. That's great. Hua Qiao was overjoyed. As long as I can find this technique, it'll be a great merit. When did I agree to return this jade slips to Blood Ray Island? Xiaohua asked curiously. Even if it's your Blood Ray Island's heaven and earth sleeve technique, I've obtained it in Flame Forest Swamp. It has nothing to do with your Blood Ray Island. Yes, I naturally know this. Hua Qiao smiled apologetically, now that the jade slips are Senior Zhao's, and it can be said that heaven and earth sleeve is Senior Zhao's divine ability. Naturally, it has nothing to do with my Blood Ray Island. However, my Blood Ray Island also has heaven and earth sleeve. I believe that while Senior and his disciple can inherit this divine ability, if you completely copy this technique to my Blood Ray Island, you'll definitely be greatly rewarded. Hee, Xiaohua sneered, your island master is a gold core cultivator. Do you think I'll go? This Hua Qiao was silent. That's right. How could Xiaohua walk right into the trap? Sigh, Hua Qiao sighed and bowed. No matter what, I was able to obtain the whereabouts of the heaven and earth sleeve technique. It's also a merit to my Blood Ray Island. When I return to the island, I'll report to Island Master and ask Island Master to pay a visit to Senior at the Thunder Controlling Sect in the country of Shi. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 2152. Fine. Hearing this, Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. He didn't want Blood Ray Island to cause an uproar in Imperial Thunder Sect. How about this? Xiaohua glanced at Shueshue and said, I'll believe you this time. What? Hua Qiao was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. This Xiao has always been merciful and benevolent. To be honest, this Xiao has already made a copy of this universe creator cultivation method. My thunder controlling sect's myriad Thunder Valley already has a copy. Xiaohua smiled and said, this Xiao is also willing to exchange this jade slip for some things. But what? Hua Qiao said nervously, Senior, I'll do anything you ask of me. Hee. Xiaohua's lips curled into a lewd smile. Hua Qiao's skin turned cold and she hugged her not-so-towering chest with her hands. As long as fellow Hua promises not to take the initiative to speak of this matter and help me ask for the location of an island in the Kuai-He Sea, I will find a safe place and return the jade slip to Blood Red Island before I leave. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke the question that Hua Qiao had in mind. Of course. Hua Qiao let out a long breath and patted her chest. Junior swears that I won't speak of this matter to Island Master. I'll just say that Senior was invited by Junior to compete. Okay. Xiaohua didn't ask what this competition meant and nodded. In addition, what island is Senior Xiao looking for? Hua Qiao asked again, can Junior know this in advance? Of course. Xiaohua nodded, I'm looking for an island called Sunset Island. Sunset Island? Hua Qiao was indeed confused. After thinking for a long time, she shook her head and said, Junior didn't know there was such an island in Kuai-He Sea. It seems that I have to return to Blood Ray Island and ask Island Master. Xiaohua wasn't surprised by Hua Qiao's words. If Hua Qiao knew where Sunset Island was, Xiaohua might kill her with one palm. Seeing that Xiaohua was taking the risk to go to Blood Ray Island, Shueshue felt strange and whispered, Husband, you took his secret technique, why are you sending it to him? It's best to stay as far away from Blood Red Island as possible. Wife, don't worry, Xiaohua said with a smile. He's just a core formation cultivator. Her husband wasn't even afraid of old ghost Zhong from the Zhong family, so why would he be afraid of some unruly cultivators from overseas? Besides, I still have some things to ask of Hua Qiao. All right. Xue Xue naturally had some understanding of Xiao Hua's cultivation, and also knew that Xiao Hua would not force others for his own cultivation, so she nodded in agreement. Senior Xiao, please wait a moment. Seeing that the matter was settled, Hua Qiao was happy. She smiled apologetically and said, Junior wants to take some elixirs and adjust my breathing. All right. Xiao Hua nodded. When Hua Qiao took out a pill and was about to consume it, Xiao Hua smiled and said, Daoist Hua, what pill is this? May I have a look? Oh, this is my Scarlet Island spine pellet. It's refined from the inner core of a sea beast. I'm afraid it's not the same as the Shi country's medicinal pills. Hua Qiao understood Xiao Hua's words. She handed the spine purline pill to Xiao Hua and said, This pill is for Senior. All right. Xiao Hua took it and put it in front of his nose to smell it. A slight fishy smell, accompanied by a trace of medicinal fragrance, entered his nose. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He understood that the spiritual herbs on the islands of Gue He Sea could not compare to the Dawn Rain continent, but there were many sea beasts. Sea beasts that condensed their cores all had inner cores, which were also condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Refining elixirs was even better than using spiritual herbs. However, using the inner core of a 5th-rank sea beast to refine elixirs for a foundation establishment cultivator to consume, isn't it too extravagant? Xiao Hua sighed. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua blushed with shame. He had obtained a lot of jade slips in Flame Forest Swamp. Later on, he obtained even more jade slips in Inkcloud Black Forest. He clearly knew that there were some things inside, but he only flipped through them to see if they were useful for his cultivation. There were many qi refinement cultivation methods and some incomplete secret methods that he did not examine carefully. Didn't Hua Qiao also mention it? Xiao Hua had no impression of the other cultivation methods of Blood Ray Island that were together with the universe in the sleeve. However, Xiao Hua could not be blamed. This time, he left the Imperial Thunder sect and accompanied Xue Xue to gain experience. His accumulation was really astonishing. In a short few years, not even 10 years, he still had to cultivate. Where would he have the time to comprehend the jade slips one by one? Perhaps, when the Sword Heart Energy Seed technique succeeds, I will also split a primordial spirit and focus on comprehending these jade slips. Xiao Hua slightly raised his lips. The Dream Execution Sword has been in gestation for several years. Why is there still no movement? Of course, Xiao Hua's split primordial spirit had an extremely subtle connection with his main primordial spirit. How could he not know about the budding changes? However, it had been several years now, and the sword spirit had not been born yet. This made him somewhat impatient. During this period of time, it was also fortunate that he had the soaring dragon shears. Otherwise, he would have suffered many times. After an hour, Hua Qiao finished adjusting her breathing. She took Xiao Hua and Xue Xue and flew straight to the place where the sun rose. This flight lasted several days. What made Xiao Hua blush with shame was that Hua Qiao was different from him. She did not need to take out the Sinan at all. She knew where to go and how to hide like the back of her hand. It was as if this Gue He Sea was her own backyard. On this day, it was already noon. They arrived at a messy reef. Countless jagged reefs protruded from the sea surface. Large patches of seaweed and other things swayed between the reefs. White foam also floated between the seaweed. Hua Qiao stopped in midair and said in a low voice, Senior Xiao, Sister Xue, please wait for a moment. I have a senior brother who is training here. I will call him later. When speaking of senior brother, Hua Qiao's face was slightly unnatural. Oh. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He immediately thought of that tall cultivator who was as valiant as an ox. Xue Xue smiled like a flower and said, if Qiao is willing, of course it's good. Sister doesn't care. Thank you, sister. Kwa Chiao clapped her hands and took out a communication talisman. She whispered a few words and shook it into the sea. The communication talisman emitted a blue light and disappeared into the water. Sure enough, in just a moment, a burst of air bubbles violently appeared. Soon after, there was a loud sound of water. From the gap between the reefs, a burly middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator squeezed out with difficulty. This cultivator's body was very large. It was actually somewhat similar to Xiao Hua's Vajradharma body. It was the male cultivator that Xiao Hua saw. Chiao. The male cultivator floated to the sea surface and glanced at Xiao Hua and Xue Xue. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then landed on the reef and called in a low voice, "What's the matter?" When Kwa Chiao saw the male cultivator, a trace of warmth flashed in her eyes. She pointed at him and said, "This is Senior Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This is fellow Taoist Xue Xue." Oh, the male cultivator looked at Xiao Hua and Xue Xue and bowed. Qua rhyming of the Blood Red Island greets Senior Xiao and fellow Taoist Xue. This Qua rhyming is a boor? Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't have a particularly good impression of Qua Chiao and Qua rhyming because he previously thought that Qua Chiao wanted to join forces with Qua rhyming to plot against him. But now, after hearing Qua Chiao's introduction, Qua rhyming called him senior without any explanation. This was absolutely not commensurate with his middle-stage foundation establishment cultivation. However, after Xiao Hua and Xue Xue returned the greeting, Qua rhyming said to Qua Chiao in a silly manner, "Chiao, the cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent are all scheming. It's not like you were cheated a lot in Dawn City. Why don't you pay more attention now?" Fellow Taoist Xiao is obviously at the early stage of foundation establishment. "Why do you want me to call you senior?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua's face burned. Wasn't it him who coincidentally obtained the tail of the Devil's Spear during the auction in Dawn City? Hee, Brother Ming. This senior Xiao can't be compared to other cultivators. Qua Chiao pursed her lips and smiled. "It was Senior Xiao who rescued me from Zhenjia's tentacles." "Ah. You really found Zhenjia?" Qua rhyming was shocked. Without caring about anything else, he turned around and bowed deeply. "I really have to thank Senior Xiao. Xiao is a little headstrong. I have advised her several times, but unexpectedly, she still went to find Zhenjia. If it wasn't for Senior Xiao, I wouldn't have known." Seeing that Qua rhyming had put Qua Chiao's safety first, which was completely different from Zhongling Mountain Village's Zhong Yuan, Xiao Hua was delighted. He raised his hand and said, "Don't be so polite. Fellow Taoist Qua, just call me fellow Taoist. I don't dare to call you senior." Senior Xiao called me Senior Xiao. How would I dare to change it? Qua rhyming shook his head and said, "Moreover, Senior Xiao saved Xiao's life. I will definitely call you senior." Hee, Brother Ming, look at what I have here. Qua Chiao immediately took out Zhenjia's tentacles as if she was presenting a treasure. "You really got it." Qua rhyming smiled and reached out to hold Qua Chiao's hand. He said with a smile, "The first place of this competition will definitely be yours." Hee, it's all thanks to Senior Xiao. Qua Chiao said with a smile, "I also asked Senior Xiao to help me." Senior Xiao also agreed. When Qua rhyming heard this, he immediately turned around and wanted to bow. Xiao Hua had a headache. He immediately raised his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Qua, you don't have to thank me." No. How could Qua rhyming let it go? He still wanted to bow. However, Xiao Hua's arm seemed to be cast from copper and iron. He seemed to be unable to bow down. Qua rhyming was slightly stunned. Just as he was about to use his strength again, he heard Qua Chiao say, "If Senior Xiao doesn't allow you to bow, then don't bow. You bowed so many times in such a short period of time. You are making me dizzy." "Okay. Qua Riming was very obedient to Qua Chiao. He immediately stopped bowing and stood up. By the way, Brother Ming, did you get the tiger mark amber? Qua Chiao took back Zheng's tentacles and asked with concern. Chapter 2153. Hearing Qua Chiao's question, Qua Riming was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, I don't know why, but this tiger amber is especially smart this time. I have been guarding it for dozens of days and have seen a few of them. But, before I can make a move, they immediately run away, as if they already knew I was here. Hee, Brother Ming, you made a bet with me. Qua Chiao covered her mouth and said, I already got this gungja. What are you going to say? Yes, I lost the bet. Qua Riming nodded and said, whatever Chiao says. Okay. Qua Chiao puffed up her cheeks and said in a fit of pique, it's always like this. You obviously lost, but you still act like you won. Even if you win, I still have the final say. What's the point? Chiao. Qua Riming took 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, Senior Xiao and fellow Shui are both here. Don't let them laugh at you. Qua Chiao slightly raised her head and avoided Qua Riming. She slightly blinked at Shui, but her face towards Qua Riming was still gloomy. Shui looked at Xiao Hua and secretly laughed. She knew that Qua Chiao was throwing a tantrum. She also lowered her head and looked at the dark green sea. She was very focused, as if there was the most attractive trick there. Chiao. Seeing that Qua Chiao did not forgive him because of his words, Qua Riming smiled apologetically and said, whatever you say, I will definitely listen to you. You will listen to me? This is what you said. Qua Chiao frowned and said angrily. Yes, I will definitely listen to you. Qua Riming hurriedly said, I will accompany you back to the island. It's fine if we don't catch this tiger amber. No way. Qua Chiao said unhappily, if you accompany me back, you won't be able to complete your task. Won't you be at a disadvantage in the competition? Then wait a moment. Qua Riming was played in circles by Qua Chiao. He hurriedly said, I will go down and catch the tiger amber immediately. Do you think that tiger amber is yours? When Qua Chiao said this, she seemed to have thought of something interesting and actually laughed. Although Qua Chiao was not as fair and beautiful as Shui, her bright eyes were also beautiful. Qua Riming's eyes were filled with tenderness. How about this? Qua Chiao thought for a moment and said, I originally wanted to accompany Senior Xiao and wait here, but you have been waiting for dozens of days without any results. This tiger spot amber should be surrounded by several people, but my cultivation is not enough. Why don't I ask for Senior Zhao's help? We only need a small amount of tiger spot amber's inner core to refine the spine silk pill. You only need to capture one. How about we give the rest to Senior Xiao? Oh, only now did Xiao Hua understand that Qua Chiao had been talking for so long because she wanted him to help Qua Riming, but she was afraid that Qua Riming wouldn't be willing, so she did this. She really put in a lot of effort. Sure enough, Qua Riming was displeased the moment he heard that, and there was displeasure on his face. It was just that he had just said that he would listen to everything Chiao said, so he was too embarrassed to say anything more. He could only keep his head down and remain silent. Senior Xiao, tiger spot amber is a necessity for refining the spine silk pill. This great flag reef is also the place where tiger spot amber is most likely to appear. If you want to refine the spine silk pill, or exchange it with the islands overseas, this tiger spot amber is the best sea beast. At this moment, Qua Chiao smiled and said to Xiao Hua, my brother Ming's cultivation might not be as good as Senior Zhao's, but he has some talent in searching for tiger spot amber. It will be much easier for him to help you. And Qua Chiao had put in so much effort, how could Xiao Hua not help her? Moreover, He also needed sea beasts like tiger spot amber, so he agreed without hesitation. Kwa Riming heard Kwa Chiao call him my brother Ming, and his unhappiness had already mostly disappeared. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Xiao, please come down with me. Okay, Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Kwa, go first. Seeing Xiao Hua easily use the water-dispelling art to enter the sea, Kwa Chiao also said to Xue Xue, Sister Xue, let's go down too. This great flag reef looks very dangerous, but the bottom of the sea is very beautiful. I followed Brother Ming here several times, and every time I was intoxicated. Oh. Is that so? Then we should go and take a look. Xue Xue thought Kwa Chiao was worried about Kwa Riming, so she said casually. Unexpectedly, when Xue Xue also used the water-dispelling art to enter the sea, she opened her eyes wide in surprise, and looked at this world that she had never seen before. When she just entered the sea, there was still sunlight, and after the sunlight was filtered by the dark green seawater, it actually turned into several different colors, dyeing all the seawater. Some small, almost invisible things swayed in the ripples of the water, and there were also small algae and other things floating. As she went deeper, the sunlight weakened, but she saw many fishes. Some were slender, some were thick, some were pitch black, some were colorful, some were in groups, some were alone, and there was even a long sea snake swimming in the distance like a belt. This was not the main reason why Xue Xue was shocked. She saw that the many reefs on the surface of Kwai He Sea had already become huge stone pillars in the sea. These stone pillars were like continuous hills, and the stone pillars were extremely tall. When Xue Xue scanned with her divine perception, she actually could not see the bottom of the sea. On top of the pillars formed by these reefs, there was a layer of thin, fingernail-sized protrusions. These protrusions were multicolored and extremely dazzling. Although the sunlight was extremely weak, the ripples on the surface of the water were actually like rays of sunlight that shone directly on the surface. This. What is this? Xue Xue opened her eyes wide, and looked around. Looking at the multicolored stone pillars around her, she said curiously, why is it so beautiful? Okay, Sister Xue knows. Kwa Chiao said proudly, these are corals, and they are the specialty of Kwai He Sea. You can't see them anywhere else. Moreover, the corals on this great flag reef are even more special. The other places are either red or pink, and they are all single colors. Only the corals here are multicolored. Or maybe it is because of the rainbow colors, tiger spots are the most likely to appear. It's really magnificent. Xue Xue dived all the way down, looking greedily. This was a strange sight that she had never seen before. It's even more beautiful when we go deeper. Kwa Chiao pointed with her finger and said, there is no sunlight in the depths of Great Flag Reef, but there is no lack of light. In the abyss, there are all kinds of grotesque sea beasts and fishes. They can all glow by themselves, reflecting each other. It's even more beautiful than sunlight. Sister Xue, you don't know this, but there is a bald, flat sea beast that has rows of candles on both sides of its body. It's extremely bright. Where? Xue Xue was even more excited as she dived down. However, just as she dived down another few hundred feet, a huge force blocked them. No matter how Xue Xue urged, she could not go any further. Chapter 2154. Sister Xue. At this time, Kwa Chiao said helplessly, our cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. We can only go this far by using the water-splitting art. This water-splitting art is not the 5 elements escape art. We can't go freely in the sea. If we can cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment, we will be able to see the beautiful scenery in the abyss. Oh, I see. Xue Xue released her divine sense. Unfortunately, she could see Xiao Hua and Kwa Riming, but she couldn't see the beautiful sea beast mentioned by Kwa Chiao. Xue Xue was a little disappointed and looked at Xiao Hua with envy. She followed Qua Qiao to play among the corals. Xiao Hua was like Xue Xue, his eyes lit up and he was very curious. Qua Riming didn't explain to Xiao Hua that Qua Qiao was clever, he just kept diving. Using the water dispelling art was different from using the earth escape art. When it reached a certain level, it would immediately generate strength. Xiao Hua didn't notice it at all. He followed Qua Riming deeper into the cave. When Qua Riming stopped, Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and smiled. Fellow Taoist Qua, you don't seem to be here, right? Yes, the tiger mark amber is still down there. Qua Riming pointed at the place several feet below and said, my cultivation can only go this far. If I want to catch the tiger mark amber, I will need to use a magic tool. After saying that, Qua Riming clapped his hand and a 1-foot-long magic tool that looked like a ship's anchor flew out of his storage pouch. It slowly sank down until it reached a pitch-black hole that was several feet in size and a few square feet in size. Hee, so you are waiting for me? Xiao Hua laughed secretly. Just as he was about to say something, his heart moved and he was about to release his divine sense. Senior Xiao. Qua Riming said, don't release your divine sense. The tiger mark amber is very sensitive to divine sense and magic power, N. Xiao Hua nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black square hole. His black iron needle was released along with his Buddhist sense. After half an hour, the seawater at the entrance of the cave swayed slightly, and a square-headed, pig-like sea beast poked its head out. However, as soon as the sea beast poked its head out, it immediately shrank back, as if it was frightened. After a few times, the sea beast came out of the hole. Good. What a strange sea beast. When the tiger spot who completely came out, Xiao Hua was stunned. He saw that the tiger spot whose whole body was yellow. It really looked like a tiger spot. The square pig head was connected to a few ball-like bodies. Finally, there was a triangular tail. Under that ball-like body, there were a few baby claws. Qua Riming's magic weapon didn't stop at the entrance of the cave. It was half a foot away from the entrance. The tiger swam out of the cave. While its body was still, its head spun a few times as if its head was separated from its body. Immediately after, the tiger leopard swayed its tail and swam towards the coral on the reef. Qua Riming's magical artifact was guarding that direction. Seeing that the tiger leopard was close to the magical artifact, Qua Riming was overjoyed. In these dozens of days, the tiger leopard had never been so close to the magical artifact. However, when he activated the magical artifact, a trace of magical power surged on the magical artifact. The tiger leopard's body didn't change direction at all. A water arrow like the water of heaven and earth sprayed on the magical artifact. Qua Riming's body slightly stagnated and his true essence also stopped. The tiger leopard's body suddenly retreated and rushed into the black hole faster than the flying sword. At this moment, suddenly, a black light appeared in front of the black hole. It was the black iron needle that Xiao Hua released before. The tiger leopard couldn't dodge in time and was pierced by the black iron needle like a candied haw. Half of his body rushed into the black hole before he finally stopped. Hiss, Qua Riming gasped. He knew that although the tiger leopard looked very clumsy, it was actually very clever. Moreover, its square head was very hard. Even his magical artifact couldn't break its head. However, Xiao Hua's black iron needle pierced the tiger leopard's head. On one hand, the tiger leopard's speed was too fast. On the other hand, the black iron needle was really sharp. Seeing that the black iron needle was effective, Xiao Hua dove down several feet and easily arrived at the side of the black hole. He waved his hand and the tiger leopard fell into his hand. Sure enough, the tiger leopard's skin was very hard and cold. It was far from the soft skin that he saw. This is for you. Xiao Hua handed the tiger leopard to Qua Riming and said, the rest is mine. Thank you, Senior Xiao. When Qua Riming saw that Xiao Hua was able to easily dive down, He knew that Xiaohua's cultivation was deeper than his own. After Qua Rhyming received the tiger leopard, he said, "Then let's do what we did just now. Junior will put the magical artifact there to lure the tiger leopard. Senior, use the magical artifact to kill it." "Okay." Xiaohua nodded and still put the black iron needle between the corals. After a while, no more tiger leopard came out. Xiaohua asked, "Fellow Taoist Qua, I have something to ask." "Senior." Qua Rhyming smiled apologetically and said, "Junior has already said that the tiger leopard is very smart. Junior doesn't know where their nest is. Junior only knows that they often come out from this hole. Just now, after the tiger leopard disappeared, I'm afraid another tiger leopard will appear after an hour." "Oh, that's not what I'm asking." Xiaohua shook his head and said, "I heard from Qua Qiao, that the tiger leopard's inner core is necessary to refine the ridge pellet, right?" "Yes." Qua Rhyming nodded and said, "Junior doesn't know the formula of the ridge pellet, but Junior knows that the ridge pellet is refined from the inner cores of several kinds of sea beasts. Although the tiger leopard's inner core is very little, without its inner core, the ridge pellet can't be refined successfully." "And?" Xiaohua nodded, but he still didn't understand. Since the tiger leopard has an inner core, it should be at least a 5th stage sea beast, right? Why is its strength so weak? 5th stage sea beast? Qua Rhyming stared blankly and said curiously, "The tiger leopard isn't a 5th stage sea beast. It can barely be considered a 2nd stage sea beast." "No way." Xiaohua was stunned. How can a 2nd stage sea beast have an inner core? How can a 2nd stage sea beast not have an inner core? Qua Rhyming was even more baffled. Even if it's a 1st stage sea beast, it also has an inner core, right? Otherwise, what can the islands of my Gue He Sea use to refine pills? Fellow Taoist Qua, you're saying that all sea beasts have inner cores? Xiaohua patted his forehead and suddenly understood. Yes. Qua Rhyming nodded. Apart from ordinary fish, shrimps, and ordinary sea beasts that don't have inner cores, all the sea beasts that we cultivators hunt have inner cores. Otherwise, why would we hunt them? Hee, I understand now. Xiaohua said with a smile, "I thought that sea beasts were the same as the demonic beasts on Xiaoyu continent. Only after reaching the 5th stage can they have a demonic core and the strength of a golden core cultivator. Is that so? The demonic beasts on the continent are so strange." Qua Rhyming was also a little surprised. "I rarely go to the land. This time, I went to the Haoming City with my junior sister and lost a lot of spirit stones at the auction in the Haoming City, so I don't know much about the situation on the land." What's going on?" Xiaohua was stunned. After Qua Rhyming explained the matter, Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. Sure enough, it was not far from what he thought. It turned out that Qua Qiao, was the one who took out the jade slip with the demonic language to bid. She wanted to bait him or let him take more spirit stones to vent his anger. Who would have thought that Xiaohua would suddenly stop and let Qua Qiao, bid for her own jade slip? Haoming City didn't care who bid for it. Although it was her own item, she still had to give a certain percentage of the commission. Qua Qiao tried to be clever but ended up with a loss of spirit stones instead. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed, but then frowned and said, "Right, why didn't you all take these inner cores to bid?" Hee, Senior Xiao, do you think we are unwilling? Qua Rhyming smiled and said, "Unfortunately, the elixirs of the Dawn Rain continent seem to be different from those of the overseas islands. Moreover, most of the cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent have an earth attribute physique, while most of the sea beasts in the Gue He Sea have water attribute inner cores. Who would want more? Besides, the elixir recipes of the Gue He Sea islands are rare, and each island treasures them like their own lives. They have never been leaked, so how could there be such elixir recipes on the Dawn Rain continent? Then, who would want the inner cores? I'm afraid that's not all." Xiaohua smiled as if he had thought of something. "Yes, in addition, the elixir refined from the sea beast's inner cores is very violent. Only the disciples of the overseas islands with tough meridians and solid bodies can take it. Ordinary cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent can't take it, so the elixir refined from spiritual herbs is more gentle and suitable for them. Qua Rhyming said with some jealousy, the disciples of the overseas islands also want to take that kind of elixir. Not only is its medicinal effect good, but it also has no impurities, unlike the spine pearlin elixir, which requires the use of cultivation techniques to refine its impurities. Alas, it's a pity that the elixir refined from spiritual herbs is too expensive. Each elixir costs a lot of spiritual stones. We can't afford it. Hee hee. Seeing Qua Rhyming start to complain, Xiaohua smiled but didn't say anything. Actually, the inner cores of the sea beasts might be different from the golden cores of us cultivators. Qua Rhyming said again, from what this junior knows, all the sea beasts with spiritual abilities have their inner cores. They use their inner cores to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Sometimes, on the Guihe Sea, on the night of the full moon, many sea beasts with profound cultivation will release their inner cores to absorb the essence of the moon. The power of their inner cores can fill the entire sea surface. Therefore, the sea beasts of the Guihe Sea are the same as the spiritual herbs on the Dawn Rain continent. The more profound their cultivation and the longer their lifespan, the more useful they are to us cultivators. Xiaohua's expression changed. He raised his index finger to signal Qua Rhyming to be quiet. Impossible, right? Qua Rhyming was slightly stunned. He didn't dare to release his spiritual sense, but based on what he saw, the two of them talked for less than an hour. How could the tiger-spotted amber appear? However, when he looked at the entrance of the cave with some dissatisfaction, sure enough, an even bigger square head and big ears poked out. Chapter 2155. With Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness and the black iron needles without mana fluctuations, Xiaohua and Qua Rhyming were able to capture the tiger spot amber with ease. In just half a day, they had already obtained 9 tiger spot amber. In front of Qua Rhyming's dumbfounded eyes, Xiaohua even gave him a second tiger spot amber. Xiaohua seemed to be addicted to it. He released his Buddhist sense to check if there were any more tiger mark amber coming out. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart suddenly jumped. A feeling of palpitations came from the depths of Great Flag Reef, pressing down on his heart tightly like a mountain. Ah! Xiaohua was shocked. This kind of warning sign was very serious. Although he didn't know what was going to happen, he knew that the most important thing right now was to leave this place. However, just as Xiaohua was about to speak, a fiery red color gradually appeared from the depths of Great Flag Reef. Ah! Fire wave fish beast? Qua Rhyming's eyes immediately opened wider than a ball. His face was full of surprise and ecstasy. This is the legendary sea beast. Fellow Taoist Qua. Xiaohua said hurriedly. This place is extremely dangerous. Quickly follow me. Ah. Dangerous? Qua Rhyming was stunned. He quickly scanned with his divine sense but didn't see anything abnormal. He said disapprovingly, Senior Xiao, if we talk about cultivation, I can't catch up to you. But if we talk about experience in QC, you should listen to me. Good boy Spirit Min Beast, Qi Yen Song. As Qua Rhyming spoke, he no longer paid attention to Xiaohua. Instead, he used his divine sense to look at the dozen or so multicolored sea beasts that had spread out in all directions and were rapidly swimming away. He muttered, These are all rare beasts that I can't even see normally. As he said that, Qua Rhyming activated his magic tool. The ship anchor flashed with a blue brilliance and flew towards a Spirit Min beast that was approaching. Fellow Taoist Qua, this is the last time I ask you. Don't forget that you can't even see a single one of these rare sea beasts normally. Why are they all out now? Xiaohua formed a water-dispelling seal and his body began to sway. Unexpectedly, Qua Rhyming's eyes lit up. He simply turned a deaf ear to Xiaohua's reminder. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and quickly flew towards the surface of the sea. Wife. Xiaohua released his divine sense. He had long since seen Shui, who was lingering around the corals, forgetting to return. He hurriedly said, "Let's go." "All right." When Shui heard Xiaohua's call, she immediately activated her magic power and flew towards the surface of the sea. Of course, she didn't forget to shout, "Fellow Taoist Kwa, quickly follow me." But Kwa Qiao's body moved slightly. She still hesitated and said anxiously, "Where's my brother Ming?" Xiaohua has already passed by Kwa Qiao, grabbed Shui and said anxiously, "I feel that there might be some unusual movement in the Sea of Life. I already warned fellow Taoist Kwa, but he wants to capture some rare sea beast." Kwa Qiao quickly scanned with her divine perception. Indeed, she saw even more rare sea beasts surging out. Her eyes also lit up. Praise fellow Taoist. Shui knew Xiaohua's premonition. Although her body had already flown several meters with Xiaohua, she still didn't forget to shout, "Let's go. If we don't go now, it'll be too late." "Oh." Kwa Qiao casually responded. She waved her hand and a light purple rope flew out. It was caught by Shui. At the same time Kwa Qiao flew up, she hurriedly transmitted her voice, "Brother Ming, let's go, roar." At this moment, a sound similar to the roar of tens of thousands of bulls rose from under everyone's feet. The entire sea water seemed to be boiling, and countless bubbles gushed out from the depths of the sea. Along with those bubbles, an extremely powerful confining force covered an area of more than 1,000 meters. Ah! Shui was greatly alarmed. The magic power in her body had already begun to stagnate. Whatever water-dispelling art, whatever flying technique, they all slowed down. "Rise," Xiaohua roared. The phoenix body flew out of his body. With a phoenix cry, its fleshy wings flapped and shattered the confining force. However, this confining force seemed to be the might of heaven. Just as it was shattered by the phoenix body, it immediately gradually reappeared. And taking advantage of this opportunity, the magic power on the surface of Xiaohua's body surged. With a burst of brilliance, he used the bright thunder escape and flew towards the horizon with extreme speed. Roar! Just as Xiaohua flew for more than 1,000 meters, the confining force suddenly disappeared again. What followed was actually an incomparably powerful suction force, a suction force that spun towards the bottom of Gueha Sea. Rumble. Another deafening sound rang out. The majestic Great Flag Reef just now was still multicolored coral rocks, but now it was like a withered branch swallowed by a flood. It was instantly destroyed, and even the suction force rapidly sank. The seawater within 1,000 meters of Gueha Sea rushed towards the bottom of the sea like a funnel. It was as if the entire seabed had leaked a large hole here. "Brother Ming," Kwa Qiao screamed miserably. The hand holding the light purple rope actually loosened. Her small and delicate body instantly fell into the whirlpool. She simply didn't have time to struggle and was about to be swallowed. "Do you want to die?" Xiaohua roared angrily. The phoenix Dharma body turned around and flew over. Its sharp phoenix claws instantly broke through Kwa Qiao's defense and pierced into Kwa Qiao's back, firmly grabbing her. "Senior Xiao, quickly put me down." Kwa Qiao screamed somewhat crazily. "I want to find Brother Ming. I want to die together with Brother Ming. What's the point of this?" Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. At this moment, he had already brought Shui to the edge of the whirlpool. The suction force was already relatively weak, and Shui was able to resist it. "Even if I die, I want to be together with Brother Ming. Even if I die, I want to tell him that I love him." Kwa Qiao struggled with all her might, but how could she break free from the phoenix Dharma body? Her petite body was brought to Xiaohua's side. Her Taoist robe was already soaked in blood. When Shui heard this, she was about to cry. She turned to Xiaohua and said, "Husband, I know you can save Kwa Riming. Put me and Kwa Chiao down, and I will immediately take Kwa Chiao and escape from here. I don't want to see this pair of unfortunate mandarin ducks separated from each other. This. Xiaohua released his divine sense. At this moment, the entire whirlpool was already enveloped by a huge suction force. Under the might of heaven and earth, his divine sense couldn't reach far. However, he could still see Kwa Riming struggling with all his might in the whirlpool, being dragged into the abyss bit by bit. After estimating for a moment, Xiaohua understood that he should be able to save Kwa Riming. However, this whirlpool and the collapsed Great Flag Reef were obviously the might of heaven and earth. Which cultivator could say that they could escape unscathed under the might of heaven and earth? However, Kwa Chiao's extremely desolate gaze, incomparably desperate expression, and resolute actions all hit Xiaohua's weak spot. Chapter 2156. Forget it. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and grabbed Kwa Chiao. He threw her to Shui and said, "Fly horizontally as soon as possible." Then, he turned around and rushed into the whirlpool. But at this moment, there was another loud roar. The tremors were several times stronger than before. Countless bubbles surged out from the bottom of the sea, and countless corpses of sea beasts were tossed out by the whirlpool. In fact, Great Flag Reef was collapsing at an even faster rate. The suction force of the sea was several times stronger. Withdraw, Xiaohua dived quickly, and his spirit was released at the same time. Xiaohua, who had always been stingy and greedy, didn't forget to amass wealth even when his life was in danger. Fortunately, as the corpses of the sea beasts around Xiaohua disappeared, Xiaohua's speed didn't decrease. It even exceeded the suction force and approached Kwa Riming at an extremely fast speed. Kwa Riming's face was already pale. He could still use the magic power in his body and make a dying struggle. Just as Xiaohua turned around, the suction force increased greatly. He was in the center of the whirlpool, and the suction force increased greatly. His true essence was now imprisoned, and he couldn't use any magic power. He could only be helpless. He fell into the whirlpool, and his whole body was not only spinning like a top, but also being dragged by the whirlpool at an extremely fast speed. There was no need to mention Kwa Riming's mood. He was extremely depressed and regretful. In his mind, besides Xiaohua's warning before he left, there was only Kwa Chiao's smile. His mood was very similar to Kwa Chiao's. He was extremely regretful that he didn't say anything to Kwa Chiao. Chiao. Just as Kwa Riming felt that the spinning sky and sea were extremely dark and was about to close his eyes, a figure appeared in front of him. When he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, when he opened his eyes again, the figure was already close to him. However, it wasn't Kwa Chiao, but Xiaohua. Senior Xiao. Kwa Riming was completely stunned. He was even more stunned than Kwa Chiao. Unfortunately, Kwa Riming could only think with his head, but he couldn't move his hands and feet. He didn't have any magic power, so he could only watch with his eyes wide open. Just at this moment, a gust of wind was born from the center of the whirlpool. It went against the torrential seawater and rushed into the air. Following this gust of wind, the range of the whirlpool suddenly increased, and the suction force also suddenly increased. Oh no! Xiaohua was shocked. The pressure on him had increased as well, and he had no choice but to release the Phoenix technique. Moreover, he was extremely worried about Shui. But at that moment, the strong winds and the suction force seemed to be able to absorb his spiritual will. Xiaohua's spiritual will was unable to reach far. How could he meet Shui? Forget it. Xiaohua gritted his teeth and stimulated his magic energy once more, causing his figure to flash once more as he flashed towards the center of the vortex where the suction force was the strongest. Crack. Just as Kwa Riming's body was about to sway, the Phoenix Dharma body extended its sharp claws and grabbed Kwa Riming's back. Oh my, this guy's physical body is a little strange. When the phoenix celestial body's sharp claws pierced into Qua Riming's flesh, Xiaohua immediately felt something strange about Qua Riming's flesh. It was incomparably tough, and if it wasn't for the phoenix celestial body's continuous advancement, this claw might not have succeeded. This was a situation where Qua Riming didn't have the slightest bit of magic energy. However, even though Xiaohua had caught Qua Riming, he had also fallen into a quagmire. This strong suction force had already enveloped the surroundings of the vortex, and the force was getting stronger and stronger. Xiaohua's own true essence was also condensed, and his magic energy was gradually unable to be used. Seeing his body being dragged into the vortex, his entire body also began to involuntarily spin. While Xiaohua was inwardly complaining, his mind was also rapidly turning. Xiaohua had already experienced this spinning vortex many times in the Dark Netherland, so he could be considered to have some experience. Therefore, he didn't struggle upwards, and only urged his limited magic energy to fly parallel to the direction of the vortex. After flying for a cup of tea's worth of time, although Xiaohua didn't escape from the vortex and fell down a lot, Xiaohua had already gradually flown out of the center of the vortex, and his escape was in sight. Wang, a buzzing sound, as if millions of flies were flying around Xiaohua's ears, shook his entire head. At this time, his magic energy was also completely disordered, and he was simply unable to continue flying. Shua, in just a moment when Xiaohua relaxed his strength, the entire vortex was like a huge mouth swallowing the entire sea, the Great Flag Reef, and many of the remains of the sea beasts that Xiaohua didn't put into his space. Xiaohua and Qua Riming's bodies also fell down by several tens of feet. Damn it! I'm going to die. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed, and his mind became slightly clearer as he immediately urged his cultivation method, and the earth crystal Ya milk in his meridians was activated. Soon after, a rich earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth flooded Xiaohua's meridians, and some of it overflowed from the surface of his body. Go! Xiaohua's spirit was once again shaken. On one hand, he turned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into flowing true essence to urge his magic energy, and on the other hand, he used all his strength to urge the bright thunder escape to rush out of the vortex. And he also didn't forget to continue putting the remains of the sea beasts in the vortex into his space. It would be a waste if he didn't take them. Inside the vortex, all kinds of noises were unceasingly heard, and it was really lively. However, the suction force and the sweeping gale were similar to the dark wind, and gradually expanded, sucking in the several hundreds of feet of seawater. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this area was sucked in by the gale, forming a huge funnel that directly pierced into the sky. It was as if the end of the funnel was the layers of white clouds in the sky, and those white clouds were also drawn into the vortex. The Great Flag Reef that was originally in this sea area had long disappeared. In its place was a vortex that looked like the mouth of a pitch-black beast. This vortex was very deep, and there was simply no bottom. Everything within several hundreds of feet couldn't escape this vortex, and was completely swallowed by this vortex. Xiaohua urged so much magic energy, and it was almost the same as when he was risking his life in the ink-black forest. On one hand, he skillfully corrected his body, and on the other, he urged his magic energy, and the earth-yellow brilliance around his body repeatedly flashed. And, in addition, about a foot behind his upper body, the phoenix celestial body flapped its wings to resist the restrictive force, and its sharp claws even grabbed a sturdy man that looked like a diamond. G, the sound inside the vortex changed again. This time, it was as if a giant was pushing a stone door, and there was the rusty sound of the door's axle moving. Following this sound, the hurricane that stood erect in the sky suddenly slapped down, and this situation was simply a replica of the dark wind. A wave of vast and unparalleled power from the outermost part of the vortex, from the top of the vortex, suddenly began to shrink. Everything in this area, including the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was wrapped up and suddenly restrained. Roar! Xiaohua was very anxious, and he used the dragon transformation art with all his strength. His meridians were agitated, and his true essence instantly multiplied. Moreover, for safety's sake, Xiaohua spat out another mouthful of blood, and he had no choice but to use the reverse blood-devouring art. The bright thunder escape changed direction again, and directly rushed out of the vortex. Xiaohua's whole body flashed with brilliance, and his speed instantly increased by half, just barely surpassing the enormous power of the vortex. At the final moment when the vortex was rapidly shrinking, he rushed out of the vortex. Like a wild horse out of control, Xiaohua's speed suddenly rushed into the still surging Kueha Sea. That speed had already broken through the water-dispelling art, and Xiaohua's whole body entered the sea water. That ice-cold sea water at this time made Xiaohua feel so familiar. At this time, Xiaohua's meridians were already flowing with true essence, and abundant magic power filled his whole body. Xiaohua naturally knew that using the reverse blood-devouring art would damage his cultivation. With a sigh, he let go of Qua rhyming, and the phoenix body returned to his body. He used the water-dispelling art again, and said indifferently, "Let's go up." "Yes, I will listen to Senior's instructions." At this time, Qua rhyming was extremely respectful. This vortex was formed by heaven and earth, and the might of heaven and earth was something that only spirit-severing cultivators could resist. And Xiaohua was actually able to escape from the vortex and save him. Husband. Brother Ming, without waiting for the two to fly far, divine senses had already swept over. Shue and Qua Qiao shouted at the same time, and rushed over from the distance. Although Shue's face was filled with surprise, but it was obviously not out of her expectations. "I am injured. Take me and fly." Xiaohua unceremoniously leaned on Shue's shoulder and hugged Shue's small waist. Shue's mouth curved into a smile, and she nodded, "Okay." Saying that, Shue hugged Xiaohua's small waist and flew out of the Guihe Sea. When Qua rhyming saw that Qua Qiao's robe was stained with blood, he did not care about anything else, and hurriedly grabbed her hand and asked, "Qiao, your injury." If it was another day, Qua rhyming might not dare to do this, and Qua Qiao would definitely be shy, or even slightly angry. However, Qua rhyming had gone through life and death, so he did not care about anything else. Qua Qiao also slightly twitched, and then sadness came from her heart. The corner of her mouth opened, and she cried, and threw herself into Qua rhyming's arms, tears flowing down. Qiao. Qua rhyming was stunned, like a clay statue. At this time, he realized that his behavior was inappropriate, but Qua Qiao gave him an even greater impact. For a moment, he was at a loss. It was still Qua Qiao. She raised her hand, took Qua rhyming's fan-like hand, and placed it on her shoulder. Qua rhyming's hand trembled, and after a moment, as if he was blessed by luck, he trembled and touched Qua Qiao's beautiful hair. However, he only touched it slightly, and immediately retracted his hand as if it was burned by fire. Then, he hesitated for a moment and firmly stroked Qua Qiao's black hair. "Qiao. Qua rhyming's voice was trembling. "Your injury, is it serious? Is it a problem? I have healing pills here. You should take it according to your feelings." Qua Qiao shook her head vigorously in Qua rhyming's arms, and her tears and snot rubbed on Qua rhyming's body. "Oh." After a moment, Qua rhyming was still not at ease, and asked again, "How did you get injured? Did you hit a reef?" Qua Qiao almost wanted to stomp her feet. She did not want to leave Qua rhyming's warm embrace, as if it was incomparably safe and tranquil there. However, she felt sweet in her heart, knowing that if she did not answer, Qua rhyming's heart would not be at ease. Chapter 2157. It's nothing. When Senior Xiao saved me, he used his avatar to scratch me. Weren't you also caught? Qua Qiao opened her mouth and took a breath of air. She said with a choked voice, Sister Shue already gave me a pill. It's just that I didn't have time to change my Taoist robe. Oh, Qua Rhyming nodded. His heart was finally at ease. He knew that Xiaohua's phoenix avatar's sharp claws were very powerful. His heart was also slightly distressed for Qua Xiao. Xiaohua and Shue flew into the air and watched the gradually shrinking whirlpool. They still couldn't use their divine sense to probe inside. Good girl. Xiaohua sniffed the fragrance of Shue's body and said, "Why is your husband's luck so bad? Wherever I go, there will be problems?" This kind of heaven and earth anomaly happened in such a vast and boundless QC. Why did I have to encounter it? If you say I encountered it, then I encountered it. I could have run away by myself. But my wife's kindness was aroused and insisted that your husband go save them. My wife, how can you be so ruthless? Aren't you afraid that your husband will be in danger? Hee hee. Shue pursed her lips and said with a smile, I naturally know that you won't be in any danger. That's why I let you go. Ah. My wife, you have the ability to foresee the future. How come I never knew about it? Xiaohua laughed and said indifferently. However, a trace of gloominess appeared on Shue's face. However, she forced a smile and said, That's right. My husband can do it on a whim. How can I foresee the future? Alright, this Qua Rhyming was brought back by this young man. How will my wife reward this young man? Xiaohua said as his nose gently rubbed against Shue's snow-white neck. Alright, Shue's face flushed red and said, Qua Qiao, and Qua Rhyming are coming up soon. Don't let them laugh at us. TSK, if these two people continue to chatter, let's see if my husband doesn't throw them into the whirlpool together. Xiaohua muttered in a low voice. However, just as he was about to dawdle, Qua Rhyming held Qua Qiao's hand and flew up from the QC. Qua Rhyming looked a little embarrassed, while Qua Qiao was natural and unrestrained. She did not seem to be shy at all. Junior thanks Senior Xiao for saving my life again. Qua Qiao and Qua Rhyming bowed to pay their respects. At this moment, Qua Qiao was sincerely convinced by Xiaohua. This cultivator is truly resourceful and noble. Hee, get up. Xiaohua also couldn't stay on Shue's body. He straightened up and waved his hand, This is my wife's order. If you want to thank someone, you should thank her. Naturally, the two of them bowed to Shue. Shue immediately supported the two of them. She blinked her eyes and said, Since you've been through life and death, I hope that the two of you can connect with each other and cultivate together. Qua Rhyming was a little embarrassed, but Qua Qiao nodded and said seriously, I will remember Sister Shue's words. Oh, although it was my wife's orders, you still have to thank me. Xiaohua interrupted again. Yes, as long as I have it or Brother Ming can take it out, we will definitely thank Senior Xiao. Qua Qiao said without hesitation. Great. Xiaohua praised in his heart, the last devil spear shaft won't run away. However, since Xiaohua knew that there was no devil spear shaft in Qua Qiao's storage pouch, he didn't say anything. He smiled and said, Since fellow Qua said so, I will remember it. When I think of something and ask you for it, don't refuse. Of course. Qua Qiao nodded and said, I still have some things left on the island. When I return to Blood Red Island, I will definitely let Senior Xiao choose. In addition, if Senior Xiao needs anything, don't hesitate to tell me. If Brother Ming and I can do it, we will definitely do our best. Oh, right, fellow Qua, your body seems to be very tough. Could it be that you have a secret technique? Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he thought of something and asked. Senior, this is the secret technique of my Blood Red Island. Qua Rhyming nodded and said, I have practiced it since I was young. Secret technique of body refinement? Xiaohua's heart moved, and he immediately connected with Qua Qiao's strength. He turned his head and said, Fellow Qua, have you practiced it before? Yes. Qua Chiao nodded without hesitation and said, "This is the rule of my blood-red island. All disciples have to practice it when they are young. However, after they grow up, it depends on their aptitude. Most of the female disciples give up, and only 30% of the male disciples can continue to practice it. Brother Ming is one of them." Hearing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel happy. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "This secret technique. I probably can't see it, right?" Qua Riming's face showed that he was in a difficult position, while Qua Chiao said naturally, "It is as Senior Xiao said. This is the secret technique of my blood-red island. Outsiders can't see it, and we have already made a blood oath." "Yes." Xiaohua nodded. Qua Chiao said with a smile, "However, Senior Xiao has the complete technique of my blood-red island. If you want to exchange it with that technique, there will be no problem." Qua Riming looked at Qua Chiao with a puzzled expression, and Qua Chiao didn't explain. "Yes, that's right." Xiaohua nodded and said with a wave of his hand, "I just suffered a little injury and need to rest for a few days. Is there a place for me to rest? Can you two fellow Taoists lead me there? Senior, please follow me." Qua Chiao nodded and used her divine sense to scan the Great Flag Reef, which had disappeared without a trace. She flew up and flew towards the sunset. After more than 20 days, above the boundless sea, a blood-red color was painted on the horizon. Corresponding to the blood-red color, the Sea of Union was also blood-red. Moreover, there was a particularly bright spot amidst this blood-red color. When they flew closer, they could clearly see that it was an island that was connected together. On the island, blood-red plants covered the ground, and the rocks and soil on the island were also blood-red. It was very strange. "Senior Xiao, this is my home," Qua Chiao said and pointed. However, when her hand reached for Qua Riming's hand flashed. It was as if he was afraid of being seen by the other disciples of Blood-Red Island. Qua Chiao glared at Qua Riming, and this guy obediently stretched out his hand, allowing Qua Chiao to grab his carrot-sized finger. Xiaohua stroked his chin and looked at the island about 100 li away. After thinking for a while, he released his divine sense and rushed towards Blood-Red Island. "Oh." Qua Chiao obviously sensed Xiaohua's divine sense and was slightly stunned. Soon after, she understood what Xiaohua was thinking. Sure enough, after a while, the same divine sense swept out from Blood-Red Island, circled around Xiaohua and the others, and locked onto Xiaohua. Chapter 2158. The master of your island is about to step into the middle stage of gold core? Xiaohua said thoughtfully. Now Qua Chiao no longer doubted Xiaohua's cultivation. She also sensed the island master's cultivation and respectfully replied, "Senior Xiao, please no." The island master's name is Qua Heng. He is an early gold core stage cultivator. I'm afraid his cultivation is similar to Senior Xiao's. Hearing Qua Chiao's probing, Xiaohua smiled and didn't reply. His cultivation was still at the early stage of foundation establishment. After flying forward for a while, an early-stage gold core cultivator led several late-stage foundation establishment cultivators to welcome them. When Xiaohua saw these cultivators, he couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw Qua Riming, he already felt that this guy was tall like a giant ape. However, compared to these masters, Qua Riming was simply a small ape. The gold core cultivator in front of him was more than 10 feet tall. Moreover, he had big shoulders and a round waist. His body was incomparably sturdy. This was the appearance of Xiaohua's mighty Vajradharma body. And Qua Riming was almost 2 heads shorter than this gold core cultivator. Looking at the late-stage foundation establishment cultivators near the gold core cultivator, they were also sturdy. However, they were still one size smaller than Qua Heng. Of course, they were still one size bigger than Qua Riming. Damn it. Xiao Hua was immediately overjoyed. The disciples of Blood Red Island don't need to compete at all. They just need to stand there and compare their height to see who is stronger. Kua Heng's divine sense swept over Xiao Hua and his brows slightly wrinkled. He saw a cultivator's divine sense rashly sweep in and immediately checked. Only then did he realize that there was a cultivator 100 li away accompanied by Blood Red Island's disciples. He understood that this should be a gold core cultivator visiting Blood Red Island, so he brought the main disciples of Blood Red Island to welcome him. However, Kua Heng unexpectedly discovered that Xiao Hua's cultivation was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. How could he not frown? It wasn't that he didn't know that Dawn Rain Continent had a mysterious technique to conceal one's cultivation, but it couldn't directly conceal one's cultivation from gold core to foundation establishment, right? He could believe it if it was from nascent soul or divine clone to foundation establishment, but he himself was a gold core cultivator. Of course, he knew how difficult it was. I, disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Xiao Hua, greets Island Master Kua Heng. Xiao Hua stepped forward and saluted. He didn't use the identity of a junior. Shue Shue smiled and bowed. Junior Shue Shue of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets Senior Kua. Hehe, so it's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. No disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect has ever visited my Blood Red Island. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Kua Heng no longer hesitated in his heart. He hurriedly stepped forward to return the greeting and said with a smile. Hehe, Island Master, you're too courteous. Xiao Hua smiled and said, I accompanied Junior Sister to the QC to gain experience. Not only did Junior Sister successfully reach foundation establishment overseas, she even encountered 2 extremely outstanding disciples from your island. This Xiao is very happy. I heard from your island's disciple that Blood Ray Island is holding a competition that is held once every 10 years. This Xiao feels that it is fate, so I came to nag you. How presumptuous. Ha ha ha, congratulations, fellow Daoist Shui. Kua Heng was a gold core cultivator. He had already seen that Shue Shue's realm had just stabilized. He also heard that Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and even praised his disciple. He was happy in his heart. He clapped his hands and took out a jade bottle. He handed it over and said with a smile, This is my Blood Red Island's foundation establishment medicinal pill. It can't be compared to the Imperial Thunder Sects, but it is also a little bit of my appreciation. Shue Shue generously received it and thank you for the medicine, Senior. This junior has always been curious about the spiritual medicines of the overseas islands. Senior has satisfied this junior's wish. Hehe, no need to thank me, no need to thank me. Kua Heng waved his hand and introduced several people around him to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua also didn't neglect and cupped his hands to return the greeting. These late-stage foundation establishment cultivators didn't understand as well as Kua Heng. Although they also bowed, they all addressed each other as equals. Xiao Hua didn't care. After all, he really was a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. When Kua Heng saw this, he didn't reprimand them. He only smiled and watched. After Xiao Hua finished greeting, Kua Riming and Kua Qiao came forward to report. Hearing that Kua Qiao actually asked Xiao Hua to be her helper, Kua Heng smiled. You little girl, if fellow Daoist Xiao is your helper, other people still want to compete with you like this? Immediately after, he pondered for a moment and said with a smile, Since fellow Daoist Xiao wants to see the competition of my Blood Red Island and is still so enthusiastic, I can't not help but fulfill his wish. Moreover, now that we've reached the final stage of the competition, we'll simply hold the trial of the island tomorrow. All disciples will participate. Io, Island Lord. Kua Qiao said in panic, Senior Xiao only has profound magic power. His physical body isn't necessarily tough. For him to participate in the entire trial of the island, I'm afraid, it's not suitable, right? Kua Riming seemed to have thought of something and said, Qiao, Senior Xiao should be fine. Seeing Kua Riming's abnormal correction, Kua Qiao was also slightly surprised. Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao. Kua Heng said with a smile, fellow Taoist must also know that my blood-red island's foundation is body refining. In this trial of the island, there are many areas that test the achievements of body refining. Other areas also test magic power. Yes, because this grand event is held once every 10 years by my blood-red island, the fellow Taoists of the nearby islands also like to participate. Therefore, the ancestors allowed the disciples of blood-red island to invite helpers. On one hand, it increases the fun, and on the other hand, it also strengthens the cooperation with other islands. Of course, if fellow Taoist Xiao participates, there's no need to talk about the magic power segment. Who can compete with you? However, if it's just magic power, fellow Taoist Xiao also feels that it's meaningless, right? Do you have to participate in all the trials? Including the body refining technique? Looking at Kua Heng's smile and the eager faces of the few late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, Xiao Hua said with a smile, all right. I also happen to know some body refining techniques. I can also compare notes with the fellow Taoists of Blood Red Island. Imperial Thunder Sect also has body refining techniques? Kua Heng was somewhat stunned. I've never heard of it. Hee, my Imperial Thunder Sect naturally also has body refining techniques. It's just that it's not particularly famous. Xiao Hua naturally couldn't damage the reputation of Imperial Thunder Sect, so he replied with a smile. All right, fellow Taoist Xiao, please. Kua Heng swung his Taoist robe. Fellow Taoist Kua, please go first. Xiao Hua said modestly. Immediately, several people flew towards Blood Red Island. This Blood Red Island was different from Awakening Silicon Island. There was no distinction between the main island and the auxiliary island. There was only a group of islands scattered together. These islands looked like one big island from afar, but when one looked closer, there were many cliffs, canyons, and accumulated seawater that separated these islands. Of course, the defense of Blood Red Island was even stronger than that of Awakening Silicon Island. There were many places that actually had magic power confining arrays. Everyone had no choice but to land and walk in step by step. In the evening, Kua Heng held a banquet to entertain Xiao Hua and Xue Xue. Of course, apart from these two Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, there were also some disciples from the nearby islands of Blood Red Island. However, most of these disciples were Qi Refining Realm cultivators, and very few of them were Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. During the banquet, Kua Heng was even more polite to Xiao Hua, and there was even a bit of respect in his tone. Xiao Hua understood that Kua Qiao, and Kua Rhyming must have told Kua Heng about the matter of them being rescued. However, since Kua Heng didn't mention it, Xiao Hua didn't take it to heart. His road of experience was a road of sowing seeds, a road of doing good deeds, a road of fame, and a road of soaring cultivation. He could be considered to have regarded false reputation as a trivial matter. In addition, during the banquet, Xiao Hua could be considered to have seen all of Blood Red Island's Foundation Establishment Realm and Peak Qi Refining Realm disciples. Contrary to his expectations, there wasn't a single well-built female cultivator. All of the female disciples of Blood Red Island were as petite as Kua Qiao, looking thin and weak. This made Xiao Hua have no choice but to start thinking about the good deeds his Phoenix Celestial Body and Fairy Hong Xia's Ice Phoenix Celestial Body had done after drinking a few mouthfuls of spiritual wine. Alas, drinking more spiritual wine is indeed not a good thing. Xiao Hua and Xue Xue came to the resting place arranged by Blood Red Island and couldn't help but think. The resting place of the disciples of the overseas islands was somewhat different from that of the Dawn Rain continent. Most of them built their cave dwellings inside the stone walls, and all of them were underground. There were very few pavilions and palaces. My wife. Seeing this exquisite cave dwelling with bright red decorations, Xiao Hua became restless and said in a low voice, "Finally, it's late at night again. One night is worth several thousand spirit stones. Why don't we rest early?" Xue Xue was somewhat shy. She looked around and shook her head again. my husband, this is obviously the place where Blood Red Island entertains guests. I don't know how many people have rested here. Wouldn't it be better if we just adjust our breathing, nourish our true origin? Damn it, that's right. Xiaohua suddenly realized and hurriedly said with an apologetic smile, your husband was wrong. Before he could explain further, a communication talisman flew in from outside the cave dwelling. Xiaohua pinched the communication talisman and a smile appeared on his face. He said, my wife, go inside and adjust your breathing. Your husband has good news. Shue blinked her eyes and said with a smile, could it be that the female disciple of Blood Red Island has taken a fancy to my husband? Why are you so impatient? Xiaohua said helplessly, of course not. It's Qua Qiao, and Qua rhyming who came. I'm afraid they have good things for your husband. TSK, looking at Xiaohua's greedy appearance, Shue shook her head helplessly, don't you have enough good things? My wife knows that there is no such thing as the most, only more. Your husband likes to have more the better. Not long after, Qua rhyming and Qua Qiao, arrived together. The moment they met, Qua Qiao, took out a few storage bags and said respectfully, Senior Xiao, our lives were saved by Senior. Moreover, the tentacles of Gengzhe and the 2 tiger spots were also given to us by Senior. Junior discussed with Brother Ming, and these storage bags were hidden by the 2 of us. Also, Junior used the opportunity of the banquet to make some transactions with senior brothers and senior sisters, exchanging for some rare items. These are all for Senior. Senior, please accept them as a token of my appreciation. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 2159. Qua Qiao, originally thought that Xiaohua would refuse. Who knew that Xiaohua would take it without hesitation and scan it with his divine sense? Nonsense, didn't he come to Blood Red Island just to get Qua Qiao, storage pouch? In order to gather all the demonic tools, Xiaohua almost lost his life. Senior Xiao is really frank. Qua Qiao didn't know what Xiaohua was thinking and secretly praised him in her heart. Sure enough, one of the storage pouches contained many demonic tools. One of them was the demonic spear shaft that Xiaohua wanted. The cracks and broken parts were very similar to the ones in the space. Moreover, the small demonic hammer that Qua Qiao used before was also among them. It seemed that Qua Qiao really took out all the things. What is this? Xiaohua naturally couldn't show his attention and looked at the other storage pouch. The storage pouch was full of miscellaneous items. One of them was an ox head token. It was also mottled with rust and was very similar to the tiger head token in the space. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua took out the token and asked, Qiao, what is this token? This. I also don't know. Seeing Xiaohua directly call her, Qiao, Qua Qiao, was very happy. She glanced at Qua rhyming and said, this thing was picked up by Martial Uncle in the early years when I was doing a foundation establishment trial on the Sea of Kuei. There were 2 of them, one seemed to be a pig's head. I really don't remember, so Martial Uncle casually gave me this ox head token. Which Martial Uncle? Xiaohua said with a smile, if possible, can you also give his token to me? Oh, it's Martial Uncle Qua Yu. Qua Qiao answered without hesitation, but she was a bit embarrassed. I will ask Martial Uncle Qua, but that thing is many years old. I don't know if Martial Uncle still has it. Moreover, who knows if he wants to exchange it with Senior Xiao. Xiaohua said with a smile, you can go and ask, see what conditions he has. Okay. Qua Qiao readily agreed and pointed her finger, Senior Xiao, the things in this storage bag are all strange things that Brother Ming and I obtained in the Qianhe Sea. We don't know their uses. Even if you ask me, I don't know. As expected, it's really strange. There's actually a small finger bone here. Xiao Hua smiled and put down the storage pouch. Then, he looked at the other storage pouches. They were filled with sea beasts' inner cores, bones, and other things. There were even some spirit herbs from the sea. Thus, Xiao Hua pointed at the storage pouch that contained devil tools and asked. Devil tools are extremely rare in the Dawn Rain continent. Why do you have so many of them on Bloodshine Island? Hee, I'll teach Senior Xiao well. Qua Qiao laughed and said, Seniors all cultivate Dharma spells, and this demonic artifact is extremely heavy. Without a body-tempering cultivation technique, who would use it? My Blood Ray Island uses the body refining technique as its foundation. Naturally, we need a lot of demonic artifacts. Many cultivators who obtain demonic artifacts would bring them to the Sea City to trade with my Blood Ray Island. Looking at the storage pouch, Qua Qiao was somewhat reluctant to part with it and said, Since young, I've been fond of refining tools. I've dabbled in demonic artifacts. Among them, there's a mysterious demonic artifact. In my opinion, it should be the famous weapon in the demon realm, Qiu Yinlu. However, I only have a small part of it, so I can't make a complete judgment. Then, a trace of regret appeared on her face. When I went to Haoming City this time, I encountered another spear end. Unfortunately, it was snatched by another cultivator. It's really hateful. Oh. Qiu Yinlu. Xiao Hua was obviously stunned. This name was definitely unfamiliar to him before he came to the Qianhe Sea. But just now, when heavenly demon Sex Zhang Qingxiao wanted to escape from the 10,000 demon realms empress, she made up a lie. Wasn't it to find this Qiu Yinlu? Could it be that it was this item? Is this it? There were many demonic artifacts in the storage pouch. However, only this spear shaft was left with a damaged section. Yes, Senior Zhao's eyes are indeed as sharp as torches. Qua Qiao praised. Xiao Hua originally wanted to take another demonic artifact first and then pretend to take this damaged one as well. It could be said that he couldn't refuse but reluctantly took it. Since Qua Qiao sincerely gave it to him, Xiao Hua didn't pretend and smiled. Since Qiao is so sincere, I'll accept it. Following which, Xiao Hua took some of the spiritual herbs from the sea as well as the storage pouch that was filled with strange things. He then passed the remaining items to Qua Qiao Senior. Qua Riming was a little anxious and said, What you took are all useless things. These are the ones that are really useful. Xiao Hua pursed his lips and smiled. With a profound expression, he looked at the two with bright eyes. Qiao and Xiao brother Ming. Actually, what I take or don't take, isn't it your goodwill? I didn't save the two of you for your things. So what's the difference between taking more and taking less? Of course, I saw that Xiao had deep feelings for her brother Ming. Even if she didn't want her own life, she would still die with her brother Ming. This kind of deep affection, even the heavens and earth would be convinced. Why can't I take action? Although these things aren't of much use to me, I hope that the two of you can peacefully dual cultivate in the future and reach the Gold Core realm. Senior. Qua Riming's eyes were filled with tears. Qua Qiao was grateful. They really didn't expect the person in front of them to be so noble. Senior, please wait a moment. I'll go find Martial Uncle. I'll definitely find the things that Senior wants. Qua Qiao left without saying anything. Hee, Qiao don't be anxious. Xiao Hua stopped her and said. It's already late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'll also stay here for a while. Okay. Qua Qiao was very obedient and asked again, other than that thing, what else is Senior Xiao looking for in Qua He Si? Junior wants to see what effect it has. So it's like that. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, if there are any special spirit herbs in Qua He Si, it doesn't matter what kind of spirit herb it is. As long as it's a seedling or even a seed, help me find it. Okay, Junior understands. Hua Xiao thought that Xiao Hua was disrespectful and immediately patted her chest. Remember, I don't want anything that's perennial. I only want seeds or even seedlings. Xiao Hua didn't forget to remind them. Yes, Hua rhyming and Hua Xiao took the storage pouch and rushed out excitedly. I am just so noble. There's really no other way. Xiao Hua naturally knew what the two of them were thinking. He loosened his shoulders and said helplessly. That's right, 1,000-year-old spirit herb is really useless to Xiao Hua. Chapter 2160. Although the inner cores in Hua Xiao, storage pouch, were not bad, they couldn't be compared to the sea beasts Xiao Hua caught in the whirlpool. Xiao Hua didn't care about spirit stones, so what could they give him? Perhaps only those strange and unknown things in the Kuei he see would be able to do so. Xiao Hua threw the storage pouch into the space and placed the finger bone near the white bone in the space. Sure enough, they were one and had a faint lightning connection. Then, he looked at the tiger head token and the ox head token. They were similar, but they didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations. Who knew if they were really related? As for the demonic spear shaft, Xiao Hua was most concerned about, it was real. When the fragments of the demonic spear were put together, it was really a complete demonic spear. Is this the dragon silver armor? It's actually a famous weapon in the demon world? I can't see anything strange about it. Xiao Hua pinched his chin and thought in confusion, perhaps, I can see its uniqueness after I repair it. Actually, Xiao Hua wanted to ask Hua Xiao, about the refining method or her experience. However, since Hua Xiao, didn't put the jade slip in the storage pouch, the refining method should be a secret of Blood Red Island. He didn't need to make things difficult for her. Moreover, if Xiao Hua asked, wouldn't his noble image be destroyed? Forget it. I know the refining method of the 5 elements, and I also have the demonic slip from the demon world. With Xiao Er's annotations, how can it be worse than Blood Red Island? Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out the jade slip that he had been referring to for the past few days. Early in the morning, when the sun rose, the clear light swept across Blood Red Island and dyed it red. Outside the cave where Xiao Hua and Xue were resting, there were already Blood Red Island disciples waiting for them. Xiao Hua opened his eyes and scanned with his divine sense. Naturally, he couldn't let them wait for too long, so he walked out of the cave with Xue. Senior Xiao. The disciple standing in wait was a qi refining cultivator. He said respectfully, my Blood Ray Island's island test will begin in an hour. All the martial uncles and senior brothers are preparing for it, so the island master had to ask this junior to invite senior over for the test. Please forgive us, senior. Hee, no problem. Xiao Hua suddenly understood and raised his hand. Senior Xiao, please. The attendant disciple respectfully activated the yellow talisman and led the way in front of him, flying directly to the location of the blood-colored beach that Xiao Hua had just passed when he entered the island yesterday. At this time, a lot of disciples had already gathered on the beach. Many of them were from the banquet last night. More than 10 Middle Foundation establishment stage disciples came over to chat with Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua also responded with a smile. Fellow Daoist Xiao, I heard that you want to exchange some things with I. Just as Xiao Hua was responding, a slightly cold voice sounded. Xiao Hua turned his head and saw a slightly tall female cultivator with slightly dark skin and faint wrinkles at the corner of her eyes. Moreover, her hair was also somewhat white as she landed behind him. Fellow Daoist? What do you want in exchange for I? Xiao Hua thought for a moment. He seemed to have seen this female cultivator last night. However, she was very far away, so he only swept his eyes over her. The female cultivator was slightly taken aback. Weren't you the one who sent Xiao, to look for me last night? Oh, so Kwa Yu is fellow Daoist. Xiao Hua immediately realized. Last night, He mistook Kuo Yu for a male cultivator, and Kuo Xiao didn't explain. What? Is it not me, but someone else? Kuo Yu said unhappily. He, Xiao didn't make it clear yesterday. Xiao Hua hurriedly cupped his hands and said, this Xiao apologizes here. Kuo Yu's face was slightly happy, and she nodded. This old one hasn't seen that token for a long time. I originally wanted to look for it again in a few days, but Xiao sincerely requested, so this old one took a long time to find it. Thank you for your help, fellow Daoist. Xiao Hua was very happy and said, if fellow Daoist needs anything, you can tell this Xiao. If this Xiao can satisfy fellow Daoist, I will try my best to satisfy you. No need. Kuo Yu waved her hand and said, you saved Xiao, my blood-red island is indebted to you. How can this old one ask you for something? Oh. Really? Thank you, fellow Daoist. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Kuo Yu shook her head and said with a smile, this old one didn't agree to give it to you. This old one only said that you don't need to exchange it. Xiao Hua was a bit embarrassed and said with a smile, fellow Daoist, what do you mean? Kuo Yu pointed to the distance and said, there is a departure realm heaven in the Ring Island trial. When you go there, the disciples of Blood Red Island must defeat one person to pass, and the person who is defeated will be eliminated. Fellow Daoist Xiao, this old one will wait for fellow Daoist's arrival inside. If you win, this old one will give the token to fellow Daoist. Departure realm heaven? Xiao Hua muttered and said, all right, this Xiao accepts fellow Daoist Kuo's challenge. But, what if fellow Daoist Xiao loses? Kuo Yu narrowed her eyes and looked at Xiao Hua with interest. Fellow Daoist Kuo, are you that confident? Xiao Hua said with a smile, fellow Daoist Kuo seems to only be at the late stage of foundation establishment, right? Only at the late stage of foundation establishment? Kuo Yu covered her mouth and said, fellow Daoist Xiao is indeed a disciple of a large sect of thunder-controlling sect. Fellow Daoist Xiao seems to only be at the early stage of foundation establishment, right? Ha, that's right, this Xiao was wrong. Xiao Hua laughed and looked at Kuo Yu's hair. He patted his hand and took out a spiritual grass, saying with a smile, if this Xiao loses, this face-retaining grass will be fellow Daoists. Ah, face. Face-retaining grass. When Kuo Yu heard this, she was overjoyed and almost stuttered, is this really the face-retaining grass? Fellow Daoist, do you think my thunder-controlling sect's disciple would lie? Xiao Hua patted his hand and put the face-retaining grass back into his storage pouch. At this moment, Kuo Yu's heart was filled with regret. She really didn't expect that Xiao Hua would have something that all female cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent yearned for even in their dreams. Although she already had some gray hair, after taking the face-retaining grass, not only would her appearance not change, but the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes would also disappear and her gray hair would also become dark. This Xiao Hua is so young, yet he can be welcomed by the island master. How could he be a young cultivator? If he has the face-retaining grass, it wouldn't be surprising. Kuo Yu sighed inwardly. Her previous frosty elegance also disappeared. At this moment, Kuo Heng's figure flashed in midair. He held a dark green ocean pearl in his hand and said in a clear voice, disciples of the Blood Red Island, are you ready? Reporting to the island master, we are ready. The disciples of the Blood Red Island sweated in unison. Good. Kuo Heng said with a smile, today is the last day of the 10-year tournament. The previous results have already been recorded in a jade slip by the elders. After the results come out today, the top 10 will be decided. These 10 disciples will not only obtain suitable magic tools, but also get a glimpse of the secret books of my Blood Red Island. Their cultivation will definitely rise to another level. As he said this, Kuo Heng's body overflowed with brilliance. A water blue color emerged from his hand like a fountain and poured into the ocean pearl. The ocean pearl immediately let out a wang wang sound and trembled as it flew into the air. Swish swish swish. A series of wind whistled and the water-type heaven and earth spiritual chi in the air was sucked into the ocean pearl. It gave rise to gusts of wind. After absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual chi for half an incense stick's time, the ocean pearl grew to half a chi in size. The dark blue color inside became even deeper. When Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over it, he felt as if he was about to be sucked in. Just when Xiao Hua was surprised and guessing the effects of the ocean pearl, he saw Kua Heng stretch out his hand and grab the ocean pearl. Then, he spread his wings and used his hand to smash the ocean pearl onto the beach of the blood-red island. With a loud peng sound, the ocean pearl smashed onto the beach. Not only did it splash up a lot of sand, but the ground under everyone's feet also shook. The sand that splashed up didn't fall down. Instead, it spread along the ocean pearl's spiritual chi and rapidly fluctuated. The ground under everyone's feet also shook more and more. Xiao Hua looked up and saw that all the disciples of the blood-red island were eager to give it a try. They were all staring at a place about 10 zhang in front of them. Roar! A few earth-shattering roars were heard. Plumes of smoke and dust rose from the sea of sand. A blood-red bridge, over 100 feet wide, arched out from the smoke and dust. It gradually crept forward like a spirit snake. The rainbow bridge was either winding, tall, or deep into the island. Xiao Hua's divine sense chased after the rainbow bridge and shockingly discovered that this rainbow bridge circled around the entire blood-red island. Oh, so this is the island trial by fire. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Above the rainbow bridge, there were more than 10 places where the spiritual chi was obscure. His divine sense couldn't penetrate them. He was afraid that they were some checkpoints of the trial. The departure heaven that Kuo Yu mentioned earlier was probably one of them. Disciples. Tomorrow morning will be the limit. When the first ray of sunlight rises, the rainbow bridge will be closed. My blood-red island's once-in-a-decade competition is about to end. The first disciple to reach the end of the rainbow bridge will be the first in this island trial by fire. Kua Heng raised his voice and said. After Kua Heng finished speaking, he cast a spell on the transparent enchantment formed by the sea pearl. The enchantment melted like snow and flowed to the ground, connecting the beach where everyone was to the rainbow bridge. Several chi refinement disciples had long been impatient. As soon as the restriction opened, they immediately activated their flying talismans and flew toward the rainbow bridge like arrows leaving the bow. Husband, you go. I won't participate. Shue Shue said with a smile, I will wait for you at the end. Good. Xiao Hua nodded. He clapped his hand and took out a jade box. He said with a smile, Wife, you don't have to be idle. Take one of these beauty-retaining grass. Your husband still doesn't know how to refine the beauty-retaining pill. Wife, please bear with it for now. Okay. Shue Shue's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when she saw Xiao Hua take out the beauty-retaining grass. Now that Xiao Hua gave it to her, she wasn't surprised. She reached out to take it and flew out of the beach with a smile. Fellow Taoist Xiao, we'll go first. If there's a chance, we'd like to see the means of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. After waiting for the Qi Refinement disciples and early Foundation Establishment disciples to fly away, a group of Middle Foundation Establishment and Late Foundation Establishment cultivators looked at Xiao Hua with a smile and said. To be continued. Chapter 2161. Hee, there really are people who are not convinced. Xiao Hua secretly laughed in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, well said, but this Xiao wants to make a bet with all of you fellow Taoists. Whoever loses will have to come out from that rare thing inside the storage bag. Ha ha ha, no problem, fellow Taoist Xiao, I hope you have enough face-retaining grass. The cultivators all laughed and flew out using their magic power. Strange. How can they be so sure? Xiao Hua was somewhat surprised, but he still carefully used his magic power and was the last one to get on the rainbow bridge. Although he was not a body-refining cultivator, he had tempered his bones for many years. Even Qua Rhyming could not compare to him. He did not feel that these Blood Ray Island cultivators were stronger than him. Far away on the other shore of QC, many fishermen in the small fishing village had already begun to worship Xiaohua before they set out to fish. No matter how far away they were from QC, in the villages and farms of Ocean City, Cloud City, and other places, the common people of the secular world had also planted the fine seeds gifted by Xiaohua. This fine seed was clearly different from the previous rice. It was not only resistant to drought. Moreover, it matured early, and the food it produced was incomparably fragrant. Not to mention eating it after steaming, even if it was chewed in the mouth, it would still be sweet. Many babies in the peasant families, because their mothers did not have enough milk, ate the thin porridge made from this grain since they were young. Although they were only a few months old, their small chubby bodies and sparkling eyes were not inferior to those babies of rich families. The farmers' eyes were bright, and they fought to find this fine seed everywhere. What made them gratified and surprised was that this fine seed was actually the same price as ordinary fine seeds, and there were even many places where they did not need silver. Of course, not needing silver also had a price, and this price was to remember the owner of the fine seed and be grateful to this owner from the bottom of their hearts. For the simple farmers, this was really not a big price to pay. They felt that they should be deeply grateful. So much so that when the farmers knew about this matter, when they went to get the fine seed, they had already brought a statue. Although the face was not clear, the person's name was not wrong. The 5 words, Taoist Master Xiaohua, were clearly written on the body of the statue. Moreover, after these farmers returned, they really did pay their respects to him. Because it was the same as thanking anyone. As long as they could bring benefits to the farmers, they would sincerely thank them. Outside a mountain village in the west of Mongolia, due to the drought, many people were carrying a human-shaped statue and climbing up a steep mountain with great difficulty. It seemed like they were going to worship the statue at the top of the mountain. At this moment, a rainbow streaked across the sky from afar, and 3 cultivators landed on the peak. The one in front was a young cultivator wearing a bright red Taoist robe. Behind him were 2 elderly men. However, the 2 old men were very respectful towards this cultivator. This was because the young cultivator was at the nascent soul stage while the 2 old men were at the mid-gold core stage and early gold core stage. "Master, you should rest here for a while," an old man said respectfully. He hurriedly took out several spirit fruits from his storage bag and handed them over respectfully as well. "Okay." The young cultivator nodded and waved his hand. A dark green praying mat appeared under the shade of the mountain peak. The cultivator floated up and landed on the praying mat. When the cultivator took a bite of the spirit fruit, he casually glanced around and saw a farmer climbing halfway up the mountain. What are these mortals doing?" the cultivator asked casually. Another cultivator scanned with his divine sense and said with a smile, "The farmers are inviting the god. Right now, this place seems to be in a drought. They are inviting the Dragon King to reign. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of ignorant idiots." The young nascent soul cultivator laughed. "How can there be a Dragon King in this world? Even if there is one, it would be a pet in our hands. Who can give them clouds and rain? Why are they begging the Dragon King? They might as well beg I." "Hee hee, that's right, master." The tall and thin cultivator who offered the spirit fruit smiled apologetically. "The people of this world are all stupid. How would they know that there are only immortals in this world and no gods? Moreover, they don't know how to beg the true immortal in front of them. Instead, they are praying to a fake god that doesn't exist. What a joke. How can these fools be compared to us cultivators? How can they distinguish right from wrong?" The cultivator sneered with disdain. Just as he was about to look up, he frowned. "That's not right. From what this old man knows, the dragon god that the mortals worship is the head of a python dragon. It looks exactly like the python dragon of Tai Ching sect. This statue seems to be in a human shape. There seems to be writing on this statue. Daoist Shao. What kind of immortal is this Daoist Shao? Could he be a cultivator of my Meng country? Hee, master. The tall and thin cultivator laughed and explained, since it's a Daoist, it must be a nascent soul cultivator. But if it's a Daoist, then it must be a nascent soul cultivator. But if it's a Daoist, then it must be a Daoist Shao. From what this disciple sees, this Shao is a surname. Maybe that Qi refinement cultivator did something and they remembered it. That's why they directly called him Daoist Shao. How could they know that the title, Daoist, is not a casual title? What Guanming said is true. That nascent soul cultivator was actually Daoist Jingru of Changbai sect. Also, master. Another cultivator hurriedly said, when one's cultivation reaches master's level, one can understand the nature and temper one's infant. The correct way is to enter the spirit-severing stage early and peek into the heavenly Tao. Who would have nothing to do with these fools? It must be some insignificant cultivator who forcibly made a name for himself. Daoist Jingru waved his hand and said, there's no need to pay attention to them. Guanming, the materials you collected this time are very good and will be very useful for the magic treasure I'm refining this time. Once the magic treasure is completed, Master will reward you heavily. I don't dare. It's all because Master's luck is good. This disciple was able to find it after a bit of searching. This disciple is filial to you. Master doesn't need to worry about it. Just as Hu Guanming was about to decline modestly, a series of gongs sounded and the merciful voice of Daoist Shao was heard. Master, take this disciple to drive them away. Hu Guanming saw Daoist Jingru frown and hurriedly said. No need, Master has rested enough. Let's go. Daoist Jingru waved his sleeve and covered the two of them. Suddenly, they turned into a rainbow and rushed into the sky. Unknowingly, a few days had passed. The three of them passed by a swamp and saw that there were many incense candles placed on the terraced fields on the hillsides. Regardless of gender, old or young, everyone was placed in front of the incense candles and kowtowed to the candles. The smoke from the incense and candles lingered on the hillside. Chapter 2162. Good heavens! Daoist Jingru's divine sense swept over the enshrined tablet and said in astonishment, who is this Daoist Shao? What kind of earth-shattering thing did he do? Why have I been seeing the same situation these past few days? Master, please wait a moment. Take this disciple to ask. Hu Guanfu was somewhat helpless. He really didn't want to talk to these farmers. After a while, Hu Guanfu's expression turned somewhat strange, carrying a trace of hesitation. Upon seeing this, Daoist Jingru couldn't help but be startled and said in displeasure, what's wrong? Hu Guanfu, who is this Daoist Shao? Is he that fellow Daoist I know? Or, is he a spirit-severing senior? All right, Master knows. Hu Guanfu hesitated for a moment and said, this Daoist Shao is Shao Hua. It is said that he is a young cultivator. As for his specific cultivation, these fools don't know. Shao Hua? Daoist Jingru raised his eyebrows and stood up with a hu sound. He anxiously said, is it Shao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect? This disciple doesn't know. Hu Guanfu smiled apologetically and said, those farmers also don't know which sect Shao Hua comes from. However, I heard that he is a tall and thin young man. Humph. Daoist Jingru's expression changed slightly. He extended his hand and a ray of light flashed. A large hand rushed over and grabbed the three farmers from the ground and lifted them high into the sky. Immortal, save us. Immortal, save us. The three farmers were greatly alarmed and their faces were deathly pale. Daoist Jingru simply didn't listen. He grabbed one of the farmers and pressed his hand on the forehead of one of them. A blood-red light flashed on his hand and a sinister expression appeared on the farmer's face. Taoist Jingru actually used a soul-searching technique on a secular person. In just a moment, a trace of a smile appeared on the farmer's face. The fear in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a vacant look. Humph. Taoist Jingru waved his hand as if he didn't care about the farmer's life or death. He suddenly threw the farmer down from the sky. Immortal, spare us. Immortal, spare us. The other two farmers pleaded with all their might, but Taoist Jingru didn't let them go. They didn't know how they had offended this nascent soul cultivator. Their souls were searched and thrown down from the sky for no reason. Xiao Hua. It really is Xiao Hua. Taoist Jing Si's face is ferocious as he roars. The last experiential learning didn't take your life, yet you still dare to come out for experiential learning. You actually dared to leave the Imperial Lightning Sect. You actually dared to come to Mongolia. It even caused such a sensation in Mongolia. You're simply looking down on this old man. Do you think I won't be able to find you if you don't go near the Changbai sect? You. Taoist Jingru was so angry that he was speechless. Yes, Xiao Hua had taken away the Grand Universe teleportation token, taken many of his medicinal pills, and even assassinated Fan Tong. This was something that Taoist Jingru, who had always been extremely protective and narcissistic, couldn't tolerate. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua had obtained these items at the Feather Immortal Assembly, so Taoist Jingru had no reason to do so. Now that Xiao Hua actually ran to Meng country, how could Taoist Jingru not be angry? If you're here to gain experience, then so be it. If you're sneaking around, no one will know. You actually used the banner of the Imperial Lightning Sect's Xiao Hua. Those who didn't know would still be fine, but those who knew wouldn't ridicule him. Taoist Jingru claps his hand and takes out one of the storage pouches. It's actually the storage pouch that Xiao Hua gave to the Changbai sect to store the remaining medicinal pills. Taoist Jingru spits a mouthful of essence blood on it, then he continuously seals with both hands and hits the storage pouch. As the storage pouch emits a bloody brilliance, that brilliance suddenly flies up and flies in the direction of the Kuei-Ha Sea. Good, it's actually the Kuei-Ha Sea. Taoist Jingru laughs, let the Kuei-Ha Sea be the place where you die. Taoist Jingru's figure turns into a rainbow and flies towards the bloody brilliance. A voice comes over, Hu Guanfu, you all return to the mountain for the time being. Once I kill Xiao Hua, I'll return to the sect. Yes, disciple understands. Hu Guanfu looks at the other disciple. The two of them exchange a look, then their figures also fly up and return to the Changbai sect. Poor Zhong Yejing, she originally wanted to handle Xiao Hua's matter beautifully and spread Xiao Hua's reputation. She wanted to repay Xiao Hua's great kindness and even make up for the misunderstanding between Zhongling Mountain Village and Xiao Hua. However, she didn't expect that her orders would be carried out by the secular disciples of the Zhong clan without any discount, and even doubled. The result of this completion was that Xiao Hua's enemy was directly in front of Xiao Hua. Poor Xiao Hua, at this moment, he was only slightly shocked. He actually thought that this warning sign was the difficulty of the island trial ahead. Of course, just as Xiao Hua flew onto the Rainbow Bridge, there was suddenly a huge force pressing down on him. This huge force was extremely strange. It was similar to the pressure that Xiao Hua encountered before, but it was also completely different. That force seemed to be tearing in all directions at the same time, and what it was tearing was Xiao Hua's body. An extremely uncomfortable feeling welled up in his heart. He didn't even know how to circulate the true essence in his meridians. I understand. Xiao Hua's figure fell slightly, slowly preparing to land on the Rainbow Bridge. He thought to himself, the force on the Rainbow Bridge is tearing in all directions, giving people a kind of unbalanced feeling. It's as if a cultivator is in a kind of inverted or crooked space. If it's in a normal space, true essence will circulate in the meridians as usual. In this kind of space with an illusion, true essence might not be able to coordinate with the body. It might be stagnant, or even go into a fork in the road, and thus suffer from qi deviation. The cultivators of Blood Ray Island are all body refiners. The coordination of true essence must be combined with the tempering of the body. This is their basic homework. Fellow Taoist Xiao. At this moment, Kua Heng's voice transmission came over with a hidden smile. On this rainbow bridge, there are some places that you can't touch, and some places you can only walk. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you can't land here. Once you land, there will be even more powerful restrictions and tests waiting for you. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He hurriedly circulated his magic power. At this moment, his feet were only a few inches away from the rainbow bridge. The ribbons on the rainbow bridge were already blurred, and there seemed to be some obscure spiritual power gradually forming. If it wasn't for Kua Heng's reminder, the restrictions on the rainbow bridge would have been activated. Many thanks, Island Master Kua. Xiao Hua raised his voice and said, this Xiao didn't know there were so many taboos. Moreover, this Blood Ray Island's magic power has really opened this Xiao's eyes. Ha ha ha, I'm indebted to the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples' praise. Kua Heng also laughed and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, go ahead. There are many interesting tests on this rainbow bridge. Fellow Taoist can give it a try. Hearing this, Xiao Hua laughed loudly, and his figure slightly swayed. He had originally cultivated the Buddhist sect's great strength Vajra Dharma body. Even the Qi refining disciples of Blood Ray Island weren't afraid of this little thing for body refinement, so how could Xiao Hua be afraid? Without using the bright thunder escape, Xiao Hua urged the wind escape technique that he felt a moment ago. His figure very strangely floated up, and like a flowing cloud, he flew forward. Others didn't feel it, but Kua Heng could see Xiao Hua's cultivation level. He knew that the initial restrictions on the rainbow bridge were somewhat strange. The stronger they were, the stronger they would be. Even if he was at the end of the rainbow bridge, it was impossible for him to move as fast as usual, let alone with his elegant posture. I'm afraid those few little guys will be tortured by Xiao Hua. The corners of Kua Heng's mouth curled into a smile. He seemed to recall the arrogance of several late Foundation establishment disciples who came to his place to test him last night. Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua had thought, he had only flown a few dozen feet when the pressure suddenly rose. If Xiao Hua hadn't been prepared, or if he hadn't been able to control his true essence with ease, he would have definitely been lifted into the air by this force. Although the dozen or so Qi refining disciples had flown earlier than everyone else, their feet were now facing up, and their heads were facing down. They were adjusting their sense of direction. They were adjusting their true Qi. Motherfucker, I'm afraid this force can change at any time. Xiao Hua laughed inwardly. Otherwise, these Blood Red Island disciples who know the inside out about the trial by fire would all be caught. In the following several hundred zhang distance, that indescribable force suddenly moved up and down, suddenly to the left and suddenly to the right. At one point it was even extremely restrained, as if a large hand was grabbing onto Xiao Hua. The true essence in his body was extremely difficult to circulate, and his figure was also falling down. At this moment, several Foundation establishment disciples fell below Xiao Hua. These disciples' feet were firmly stuck on the rainbow bridge. No matter how they urged their magic power, they were unable to free themselves from the rainbow bridge. It seemed that one of them had already rolled up his Taoist robe, revealing his thick arms. That arm's bow-like fist was precisely hitting the restriction below his feet. However, when Xiao Hua flew past this section, suddenly, another unparalleled force descended from the sky, imprisoning Xiao Hua's entire body. His true essence also stagnated, and he was simply unable to mobilize his magic power. Xiao Hua's body couldn't help but fall down. How can this be? Xiao Hua thought of the embarrassment of those Foundation establishment disciples just now, and he was shocked. Others could make a fool of themselves, but he couldn't. That was the face of the Imperial Thunder sect, making others laugh. Rise. Xiao Hua's body slightly slid forward. He didn't rely on magic power, but pure flowing cloud movement technique. and even some ethereal steps techniques. Borrowing this moment of respite, Xiaohua shook his arms. A blood-red brilliance flashed around his body, and one could almost hear bang 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 sounds. Many of the restrictions on the Rainbow Bridge were actually broken by him. The true essence in his meridians could circulate, and Xiaohua's flying technique could be used. You want to use restrictions to imprison this young master? Dream on. Xiaohua was secretly pleased. His body swayed again, and incomparably dashed across the Rainbow Bridge. Very quickly, he turned a corner. However, when he turned the corner, he was once again stupefied in midair. Below his feet, on the Rainbow Bridge that was roughly several hundred zhang in front of him, there was a black mass of people moving about. It was precisely all of the Blood Ray Island disciples who had landed on the Rainbow Bridge. At this moment, the Rainbow Bridge had already transformed into a towering mountain path, and everyone was doing their best to climb. To be continued. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.